This is a call to order of the Re-convene Town Council retreat. I'm not going to really go through too many of the logistics because it looks like most of the people that are here were here yesterday. So you know where the restrooms are, and you know we're going to take a break, and we have coffee and breakfast treats back there. One change to today's agenda, unfortunately, Representative Bobby Hanick will be unable to attend. He got called back to the General Assembly. As you might expect, they're voting on redistricting. So he sends his apologies. So during lunch, we'll have free time. The first order of business is going to be Beach Nourishment and Project Vesta update. And Ken, if you don't mind, we're going to wait just a few minutes because you're scheduled to come out at 9:15. There might be people coming on yet on YouTube. So we'll maybe give you another 5 minutes so you can relax and then I'll call you up. Thank you. Yeah, I did announce breakfast treats. Yeah. Started. The first presentation this morning will be by Ken Willson from Coastal Production Engineering. Upcoming Beach Renourishment Project, the annual Beach Dune Survey, and Rapid Beach Assessment Monitoring will be covered by Ken. Following Ken and via Zoom, we're going to have Dr. Andrews and Brian Ley provide an update to the council regarding Project Vesta and their efforts to gain regulatory approval to place a small amount of olivine sand in the coastal waters off Duck. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ken.
All right. Thanks
Welcome.
a lot. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mayor. Good to be up here for sure. And it's good to be kind of on the cusp of this next phase of the project, the first maintenance event. But anytime we get close to construction, things get exciting. So I've kind of laid out an outline slide here. I've got about 5 or 6 things I'd like to cover with you. The first thing I want to go through and spend a little bit of time reviewing the goals of the project. And this will come back at the end, that last bullet, future considerations. But one of the things that we've been talking about with staff is taking a little bit of a dive into the goals of the project, the original goals of the project, making sure that everybody understands what those goals are and whether or not those need to be adjusted as we move forward and learn more about the way the projects are performing and evaluate other parts of the town. And then I'll give a brief update on the annual monitoring analysis. This would be the data that was collected in 2021. Those reports have been submitted, but I've got like 3 or 4 slides. I'll just kind of give you the highlights of what we found in 2021. And then we'll move into the 2022 project. We'll talk a little bit about the final volumes and the design, the logic behind that. And then we'll talk a little bit about looking ahead, the construction of the project, and then what happens after that project. And then the last slide I have is like 4 or 5 bullets of future considerations in the spirit of what you guys are here doing over the last 2 days of retreat and kind of understanding where things will move over the next year. Some things that we think that the town should be considering as we move into this next phase. So I talked a little bit about goals. In the beach maintenance plan that the town that we've developed for the town and some of the engineering documents that have been produced, we have this overarching goal that states the goal of the project is to establish a long-term program to sustain the beaches that support a significant portion of the local economy and maintain the tax base of the town. So as I was reading that over the last couple of weeks, really that's geared towards, the economy of the town. Certainly that's, a huge driver and a huge motivation of these projects. But inherently, all these beach nourishment projects are enhancing coastal resilience. And so as we hear more and more discussion about, resilient communities, more and more funding going towards resilient communities, it may be, something to consider about how to tie that into one of these goals, that this project is providing a lot of coastal resilience should the goals reflect that. So again, something to think about in terms of these goals. And then the program, in order to do that, we have these 3 points. The program is designed to maintain the oceanfront beach and the dune to a configuration that, 1, provides a reasonable level of storm damage reduction to the public and private development. 2, mitigate for long-term erosion that could threaten public and private development, recreational opportunities, and biological resources. And then if you're doing both of those, 3 kind of takes care of itself, maintaining a healthy beach that supports valuable shorebird and sea turtle nesting habitat. So I've shown this slide quite a few times. I wanted to bring it up here in terms of the goals of the project. So we talk a lot about, the existing condition before the project was put in, this dune that's been constructed and this berm, which is the design beach. The design beach also includes some of the sand that's offshore. And then these outer wedges, this advanced fill essentially is the sand that's sacrificial, if you will, that's going to wash away over the next 4 or 5 years. But those arrows that point to the red area are those sections that provide that more permanent protection. So if we think about this in terms of those goals, the red down here, the design beach, is where we get that reasonable level of storm damage reduction. And the green is where we're mitigating for that long-term erosion. So just wanted to kind of tie those goals into this graphic that you're pretty familiar with seeing. So I'm going to move on to that second bullet, giving you a bit of an update on the annual monitoring that was done in 2021. So the 2021 analysis essentially uses the first beach profile survey that we conducted of the entire town, which was done in September 2013. So that's really used outside of the project area to give us kind of a baseline of what the shoreline has done since we've started monitoring. The project area goes back to December 2017, which was our first baseline survey after construction. And then we also look at the last two surveys, June 2020 and April 2021, to give us a sense of what has happened in the near term. So there's 34 beach profiles along the entire Duck ocean front. The next slide, I'll show you where those are and how they're spaced out. But again, in the project area, we're essentially looking at the 3.5 years of data from December 2017 to April 2021 of how the project is performing. And outside of that area, we've got about 8.5 years of data from September 2013 to April 2021. This is just a figure that we include in all of the monitoring reports. This is actually a nice 11/17 in the monitoring reports if anybody wants to kind of dive in and find the closest profile to a specific property. But essentially the project area is our stations D10 to D19. So we're from Skimmer Way down to the northern boundary of the Corps of Engineers facility. And then the southern area goes from the northern part of the FRF. So it includes those profiles in the FRF and then everything in the town south of it. And the northern section that we'll refer to is everything north of Skimmer Way within the town. All right, so I've kind of broken up, I've got 3 slides that kind of summarize what's going on in each one of these areas, the project area, the area north, and the area south. So with this new data that was collected in 2021, between 2017 and April 2021, so the life of the project essentially, we've measured a loss of about 450,000 cubic yards, which is essentially 47% of what was measured in December 2017. Between June 2020 and April 2021, which is the last cycle that we have, you can see a loss of almost 200,000 cubic yards, 178,000 cubic yards. So when you compare, this is, almost 4 years of data, and this is, 1 year of data or a little less. You can see that there have been some big losses over that last period from June 2020 to 2021. And something that we've seen for the last couple of years is that more of the sand seems to be stored in the outer part of the profile. So below the water line, we are seeing some scarping of the dunes, but a lot of the sand that's still in place is in that offshore area. And that's pretty typical of a new construction project where over time, these areas that are highly eroded, the profile, but as people are trying to hold the line with, beach pushes and things like that might have occurred before the project, you essentially start to erode that outer part of the profile more and more. The profile becomes more steep. And I think that what we're seeing is that the project has now started to fill in that outer part, and that the hope is that this next, increment of sand will now be placing sand on a much more improved beach profile, and that we would get better performance out of that second event. Going up to the northern area, so north of Skimmer Way, now we can look back all the way from September 2013 to April 2021. So over that long period of time, we've measured an average volumetric change of about just over 1 cubic yard per foot per year. So it's a pretty stable area, but prior to the project going in, we were seeing an erosional trend up there in the northern section. And so if you look down here, the second bullet, since the project has been constructed, we actually see a rate of plus 5.5 cubic yards per foot per year in the northern section. And so when you look at the erosion that was occurring before the project went in and the accretion that's occurred since, you get that sort of, low increase in volume that's reflective in that long-term number. And then over the last, that last short-term period, June 2020 to April 2021, we did see an average volumetric loss of 2.9 cubic yards per foot per year. So this rate, when we reported this rate since the project last year, it was a little bit higher, but we have seen some pullback between June 2020 and April 2021. Now we're going to look at the southern section. So everything from the northern FRF boundary down south to Southern Shores. Again, the same type of numbers from 2013 to 2021, essentially no change. When we look at that long-term average, it's been fairly stable. However, since the project has gone in, we actually see a negative trend, negative 3.6 cubic yards per feet. And this last number over the recent period of time, we've measured a really large volumetric loss in that southern area from June 2020 to April 2021 of almost 25 cubic yards per foot per year. Now, in the monitoring report, you can look at how that varies from station to station. There are some profiles in there that have actually gained some sand, but there are profiles in there that have lost more than that 24, and this is essentially the average over that section. So one graph that we continue to produce each year, and I think it helps really understand sort of the trends that are going on out here, is this one. And so what we've done is we start from wherever the volume was in 2013 is our 0 point. And then if this line goes down over time, that means that section of the beach has lost volume. If it goes up, it means that section has gained volume. So let's focus on the blue line first. The blue line represents everything that's happened in the project area. So from 2013 to 2017, somewhat stable in the project area. And then this big jump is the Beach Nourishment project in 2017. And then we saw, sort of a modest rate of loss. This higher rate of loss represents the changes that occurred in Hurricane Dorian. This represents some recovery here. And then this is this last period of time where we're again on a negative trend, right? But this is the project area, and you could say, in terms of where we started before the project and where we are now, obviously there's a net gain there. If we go to the green line, which let's go to the red line. So the red line is the area north. So I had mentioned that before the project went in, we saw a negative trend out there. So this would have been from 2013 to 2015, and this would have been the first survey that was done after the project went in. But since the project has gone in, we see somewhat of a steady increase in the amount of volume. And in fact, today there's more volume in that northern section than there was back in 2013, which is how we get that long-term positive rate. The green line represents that area to the south. So prior to the project, we saw a modest increase in the volume. Since the project has gone in, we saw a little bit of a dip that first year, which is consistent with the other areas. We saw a dip in the volume along that area. But from 2018 through 2020, we saw an increase of the volume down in the south. But that big number that I showed you, that minus 24.9 cubic yard average, is represented by this steep slope, this last vertex here, or this last line segment.
Can I interrupt you just 1 minute?
Yeah, yes.
On the green line going south, would that accretion up through 20, would that be a result of the sand coming from the project coming south?
Yeah, I believe that a portion of this increase in this red line is certainly a result of the project. I mean, was that your question?
The south area, the green line.
On the south area, this accretion, I don't know that it would be all from the project, because there's a lot more area south of the project area than there is north. So those averages get spread out a little bit. And we saw some dynamic things going on in the FRF property. Because of the pier, it seemed like there was some holding of the sand, some scour in some years. So I don't know if there is as much correlation with the trends that are going on in the south with the project as there is to the north.
Thank you.
And as you get further, I mean, if you look at the table in the report, you can look at individual profiles. And I would say, as you get further and further north in the area north of the project, the changes that are occurring there are probably less correlated to the project. But I'd say at least half of the changes that are occurring in the northern section are, probably associated with the beach fill. All right, that's all I've got for the monitoring. We should have plenty of time for questions after that. But this next section, I'm going to move into the 2022 beach nourishment design. So again, we've got our friendly cartoon here. Just want to talk again in terms of this concept of having a design beach volume and an additional volume out there that is this sacrificial sand. So what we show here is essentially this green track here, this green plot is equivalent to that blue plot that we were just talking about on that other slide. So this is that cumulative change in the volume, just talking about the project area now. And the black line across the center essentially represents the volume that makes up that design beach that I just showed on that previous. So if you're above that black line, you have the design beach volume in place. If you're below that black line, you have lost the advanced fill, the sacrificial fill, and you're now starting to lose some of that design fill. So this is a graphic that we focused in on as we were developing some of the alternatives that were presented last summer to council. And so essentially what we have is when you get down to the end of this green line, this is the last survey that we have in April 2021. And we've projected volume losses based on the volume changes that we've seen thus far through the project, other considerations of things that have occurred beforehand. But we have a standard rate that we're projecting on all of these curves moving forward. And so what we've done is we've projected from 2021 to 2022, and then we've added different options, which are essentially different volumes of sand. And so option one originally was place all the sand that we think we need so that at the end of 5 years, we're back to this baseline design volume. But that volume was, 50 or 60% higher than, what the budgeted amount was. So we had these different layers, and essentially what was bid out was this lower line. After the bids came in, we because of the cost savings with the bids coming in lower, we were able to increase that volume. So essentially this red dot here assumes that we have a steady loss of volume from 2021 to the beginning of the project. This jump represents what's actually in the contract for Weeks Marine. And then this represents a steady loss at the predicted rate and where we would be at the end of the cycle. All right, so these are the actual plans that were provided to the contractor for bidding out the project. Essentially, you can see that this is not a uniform width as you go along the project area. The logic behind how we decide how much sand needs to go in any given profile essentially starts with, okay, well, what is the difference between the amount of sand on the beach in 2021 and the amount of sand that is included in that design template that I just showed? And in some profiles, there was no net negative. In some profiles, there was actually a deficit between what's there in 2021 and what the design was. So the first thing we did was say, on any given profile, how much volume do we need to increase to at least that design volume? And then after we had done that for each profile, we then took the balance of the budgeted amount of sand and spread it evenly along the project area. And so that's how you end up with some of these uneven densities. And then on the south end, we've also taken the amount of volume that was factored in to put 1,000-foot taper on the south end of this project, and we've spread it evenly over the southern 1,500 feet, similar to how that taper was constructed in the 2017 project. The last thing I'll mention is that after the bids came in and we established that we could stick with a similar budget and add about 70,000 cubic yards, is we went back to some of the modeling that we had done during the design. And the modeling suggested if we were going to place additional sand, that we should place it between these two stations, D16 and D13, essentially. I think I've got those. Thought I had those written down, what those stations are. But essentially, that's where that additional 70,000 cubic yards of fill is going to be placed between D16 and D13. All right, so the 2020 construction moving forward. Right now, I spoke to the project manager for Weeks Marine yesterday. They are looking, based on their schedule, our schedules, we're looking at trying to hold some pre-construction meetings for this project sometime in March, probably to the mid to later part of March. So they'll have staff up here. We'll bring the resource agencies up. We'll go through all the permitting conditions. But following the path that we did last year, we also want to try to schedule some public meetings. I know here in Duck, the public is very interested. The realtors are very interested in what the schedule is going to be, how this thing is going to work. So we're looking at holding those meetings sometime in the later part of March, and we'll coordinate with staff on nailing down those dates along with the other towns.
We anticipate at this point in time, based on what Weeks Marine is telling us, that in mid-May of 2022, the mobilization will begin and the commencement of construction will begin. Right now, these are the dredges that they anticipate using here. The Magdalene is their newest dredge. That dredge holds about 8,500 cubic yards of sand. And then these other two dredges, the RN Weeks and the BE Lindholm, those both hold about 4,000 cubic yards of sand. All three of them won't be here at the same time. I think their schedule right now is for one of the smaller ones to show up first. And then the larger dredge will come in and assist that. And then at some point in time, I think one of the smaller ones has to go up to Norfolk for a Coast Guard inspection. That's about the time that the other smaller dredge will come in. But they're anticipating starting construction in Kitty Hawk. And the word that we've gotten so far is that sometime in early to mid-August, commencement of the duck project will begin. And based on the amount of equipment that they think that they'll have in place for that, their goal is to finish construction by the end of August or early September. So that's what we know right now about their schedule. So that's construction in a nutshell. We'll talk much more about what that will all look like and the details of, equipment and that sort of thing at those meetings in March. But looking ahead in terms of once the project is constructed, we're looking at in June and July of 2022 will probably be the next time that beach profile surveys are conducted. And those profiles will be conducted in the project area only. So before the project is built, it's part of Weeks Marine contract that they will come in, they'll survey the profiles. We'll take that data, we'll update the plans as needed, and that's the project that they'll build. But that data will also essentially serve as the year 5 monitoring data. So that'll be the final point in our trend of how that project is performed over 5 years. And then the post-construction baseline survey, last year we included that in part of our contract, but we waited until all 4 of the projects were done. And so what that meant was Duck, which was completed first, was done 5 or 6 months after construction, whereas Kitty Hawk was done a month after construction. Well, this time we've built into the contractor's contract that their survey, who will already be on scene, is responsible for conducting the beach profiles within 2 weeks of the construction of the project. So 2 weeks after Duck is done, they'll survey Duck. 2 weeks after Kitty Hawk is done, they'll survey Kitty Hawk. And that'll give us a tighter baseline survey to really lock in what volume is there after the project. But at the same time, we've included in their contract an add-on that post-construction survey that'll be done 2 weeks after Duck is completed will also include that area north and that area south along the town of Duck. So that essentially will be our town-wide 2022 data set. And then the first actual monitoring data would be done by our team in the spring of 2023. So that would be like our year 1 survey. So if we go back to this chart that we talked about a minute ago, when we come back up here to present next year at your retreat and construction is behind us, we will have this pre-con survey, the actual value for where we were with volume there. We'll also have this point here, the baseline survey after construction, and we'll be a couple of months away from collecting this first point here. And what we'll do is we'll just continue to compare these trends to what the actual data is showing us, and that'll give us a real good simple metric of, are we above par, are we below par? All right, a couple other things in terms of post-construction. We will be updating that beach maintenance plan. So that's something that every year when we get this monitoring data, we update that plan. That plan is used by FEMA to understand what your established beach program is. But there'll be updates made in terms of incorporating the construction of the project and any changes that might occur to the goals or things like that we may discuss between now and then. We'll incorporate those into that document as well. The schedule is that the draft would be provided for review by staff at the completion of construction. So next or this summer. And then one other thing I wanted to mention is that the permit requirements this time around, something that wasn't included in the last project is that benthic monitoring of the beaches is required. Essentially, they're saying when you put sand on the beach, you're covering up, the existing beach, and there's smothering of, the sand crabs and the clams and worms and things like that live in that beach. Now, there's a lot of good, solid data that shows how that recovery process works, but the agencies have decided that they want to see specific data for this area. And so what we've done is, working with the other towns, we've developed a monitoring regime that we feel will provide good, strong data if this thing comes up, 5 years from now and they want to require it, that this data that we'll collect will establish that the trends here are very similar to other established trends that have been published all over North Carolina, all over the East Coast. So last slide, future considerations, some things in terms of council and staff of what we want to be thinking about, over the next several months or so. Number one, reviewing those project goals and determining if changes are needed. So kind of thinking through that first slide I showed, what the established goals are, and thinking in terms of all the other things that are going on in town. Is this project doing what it wants? Can we get more specific? Whatever those changes may be, taking another look at those goals. Number two would be evaluate the budget for the 2027 maintenance event based on goals. So in terms of the 2027, as soon as possible, and we will have numbers in that beach maintenance plan that'll be provided after the construction of the project. We will have estimates of what the budget would be for that 2027 project. But there should be some discussions in terms of, all right, we have a number we feel comfortable with about how fast the project will lose sand over time. But do we want to try to jump back up to that original design and include that volume? Or do we want to just hold the line of where we're going to be at the start of this upcoming project? Or is there some middle ground that we want to work with? Those are some of the things that should be considered as we're setting that budget for the 2027 maintenance event. Evaluating the performance of the design elements incorporated into the 2022 project, that kind of falls on us. Every time we get this data every year, we want to take a deep dive into that data and see, if there's room for improvement, enhancing the performance. So that one kind of falls on us, and we'll continue to update you guys, each year whenever those reports are completed. Another thing, updating the vulnerability analysis along the entire town. So how we came up with that idea of our project design, that design template that the red arrows point to, is we conducted this vulnerability analysis using this S-Beach model that simulates specific storms impacting the coast. Well, when we have done that, we've done that for the entire town, not just the project area. And by doing that, we determined that we needed a project in the project area, and that the other areas, had an acceptable level of protection. But with those losses that we saw over the last year in the southern area, and looking back at some of the previous evaluations that have been done, I would recommend that in 2022, when we get this data after the project for the entire town, that we should run that vulnerability analysis along the entire town again. The last time it was done was in 2019, so that we can start to get a handle of, are we not only talking about a project area, that we've established, but are there other areas to the south or to the north that we ought to start thinking about in terms of, maintaining that acceptable level of protection in those areas. The second to last, evaluation of future sand resources. This is something that always comes up when we're kind of thinking big picture. We did do some reconnaissance work back last year, I believe it was might have been 2020. Right now, there definitely looks like there's additional sand that is not permitted within that borrow area that could take us out for a few more maintenance cycles. It looks like we could extend that borrow area a little bit as well, but it would really help if we could identify another sand source that's much closer to Duck. Obviously, we've done some work in the past, and there was an original borrow site off of Duck, but that's something that we want to continue to talk about, and we'll talk about that with all four of the towns. To see what direction we want to go with there. And finally, the last bullet, which will kind of dovetail into the Project Vesta discussion, is that we've been working with Dr. Andrews and her team on this pilot project that she's about to talk about, but continuing the coordination with Project Vesta. They're doing a lot of modeling. There's some things that we can learn about the performance of the project, but also obviously if they can provide in 2027, if they can provide supplemental sand for this project, if we can increase the volume of sand 10, 15% for free, that's a pretty good deal. So we want to continue that coordination as well. And with that, I'll take questions.
Ken, I got a couple. Going to the financial piece, is the state continuing to fund the beach fund that they set up? I mean, we benefited by it this time. Are they continuing to fund it? Do you know?
Yeah, at this point in time, what I'm hearing is that they, the idea of dedicated, annual funding, of that fund is still difficult, is not something that's been included. I think there was a pretty good amount of money that was put into it, maybe $40 million through the last budget bill. I think 20 million of that was earmarked for some projects down in Brunswick County. But they're trying to find a way to continue to put money in there, but they don't have an established, you can bank on every year money going in there. Something that I've also heard recently is that ARPA funding that was essentially, the COVID money that came through to a lot of local governments in South Carolina, the legislature put a pretty good chunk of that funding in an account that's set up specifically for beach nourishment. So I don't know if all that money's been accounted for at the General Assembly, but that's something to think about as well.
My second question is, we saw appreciation on north of the project area. Can we expect the same thing from the Southern Shores project?
Yeah, I was thinking about that over the course of the last couple of days as we were putting this together, because those volumes, those high volume losses in the south. I didn't remember those numbers down. The highest losses, there were two sections in that southern area. One was between Shipwatch and Wampum, and then the other one was way down at the south between like Plover Drive and Bias Lane. And I think that area should see some benefit to that project going in at Southern Shores, at least slowing down any losses and potentially some spreading into that section. So it'll be interesting to watch how that occurs. But that area between Shipwatch and Wampum, that's just south of the FRF, that's pretty, that's several thousand feet away from both the Southern Shores and the Duck project, that may not see as much spreading into those areas. But that's a good question.
You got my question. Rob, any questions? Is Weeks is going to mobilize for Duck through Southern Shores?
That's the plan so far. We are continuing to discuss that with some of the communities. They're willing to provide as much information as they can. They've provided some details that they're comfortable with, and as we get further and further along, they'll get more and more comfortable about nailing down some specifics. But at this point in time, if nothing changes, the plan would be to bring the equipment up along the beach from Southern Shores. And I think originally Duck might have been third in line. And Southern Shores would have been last, but because of that, I think they've swapped that because they want to finish Southern Shores to the northern tip and then bring their equipment up to Duck.
I guess we have no other questions.
Okay. All right.
At this time, I guess via Zoom, we're going to bring in Dr. Grace Andrews and Brian Ley from Project Vesta.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
While they're bringing them up, so the council, you'll recall, you heard from Dr. Andrews and Mr. Ley. This goes back into 8 months ago, and they were kind of in their preliminary work on trying to work towards a pilot program to place olivine sand. Initially, they were talking about on the beach. I think now you'll hear them say that they're looking at placing the sand in the offshore area. Mr. Willson has been working with them as well, getting them connected to the state regulatory agencies. So you'll hear from Dr. Andrews and Mr. Ley today, and what they're really looking for from the council is a willingness to send a letter to the regulator saying that the town is supportive of their effort to do a pilot project. So Christian, do we have Dr. Andrews and Mr. Ley?
She's up over there, but not here.
I'm here. Let me know if you can or can't hear me. Hello.
Good morning, Dr. Andrews.
Hi. Can everyone?
Presenting this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Can everyone hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So it's just me this morning. Brian Ley, he is based in Hawaii, so it's about 3 o'clock in the morning for him. So it was a bit early. So you just have me, but thank you very much for the invitation to speak. It's greatly appreciated. I have, as indicated, some updates I'd like to share with everyone. And so I will go ahead and share my screen if I can. Yep. Great. Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Great. So as you will perhaps recall, I am from an organization called Project Vesta. We are a R&D company developing a nature-based strategy for coastal resilience that has the benefit of also removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So it is a strategy that is both a climate change adaptation strategy paired with a climate change mitigation strategy. And we do this by supplementing coastal protection projects with a kind of sand called olivine sand, which removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Just to quickly remind everyone what olivine is, it's a common naturally occurring mineral. This is a picture of what it looks like right here. North Carolina happens to have actually one of the world's largest reserves of it, so it's very common in North Carolina. It's a mineral, so it can be milled as any mineral can. And so we can mill it to directly match, for example, the grain size distribution of duck sand. So we can make sort of custom sand for the duck coastline that blends seamlessly in. And as I said, the very special property of olivine, although it's very similar to other minerals like quartz that make up your native sand and duck, it's very similar, but it has a special property that it can remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So just to sort of remind everyone of what's happened so far, really we started talking to the town of Duck last May when we approached the town about possibly supplementing about 10% of your 2022 shoreline protection project with free olivine sand. About 45,000 cubic yards. And we talked to the Duck Town Council about this last June. Following speaking with the town council, we had an interagency scoping meeting at the end of June where we proposed this project. And we got a lot of great feedback back from those resource agencies. The number one comment was that if we submitted a permit application addendum based on the 2022 shoreline project, it would disrupt the permitting timeline for that shoreline protection project. So that was obviously something that nobody had an interest in doing and delaying your project. So that was the main concern that was raised by those resource agencies. Some of the other things that came up in that meeting were concerns about this project blocking traffic, blocking roads and being disruptive to the community in that way. And also just a general sense that because this is a new project that they would be interested in first seeing sort of a smaller pilot demonstration before reaching the sort of 45 and greater cubic yard volumes. So based on that interagency meeting, we decided to try and seek our own pilot project permit, so separate from the shoreline protection project for just a smaller volume. And as it's been said, we've been working with Ken and CPE on this. And in December, we held another interagency scoping meeting about this smaller project. And that meeting went well. The resource agencies raised no major objections to this proposed pilot project. So what we're talking about now is a small placement of just 10,000 cubic yards of olivine offshore the town of Duck's shoreline as a nearshore placement. The idea here is that the material would be transported to the site by split hole hopper dredge. So this new action gets around some of the concerns, like I said, about blocking traffic and things like that, because the material would be brought in directly from boat. It would never actually be on the shoreline of Duck. It would not be disruptive to the beach and beachgoers or anything like that. So it would be completely offshore and non-disruptive. It's a smaller volume, again, addressing the fact that the resource agencies were interested in seeing that smaller volume. And the proposal is now to put it basically just past the sandbar, so minus 15 feet. This is the nearshore placement. So this change was, again, adapted for a few reasons. One, because it would mean we could use a split hole hopper dredge, which would mean we wouldn't have to be on the beach at all, and again, disruptive to the community. And so by doing a nearshore placement, we get around that and we can stay strictly in the water. It also minimizes any potential risk to sea turtle nesting habitat. That's always a concern with resource agencies, because it minimizes the amount of disruption, again, right to that beach habitat. And so we're talking about placing it at about minus 15 feet in the nearshore waters, and an implementation of about March 2023. To give you a sense of what this might look like, here is the 2022 project area, just for your reference. And this is what this red square is, what this placement would look like. It would be about 300 feet by 60 feet for that whole 10,000 cubic yards. So again, a very, very, very small placement in line with it being this pilot. This is not exactly where the placement would be. This is just for an illustrative purpose about what the scale looks like. We're currently doing a suite of geomorphological modeling to figure out where exactly this small placement would best serve in terms of both carbon capture and coastal protection. So in addition to just the updates with the resource agencies, I wanted to highlight some of the other things that we've been working on that make this very exciting. So one of the major ones is that since we last spoke with you, we have gotten a lot of interest from the Army Corps about this work. So we have built out a rather extensive collaboration with folks at the FRF. Needless to say, they're very interested in collaborating on something as it is so close to their home. And that was always one of the goals. So our main collaborator there is Dr. Nicholas Cohn, and he is collaborating with us, bringing in Army Corps resources to help with the surveys and sediment collection using one of their Lark ships, also sort of further offshore sediment collection using their coastal research amphibious buggy, the Crab, and they're also doing work looking at whether or not we can use remote sensing to help track olivine sand. And so we've already started working with them on that and getting some really positive results. So from a research perspective and the local resources perspective, the Army Corps is quite excited. We also are now working with a number of advisors from the district offices. So specifically, Greg Williams and Kevin Connor from the Wilmington district, the district that Duck is in, are very excited about this, and our project advisors with us, and are helping to hopefully coordinate the use of actually one of the Army Corps' dredges to do the actual placement of olivine sand. So hopefully that will be where we'll be sourcing, where we would be sourcing the actual ship from. We're also working with Monica Chaston, she's from the Philadelphia district, as another project advisor who has extensive experience in nearshore placements. As Ken alluded to, we've been doing a lot of work with CPE, doing modeling. You know, one of the wonderful things about working in Duck is that Ken and his team have done an extensive model of the Duck coastline. And so the idea here is we'd like to build on that, and we are building on that. So adapting the work that they've already done to predict the sediment transport pathways for this olivine placement, and again, optimize its deployment to get the best mix of carbon capture and coastal protection. So this is work that we're already undertaking. And as Ken said, a lot of this work it's great for our purposes, but then will also be returned back to DUC to help improve modeling in the future for future placements. And then we've also been going after funding for all of this. So one of our promises that we made to you originally that is still very, very much true is that all of this would be free in every sense of the word to the DUC community, the sand, the monitoring, and everything in between. So to try and secure some funding for this project, we've been going after the NOAA Small Business Innovation Research grants. We're also seeking funding from the Army Corps' Engineering with Nature. Again, that's partnered with Dr. Nicholas Cohn. This is a grant award that we were actually sought after by the Army Corps and asked to apply for. So very exciting. And then we're also pursuing grants through internal pathways at NOAA with a Dr. Darren Pilchner there, looking at regional biogeochemical modeling. And this is where, as it was said, a letter of support from the town of DUC, if you were comfortable with that, would really aid our efforts to show that, obviously this is something that you're aware of and support. So those were the updates I had. Thank you.
Dr. Andrews, this is Don Kingston, the mayor. Will this have any impact on what we're doing, in August with respect to our re-nourishment from a standpoint of the monitoring or the effect on our monitoring after the fact? You're doing this like 9 months afterwards. Right.
So it'll have an effect on the monitoring in that it will be providing even additional monitoring to the overall project. So we would be bringing in our own monitoring. All of that data would be available and complementary to the monitoring that's already in place. But this 10,000 cubic yard placement, again, it is a very, very, very small amount of sand. It's about 3% of the total volume that you'll be adding in August 2022. So it shouldn't have any measurable impact in terms of disruption to that. And in fact, we are engineering it to be complementary to that placement.
Will this move around like sand and come up on our beaches during storms, possibly?
It is sand. It will certainly move like sand. So part of how we're engineering it is to try and keep as much of it in the water as possible. So as Ken has described, sand can have a few goals, sand placement. It can be, to actually build out the beach and then think of it and then sort of sacrificial sand. So this is sand that would be placed in more of a sacrificial placement to help keep the rest of your sand from moving away. So it does move around like sand, and it will be most likely just transported away after a period of time.
Thank you.
Doctor, is this olivine color? Does it have a color?
It has sort of, I can go back to the picture if you'd like. It has a sort of, light grayish greenish color, but again, when it's mixed with the larger native sand, there is no discernible change in color. That's verified with Munsell color testing, and that's actually one of the criteria that is needed to place this material from the regulatory agencies in North Carolina. So this is something that is verified prior to placement.
So it's not likely we're going to end up with a stretch of beach that's green.
No. It is very much one of our objectives to, again, make sure, one, that most of this just stays in the water, that very little of it actually ends up on the beach. Again, more of a sacrificial placement to protect the sand that will be added in August 2022. And yeah.
Doctor, is this your first pilot program or the biggest pilot program?
So we have a pilot project already underway in the Dominican Republic, and we are also probably within a week or two expecting to receive a permit to do a pilot project in New York State. So we've been working with regulators there as well, getting really good feedback. We're at the point now where we got an email from them yesterday just asking for one more documentation with a more explicit timeline of the monitoring program that we're doing, and that once they receive that, they'll be ready to issue the permit. So we're expecting to have that within a few weeks. So this would be the third placement.
You or Ken, do we have any issue with a letter of support?
I don't have any issue with it. It's really y'all. I think in listening to Dr. Andrews and Brian talk about this, especially now that we're not going to be taking truckloads of sand across the beach or anything. It's really not going to be disruptive to our residents, our beach users. And the fact that it's going to be put really in that sacrificial area, we really won't know that it's there other than, Ken and Dr. Andrews will tell us that it's there. But the goal really is to further their research into this, the carbon sequestration property of this olivine sand. So I think it sets Duck up as continuing to be a leader in environmental protection. So it's one of the council's goals. So I don't see any downside to it, Mr. Willson.
Yeah, from a project performance standpoint, Grace mentioned the scale of what's being placed out there. We see changes on a year-to-year basis that show us that much sand is moving around in the system. And so, if you do something offshore of a project, the immediate concern from a performance standpoint would be somehow you're focusing wave energy in one particular place that's going to make sand erode faster, dealing with that long-shore transport. But with the amount of modeling that's going into this, we don't have that, because with the amount of modeling and the relative size of what they're talking about placing out there, it's not a hardened structure that's being placed out there. It's not a big hole that they're digging. It's just a low profile berm of sand that we see movement of that volume on an annual, on a seasonal basis. We don't have concerns.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Ken. Sandy, do you have any objection to a letter of support?
Not at all. I just have one question though.
Go ahead and ask.
You said that it's about a 300 by 600 foot area. How thick would that be dumped out there then?
So the placement will make sort of a pile. So at the highest point in that 300 by 600 foot area, at the highest point immediately after replacement, you'd be looking at a number of feet, from 3 to 5 feet high, tapering down within that placement area to zero. And that would be at the highest point immediately after placement.
Thanks.
Rob, do you have any objection to letter of support?
Not at all.
And then we have a quorum here. We don't need a motion on this or not? Would it help? All right. I'll entertain a motion then.
I make a motion that we, the town of Duck, enter into an agreement for this pilot program to place the, whatever you want to call it.
I think it's just a letter of support.
For the letter of support for this pilot program.
Any discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Dr. Andrews, we've agreed to send you a letter of support. Do you have a preferred format that you'd like to send to the town, or if you can send it to our town manager, Drew, that would help?
Yes, thank you. I will send a template to Drew for you to customize as you see fit. And I just want to say very much thank you to the town council for both inviting me to speak, for hearing us out, and for issuing this letter of support. It is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you very much for supporting the town and presenting to us today, and good luck with the pilot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're actually a few minutes ahead, so let's break until 10:20, and then Jessie Straub will be on for the core. We're on break. We're back in session, and we're now going to get a presentation from Jessie Straub regarding the current work of the field research facility, and in particular, is it Dunex or Dunex?
Dunex.
Dunex. And with that, I'd like to introduce Jessie Straub. Thank you for attending today.
Great. Yes. Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessie Straub, and I am a research oceanographer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Field Research Facility here in Duck. And I'm excited to talk to you all today about the projects that are going on, some of the great work, as well as Dunex. We'll get into depth about that as well. I also want to mention that I am the program manager for the U.S. Coastal Research Program, which directly supported the Dunex effort and supports academic researchers in their understanding of coastal research and science. So I'll talk a little bit more about that today. And then I also want to mention, just so everyone's aware, that the field research facility is located here in Duck, but we are part of a broader lab called ERDIC, the Engineering Research and Development Center, which is actually located in Vicksburg. And the field research facility is part of the Coastal Hydraulics Lab in that facility. So this is a broader, larger research effort going on here at ERDIC. So I'll kind of start with a little bit of an outline today, talking about just the field research facility and an overview of all of the types of research and projects that we offer. It is a very unique facility that has a lot of really interesting equipment. I'll also talk quite a bit about that as well, and provide some of the background and history of where we are and where we're going within the field research facility. And then I'll talk about quite a bit about Dunex, the During Nearshore Event Experiment that has now been wrapping up. It really started in 2019 as a pilot experiment here at the field research facility as this large collaborative community experiment. And we kind of captured a bunch of storm events, and I'll go into context about what all of that meant. As well as providing kind of an understanding of the massive collaboration that went into this effort from other federal government agencies, as well as academic institutions that were partnering together to gather data and information about storms along the coast. So just to provide some background on the FRF, which is, as I mentioned, a very unique place situated here in Duck, North Carolina. So it's an internationally recognized coastal observatory that was established in 1977. And I'll preface that by saying that we have researchers coming from not only the US, but all over the world that are very interested in understanding this uniquely situated laboratory here along the coast. It also has the longest continuous operating record of waves and beach profile data sets in the world, which is really helpful in understanding how our shoreline is changing and understanding types of beach nourishment or other efforts that are going on, how that has changed through time. We have instruments that are constantly recording the changing waves, winds, and tides, as well as currents. And as you know, as I mentioned previously, this really is a premier location for conducting these complex and comprehensive nearshore experiments, because we have a unique situation here where we have an open coastline that has lots of different changing mechanisms that we can study and understand. And kind of a testament to over the 45-year history, we have over 1,000 peer-reviewed journal publications that either are direct from the Army Corps of Engineers Field Research Facility or using the data that we collect there at the facility. So lots of impact across the scientific community. And kind of the iconic piece of the field research facility is this 1,840-foot steel and concrete pier, which is used a lot in the collection and observation and data collection. And we're kind of in the stages now where this pier is kind of reaching the end of its lifetime. So we're kind of thinking about what our next steps are for the FRF and what that's going to look like. So also to provide some kind of more of a history and a context background for the FRF. So as I mentioned, the FRF came about in 1977, but the pier really got completed in 1976. And then that followed by kind of the main office building. And we originally started with a staff of 8 personnel. And I bring up this context to help you understand that the FRF is a very large, growing and expanding facility. And so it's really kind of started and blossomed into this amazing research facility that we have today. And then also previously it was mentioned about the Coastal Research Amphibious Buggy, or the CRAB, and the LARCs that we have as well. And so those are 2 components that are really pivotal in helping us gather data and research along the coastline. And we also have a 120-foot observational tower that was installed and has been used quite a bit as well in the 1980s. And then 1990s, we continued to grow with our mechanic shop, our conference rooms, to be able to accommodate all the work that was going on. In the 2000s, we upgraded our office building. In 2010, we developed a sediment lab so we could directly process data on site. We also had sound side data collection stations installed, additional LARC equipment, trailers and heavy equipment, as well as more offices. And then today we have over 30 staff, which is more than tripling our original size, 5 permanent buildings, lots of equipment used to support the ongoing research. And I'll point out too, the drawing there on the bottom is a drawing of our new office building that is coming online. We're planning hopefully to open that here in the spring here, but we'll offer additional office space for our staff, as well as some additional lab space for the work that we have going on at the field research facility. And then, as I'm sure everyone is aware, that Outer Banks is no stranger to storm impacts. And so these are just some examples of storms that have had particular impact to the FRF. But I want to point out that although these storms are destructive, they offer a really unique opportunity for us to actually gather data and understand what's going on along the coast. So a good example, Hurricane Isabel actually took off our roof and caused quite a bit of damage at our facility, but it was a great opportunity for us to understand how these impacts really can change the coastline and then the rebound of these systems back to their state after these storms. I also want to mention that although these larger storms and hurricanes are really important, we also want to make sure that we're understanding things such as nor'easters and these smaller storms that also have significant impact over time. And so those storms are things that we're also paying quite a bit of attention to and how they're impacting our coastline. And these storm events were a lot of driving understanding of what DuneX was about. So trying to collect data during storm events collectively as a large coastal community and gather as much data as we can about these storms and then collaborate across federal government agencies and academic institutions to understand these storms better. So a little bit more about the FRF, our facility and our equipment. So if you've ever walked by the FRF, you might have seen any of these equipment in the water, on the beach. I'll kind of start out by some of the examples of equipment. On the top left-hand corner is the Crab, which is the Coastal Research Amphibious Buggy. And this is really an essential tool, especially in our WAVES program, that we can develop equipment off of, installing mounts in the nearshore zone and also through our surveying program. So the Crab is a really unique, not many places have seen this around the world. And so a lot of folks like to use this. And then you also have on the bottom left, the lighter amphibious resupply cargo LARC survey system. And so this survey system was designed to allow survey in the water as well as across the shoals and through the surf zone, and uses our RTK GPS system as well as the echo sounder to understand the depth and how things are changing through time. And then you also have on the right corner, our observational tower system. And so this tower has been used through time especially to mount cameras on that system so that we can take continuous pictures and snapshots over time and stitch those together to help us understand how the beach line, but also how the topography and bathymetry along the beach is changing. And then on the bottom right-hand corner is our coastal LiDAR and ranging imaging system, also known as CLARIS. You might have seen this driving up and down the coast. We typically do surveys from Corolla all the way down to Kitty Hawk. So this coastal LiDAR imaging system represents a really significant step in understanding coastal observing techniques. So we can, from this radar system, we're able to collect high resolution data of how the coastline is changing. And this is really helpful pre and post storm. We can drive it right before a storm, gather that data, drive it right after a storm, post storm, and be able to see exactly where and what maybe erosional hotspots are going on or particular areas to focus on. And then lastly, I'll mention the Dune mounted LiDAR tower there on the top. So this is a really interesting, very unique piece of equipment that nobody else in the world has. And it is taking high density point clouds of the ocean and the surface of the ocean, as well as the undeveloped beach to help us understand how the changes in waves and understand the bottom and topography and bathymetry of the beach as well. And so this, in conjunction with other LiDARs that we have on the beach, allow us to continuously scan the beach and understand the changes through time. So I'll talk quite a bit now about some of the FRF research and projects that are going on. So the first kind of bucket of projects that we have are waves. And so we really focus a lot of our research on waves and understanding the continuously measured waves that are occurring. And if you look at this figure right here, you'll see these little dots, and those are representing the locations of our wave buoys that we have along shore, starting at 3 meters depth and then going all the way offshore to 26 meters, approximately 10 miles off the coast. And these are tethered to the bottom. And so when you combine these wave buoys with meteorological data. These data sets allow us to understand the short and long-term trends of the waves and how they transform along the coast. And then beach morphology as well, that's a huge component of a lot of the work that we do. So waves and currents that are interacting with the bottom and sediments that changes the beach and the bathymetry, the bottom of the wave, the bottom of how the shape of the bottom is changing. And so these changes occur rapidly through storms, but also occur seasonally on different timescales. And so we have these survey lines that you can see here in this bottom figure that represent these survey lines that we run monthly. So, or we can also run them frequently during Dunex, who ran in about every 3 days. And these are being surveyed through the lark and the crab to help us understand how the changes in depth are occurring and where some hotspots are, where we can see changes potentially in sandbars or other topics of research for a lot of our researchers at the FRF. And one thing that I want to mention too, that the FRF is prides itself in collaboration. So we not only collaborate with our researchers here within our lab, but also with a lot of other federal agencies and academic institutions. And so a lot of these projects typically have an FRF researcher as well as somebody from another institution on these projects as well. So another important research project that we have is in the remote sensing field. And so remote sensing really allows us to provide continuous beach and nearshore observations over wide resolutions and areas. So an example that we use for that, as I mentioned, come our camera systems that are taking continuous imagery of our shoreline. We also use unmanned aerial systems, so drones. These are becoming a really interesting aspect of remote sensing that coastal communities are using to understand their changing shoreline. Relatively inexpensive. We've developed software that we can actually understand rapidly kind of from these pictures and stacking of the information to be able to pull out changes in topography pre and post storm. And so this really helps us understand and be able to physically quantify the evolution and changes in beaches over time. And then another kind of FRF research topic and project area I'll mention is the coastal model testbed. So the unique ability of us to be able to gather all this in situ data allows us to also compare it to models. So we use a lot of this data in the coastal model testbed to compare it to coastal models in real-time conditions and validate the information that we're understanding from those models. And this is a really cool example of the types of work that some of our researchers are doing at the pier. If you've been to Jeanette's Pier, you might have seen this CoSnap station here, which is really collecting imagery using citizen science to monitor evolution and changes of beaches. And so you place your camera on the mount there, and then you just take a picture and submit it to us. And FRF researchers are monitoring those changes that are happening along the coastline. So we're able to understand using markers along the coastline what's changing over time. And actually these are, one station here is at Jeanette's, but we also have one in Wilmington. There's one in Norfolk as well. So we're able to compare the erosional changes that are occurring over time between different locations. So this is a cool example of a citizen science effort that's underway, not only here, but other areas along the US. So if you're interested in learning more, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to share more information, but definitely if you're at Jeanette's, take a look and send us a picture, that'd be great. So I'll kind of shift gears a little bit now to talk about the U.S. Coastal Research Program, which has funded a lot of the Dunex work that I'll be talking about next. And so the U.S. Coastal Research Program is a national coastal effort to coordinate federal activities, strengthen academic programs, and address coastal community needs. And so this really started in 2014 because we saw growing coastal populations, increased storminess along the coast, as well as aging infrastructure. And simultaneously, we also noticed a decline in U.S. coastal research graduate programs and students coming into the workforce. And so we wanted to be able to leverage limited dollars and try and figure out a way that we could understand the coastline and these changes by also providing funding to these academic institutions. And then we also noticed that there was a need to better communicate coastal hazards to coastal managers and the public as well. So that's a big component of the U.S. Coastal Research Program. So talking a little bit more about Dunex. So Dunex is this multi-agency academic stakeholder collaborative community experiment to study nearshore processes during coastal storms. So Dunex really, the short-term goal of Dunex is really to understand the impacts during the storm. So we deploy equipment into the near shore, we gather all this data, and then we can, as a community, understand the impacts that are happening along the coast. And so these are some examples of some of the pictures from the efforts that have happened. And as I mentioned, the pilot experiment started in 2019, and then we transitioned and shifted. We had a little bit of delay for a year because of COVID, but then 2020, this past fall, was really when we had over 30 researchers here at the FRF directly deploying equipment and collecting data and information. So our long-term goals for DUNEX are to really just improve representation of physical processes and understanding storm dynamics and the impacts that they have along the coast. We want to validate the numerical models that we have with a lot of this really high resolution important data. Identify resources for error for storm processes and prediction. That's an important factor as well. Improving strategies for short-term and long-term coastal resilience, and then developing some effective communication methods for communities impacted by storms. And just to kind of give a brief overview about this research sites, so there were a few different research sites along the Outer Banks. It was mainly held at the USA's Field Research Facility, where we have the ability to accommodate all of the researchers with our support staff and our operations staff that can build pretty specialized equipment. We had different types of beaches and dunes, from the Field Research Facility to the Currituck Sound to Oregon Inland Pea Island. A range of heavily developed and undeveloped areas, beach nourishment areas, inlets, marsh erosion, and overwash areas, potential breaching such as Highway 12. That was another interesting study down on Pea Island. So just to kind of give a little bit overview of DUNEX by the numbers and kind of the impact that this research project has had on our particular communities. So DUNEX has an estimated $20 million in research investments across government, multiple government agencies and non-government organizations. So $20 million invested in this large collaborative research effort. Multiple research sites along the Outer Banks, as I mentioned, about 4 sites that we were able to gather data and information from. Over 30 collaborative diverse DUNEX research teams from all over the US came together for this effort. Over 40 actively participating graduate students in programs along the coast that we're hoping will come into the coastal field and help us advance. Nearly 300 deployed and recover equipment during DUNEX occurred, and we also supported early career and student trainees in this process as well. And then I'll mention as well, we did have some stakeholder engagement components, and that was something that we wanted to make sure was a component of the DUNEX research project. And so we held these DUNEX stakeholder engagement sessions, which were to connect coastal managers directly with DUNEX researchers to discuss coastal management issues. And so the goal of these discussions were to introduce researchers to coastal management challenges that may relate to DUNEX. And I'll point out that some of these challenges may immediately be addressed by some of this DUNEX research, but other challenges might be realized to this, and maybe future funding down the line can address some of those challenges as well. So the virtual stakeholder engagement sessions connected these coastal managers with DUNEX researchers to discuss these management needs. And the 3 topics that we discussed were dune overtopping, soundside erosion, and beach nourishment. And so each of these sessions had opening remarks by coastal managers, and then stakeholders and topics were followed by discussion by the researchers directly with those coastal managers. So trying to connect the researchers and coastal managers together. And then another example of the stakeholder engagement piece was the DUNEX VIP Day, which we hosted at the Field Research Facility here. And this occurred in September 2021 of this past year. And it was hosted by the US Coastal Research Program and the DUNEX Leadership Committee, where we had over 43 leaders from the federal, state, and local organizations, academic researchers, and congressional staff actively engage with DUNEX researchers at our facility to help understand a lot of the coastal research that was going on and some of the issues that folks were trying to address. And I want to point out too that it was interesting, we had congressional staff at the event talk about the importance of communication and communicating this information, not just beyond scientists, but to coastal managers in the community. So I think that's one point that we are trying to do through the USCRP, the US Coastal Research Program, is communicate the information and findings that we have and keep stakeholders engaged throughout that process. And I want to mention too, we did have a DUNEX community outreach event here in Duck. We had a SciArt event with the urgent marvels of coastal science. So one of our DUNEX researchers, Nina Stark from Virginia Tech, got a special science art grant to be able to kind of communicate the value of this research on storms. So we had an aerialist who was basically showing us how crazy storms can be, and Nina Stark there in the middle was able to explain the research and how it related to art and science. So these are some examples of some of the events that we're hoping to continue and use in the future to kind of communicate the importance of this kind of research. And so just to kind of wrap up here to provide a summary, this was a very collaborative event. The DUNEX research is an opportunity to kind of learn from each other and understand research options that are going on, leveraging some of these limited budgets and collaborating. Another big component that I'll mention that I forgot to mention is that all of the data is publicly available data. So anybody can go into our systems and understand, look at the data, download our data, and we're happy to meet with folks and collaborate with folks as needed on those data sets. We also want to improve strategies, as I mentioned, for short and long-term resilience, as well as develop effective communication for those resilience practices. And then just a little bit on kind of our next steps or where we are. I had mentioned that we kind of came to a conclusion about gathering the data and information. So right now, those DUNEX researchers and graduate students are analyzing a lot of that data, and it'll take a few years to kind of understand what's going on and publish those results. And then we're hoping to have continued engagement with stakeholders to kind of talk through these projects and what these researchers really understood from the projects, and potentially have further on stakeholder workshops to discuss this with other agencies, town managers, and folks who would be interested. And then lastly, I'll just kind of point out that this hurricane here on the side is just showing you the collaborative effort that this was, this large community-led experiment of universities, government agencies, local towns, and folks who are invested in this kind of work. And thank you for your time today. I'm happy to chat with you. Have any questions, feel free to email me if you want to chat further. Also, feel free to visit our website. We have lots of additional information in there as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really great to see what's going on in our neighborhood. I've never been out on the pier. One day I'm going to. My kids have been out there, but I'm going to get out there one day. Yeah. But especially now that you say it's about losing its life, and you didn't really touch on exactly what might be happening there. Is that just what's going on with the pier? Yeah,
so the pier is about 45 years old now. And so they're having discussions about what the long-term life of that is going to look like. So you can imagine the environment out there is pretty aggressive, very corrosive. It's a very unique pier that was built. So they're discussing if there's other facets where they can keep the pier, just kind of upgrade this facility that we have already. So that's kind of where they're going, but that is also very expensive. So we're trying to figure out the best path forward in keeping the pier. And it's definitely a very unique facility that offers. I'll mention too, on the end of the pier, we work directly with NOAA. They have their water station there at the end of that pier. And that's actually the most accurate water station along the East coastline. So it's an important facility for us to maintain so that people can understand water level and changes.
Yeah, so it sounds like they really do see a value in it. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how things go. We know it takes a long time to make decisions about property on that piece of land. Sure. I just wanted to ask a couple quick questions. I didn't understand what dune overtopping was, and I didn't know what USACE stood for.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll start. USACE is just U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh,
it's just
okay.
their acronym that they typically use. Yep.
Got it.
So, and you can think of dune overtopping. So you have dune erosion, where you're actually having waves that are coming in and cutting into the dune and maybe causing some scarping. Sure. Dune overtopping is when you're having water actually rushing over a dune. Okay. So similar to what we see on Highway 12. And we also see a lot of overtopping and sand being pushed across Highway 12. So that's a good example of dune overtopping.
And my other question, thank you, that makes sense. And then how long did the data collection for DUNEX go on?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So 2019, we had a pilot of about 5 or 6 researchers that came to our facility. And lots of those folks actually kept their equipment in from 2019 through 2020. So that's a longer term data set that we have. But the folks who actually came in this fall, it ranged from about a few days to collect data to a few months. It just depend on the type of experiment and types of data they were trying to collect. But I would say the majority of folks had at least a few months of data that they're analyzing now based on trying to capture some of those storm events that occurred over the year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Jessie, the FRF used to be open for tours to the public. Are they going to reinstitute that?
Yeah, so the FRF used to be open to the tours for public, and due to issues with security and government agencies and labs, there was some issues with having that, but tours are available to the public. They just have to kind of reach out to the FRF. They used to have the tours just open every Saturday, but I think especially because we're bringing in this new building that has security specifications, as long as people kind of reach out to us at the facility, we are more than happy to kind of give tours for folks.
Who do you find to be the biggest users of your information? I mean, I know obviously you're part of the Army Corps of Engineers, but who are the biggest users?
That's a great question. So actually, a lot of the biggest users for some of our local data that we collect are surfers. So a lot of people want to know what waves are like, what's going on in the community. And so because we have a lot of great data on that locally. But I would say that the biggest users of our data are not only our academic partners and researchers, but other government agencies. So a lot of the data that we're collecting, we are providing to other government agencies to help us either collaborate on projects or to actually take the research to another step and kind of provide additional information that we can't hear at the FRF. So I would say the biggest users besides other federal agencies would be academic institutions, since that data is publicly available. I'll mention too that data from Dunex is going to be used for decades to come. We've had large experiments at the FRF previously, and folks are still using that data today to help validate some of their experiments and understand analysis. So this data isn't just going to be collected and used today, but will be used for centuries to come, which is exciting as well.
Jessie, what's your background and what's your specialty?
Yeah, so I have a background in coastal geomorphology. So I specifically studied in graduate school our understanding of how the coastline is changing. And my interest was not only in understanding the scientific understanding, but also understanding the impacts to the communities. So I also partnered with our planning department. I went to UNC Chapel Hill for graduate school. And the planning department has a really interesting understanding of, a lot of these issues that are happening and partnering planning students with engineers and scientists. And so my background is kind of also in not only the science, but also the impacts to coastal communities of research that are the impacts of storms and climate change and impacts to the research that are occurring along the coastline.
I just had one other question. All of a sudden it escapes me. Oh gosh, I had it right on the tip of my tongue. No, that's nourishment in general. What are the scientists? I mean, is that just another data point for you where you can kind of look north and see a nourished beach and south and see unnourished?
Yes, so that's actually a really good point. So because we have so much high resolution data continuously monitoring, we can see the impacts of the nourishments on our property. And so you can kind of see the sand that's shifting and changing through time, how it might be changing and impacting the offshore bars as well, which is providing sand supply. So we can definitely monitor the impacts of the Nourishment project, at least on our property. But I think it would be interesting to, collaborate and see on a broader scale using a lot of the scientific equipment that we have on how these Nourishment projects impact other communities too.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Are you studying over there the transportation of sand, like from north to south?
Are we what, sorry?
You're studying the transportation of the sand, from
Yeah,
north to south?
So Dr. Nick Cohn, that was mentioned previously, he does a lot with sediment and understanding how it's traveling and where it's going. So he has a really interesting kind of high resolution LiDAR that's pointed right at sand to actually understand different types of sediment and how it's moving. And it's really interesting to kind of see. Right now it's really focused locally, but I would say that kind of work is definitely has a broader scale to understand long-term the changes in sediment and how it's moving. Because that's the big golden question, right? We understand a lot about the waves and we understand a lot about the beach, but this in between, the near shore, how they're interacting, that's kind of a lot of where our questions lie, especially with storms, how that is happening over time.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed from the previous presentation, you're involved with the Project Vesta.
With Project Vesta?
Vesta, yeah.
So I'm not directly involved, but I know that Nick Cohn, one of our researchers, is involved. And we have a lot of other researchers too that are directly involved with a lot of similar projects. And they provide, our researchers not only provide information for the Army Corps of Engineers, but they are also partnering a lot with other agencies who are interested in a lot of the similar projects. So NOAA, for example, that was mentioned, is a really important partner that we work quite a bit with, and as well as Project Vesta to help understand these issues.
Any additional questions, Sandy, Rob? Well, thank you very much. It was very educational and look forward to you opening back up for tours.
Yeah, thanks so much
Thank
for
you, Jessie.
taking the time to come see us. Thank you. That was a really good presentation.
We're running ahead of time, but that's okay. We're gonna, let's go ahead with department updates. And I guess we're gonna start with the police and Chief Ackerman.
Are you bringing it up, Christian? Or?
Thank you, Ken.
Thanks, Ken. Have you met Jessie before?
No.
I haven't either. It's nice to put a name with a face. I thought it was a guy.
She's probably a good person for representing them. That's what I was thinking. Go to people who's like Coach No Jeff.
Yeah.
And then there's one other. Jessie.
Oh, very bottom.
Yeah, that's, I think that's the Jessie. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while, but
No,
All right. Thank you very much, Christian. Glad to be here with you again. As we'll talk about, it's been almost a year to date since we talked about where 2021 was going, and I'm happy to come back and I told you at that time I was going to be really happy to come back and give you some great news. So we're there, and that day is today. So. All right, always start with our mission. It's really at the core of everything we do. And I'm going to be brief today, but I want to run through things fairly quickly and cover a good amount of ground. But I think what I have to talk about today is fairly exciting. But our mission always is to provide the highest level of service that we can, not only to our residents, but our property owners and our visitors as well. And I think that's something that every member of my team takes seriously. And the primary way we do that is through our proactive policing efforts. So we put an emphasis on getting out there and preventing crime before it occurs. So we often hear Duck is such a safe place. Nothing ever happens here. Well, some of that is just the wonderful environment we have, but a lot of that also is the fact that we've got officers out there looking for things before they happen. And addressing them head on. Our officers are absolutely empowered to solve problems, whether they're specific police problems or other town problems. And it's really nice to work in a town where we have collaborative efforts between everybody. So police are not just dealing with police issues. If something's going on out there that we can help address, we do that on a regular basis. I don't think there's anybody that can claim that we're not visible, especially as of late. We're out there on the roads. We've got the staffing. We're in the neighborhoods. We're in the businesses. And that's exactly what we've tried to put together, especially with our uniform fleet that we've done, which was a big goal of ours. We remain engaged in our community, and management is solely focused on success rather than generating numbers. A lot of other departments in the state, as I look at and compare us to other departments and what they do, it seems to be all about numbers, and generating things. That does not equate to results. I'm much more focused on results and ensuring that we're successful in our efforts. And then traffic safety, which I'll talk a little bit about in an oncoming slide here. The outcome, traffic safety, is what's important here. We're not ticket machines. We want to achieve a level of safety, and we've done that through a number of measures that I'll talk about. Towards our proactive policing, I want to point out that 88% of the incidents that we generate are self-initiated by officers. So only a small percentage of our calls comes in through the 911 center. And those aren't just numbers that we grab out of the air. They're actual tangible things that the officers are out there doing, from random house checks to business checks to addressing things that they see in their daily patrols. So I'm actually very proud of that number. So a year ago, I sat here and that was me in the boat. No doubt about it. I had a problem where I had limited staff and I had officers that were on maternity leave or officers that were sick. We were dealing with COVID. We were dealing with training, you name it. And it was impossible to plug the hole. And council, a year later, I'm so happy to report that we are at full staff, 14 officers now. We've added Officer Berry, who's in the room, and Officer Hemmerwright were the last two. I look forward to introducing Officer Berry to you formally at the next regular meeting, but a year has made a huge difference. We've got the 2 new officers hired. We've seen a dramatic reduction in single officer coverage. As soon as Officer Berry's fully out of training, I believe that you'll see on our weekly reports that 14 out of 14 shifts will be covered consistently. Officer safety has gone up exponentially because of that. We have 2 officers out there at all times. It gives them a partner that allows them to have somebody to engage with for safety. They're more comfortable stopping cars. They're more comfortable going to calls because they've got that level of safety now. And of course, our service level has gone up as a result of that. We've absolutely proven what I said was going to happen, because no sooner did we get 14 on staff. I've got one that just announced is going to be having a baby. So it's going to be going out on maternity leave. And at the same time, I've got an officer that needs to have a shoulder surgery with a extensive timeout. So it's seamless. Those 2 new officers will move right into those spots. We'll be able to carry forward with no loss in coverage and no loss of service. So exactly what we put this in place for has been proven. And I really want to thank the council and thank our community for standing up for the safety of the officers and investing in your police department instead of what a lot of folks are doing, which is going the opposite direction. So when we talk about traffic safety, and this has been a topic we've talked about a lot, we really had a renewed focus on it. COVID began to fall off, and it was time to get back to stopping cars, back to ensuring that our traffic safety was in place. So since we put that initiative back in place, we've seen a 62% increase in our traffic enforcement actions from 2020 to 2021. So kind of an interesting graph that shows a couple of things here. One, these are our numbers, 2017 to 2021, so a 5-year period. We look at our warning tickets as compared to uniform citations. As you'll see, we maintained kind of a 1-to-1 ratio back in 2017, and we've really swung the other way now. We're 73% or 71% rather of our traffic enforcement actions are warning tickets now. As I said, our goal is safety. The majority of vehicles that travel our roadway, we know are visitors that may be here for a week. They haven't been here for a year or 2 years. Our goal is to educate them, to understand, we know this is unfamiliar territory, but it's important that they slow down. So I will never take away an officer's discretion to decide what the proper action is. That is solely theirs, but I support exactly what we're doing. And I hope if we can maintain between that 60 and 70% threshold, I believe we're doing exactly what we need to be doing, and we're utilizing all the tools that we have at our disposal to ensure that traffic safety is an important part of what we do. So the next slides are going to talk about what my goals are for this year. We set 6 goals when we start down to begin budget planning and planning for next year. So kind of my process for that is I come up with some rough ideas, then I sit down with my command staff and we flesh them out, talk about what's going to work, what's not going to work. And then I get an opportunity, of course, to sit down with the manager and get his opinion on things. And I think what we've put together for next year is going to be good for the town, excellent for the department. So one of the biggest things that is on my mind these days is the mental health of police officers. It's something that we have failed as a state for many, many years. So as it stands right now, a police officer would have a psychological evaluation their first day on the job, and they wouldn't see another psychological evaluation for 30 years. There's also officers that began on the sheriff's side. We have two training and standards divisions in North Carolina, sheriffs and criminal justice. Sheriff Standards has never required a psychological evaluation for a police officer. So you could have an officer that became a law enforcement officer as a deputy and then transferred over to us, and they will have never had a psychological evaluation in their career. That's not acceptable. Officers need to know that their mental health is absolutely imperative. It's the number one top priority I have, and my officers have to know that it's okay to ask for help if they've got problems. Just to throw a kind of a sobering statistic out at you, and I don't mean to bring us down here, but police officers are killing themselves at a rate of 2.5 times the number that they're being killed in the line of duty by the bad guys. And we've got to turn that around. So to do that, I have a plan to institute annual face-to-face mental health screenings. I see these as a positive thing. This is not a fitness for duty evaluation. This is an opportunity for officers to talk to somebody they trust about what's going on, to maybe get some recommendations of where they need to seek help or things that they can do to better their careers and their lives. Maintaining an open door policy where if somebody needs help, they come in. We can't just put posters on the wall anymore that say, call for help. That's not enough. Peer support network within our department, on-call trusted psychological counselor. I've identified some potential folks. As anybody that lives in this community knows, we've got a huge shortage of mental health professionals. So reaching outside of our area, trying to find somebody with a law enforcement background that officers would trust. And then when we do have critical stress incidents, we'd be able to bring that person in. They'd be on call, ready to go. Ongoing mental health wellness training all throughout the year, and then a career survival speaker series to bring people in to talk to officers about things that no one talks to them about. Nobody talks to them about financial planning and what their retirement might look like in 30 years, or tips for better healthy living, or stress management, things like that. And there's so many people, especially from a retired law enforcement community, that have this expertise and can come in and are willing to come in and talk to younger officers about these things. So it's a first in the region initiative. The legislature, there was several bills that would have pushed annual health screenings. They failed. And I think that's unacceptable. And Duck has always been willing to step up and be the first and do something. So this is really exciting for our department and for the town. One of the second goals we have for this year is to get accredited. For the first time, we have state accreditation. It's coming out of its pilot program now. We're already making plans to begin to meet all the criteria that are outlined there. I'm happy to report that our policy manual is completely finished. That was a huge undertaking. We got through it, very proud of what we have. The system that we're using makes it easy for officers to access that and adhere to it. So that's been a great success. So I think there's going to be some excellent benefits to being accredited, and I hope to be the first in this region that can accomplish it. And we've certainly positioned ourselves to do that. LPR replacement, 5 years ago, we set out to be the first once again and did great things with our LPR system. 5 years later, that technology has changed a lot. One of the biggest challenges that we have using LPR technology is that we cannot operate LPRs in the state right away. So we have to go outside, which we've done. But that creates technological issues to get accurate reads. And unfortunately, we found that our read level is much lower than what we'd like it to be. So we've looked at various vendors that have come out with solutions to deal with this problem. And we believe we've identified one that will make huge gains for us in our ability to see an accuracy level that it meets or exceeds 90%, which is considerably higher than what we have now. Also to have an analytic backbone to it, because that's really where LPR technology is important. It's not the day-to-day monitoring. And then also I'll talk in a few minutes here about the new countywide software system, but we want something that integrates into that so officers don't have to maintain numerous different software platforms at the same time. It would all be integrated into one. We also believe that moving to a subscription-based service will save us significant money over time. It also eliminates us having to have ownership of that equipment and maintain it, insure it, do all those things. So I think it's good. The one advantage we have now that we didn't have 5 years ago is we have time. We've got the vendors giving us trial and evaluations of their systems. So we're going to be able to put them through their paces before we ask to sign a contract. So we'll be able to give them an opportunity to prove what they're telling us they can do before we do it. Another initiative really excited about would be a traffic video camera network. A lot of what we've talked about has been surrounding traffic. This project would utilize the lion's share would come from a local law enforcement block grant that would come around, we expect just October 1st of this year. What we envision is a network of cameras that stretch throughout the entirety of the town. We'd be able to use this for criminal investigations, but more so it would be available to the public. We envision this being live video feeds available on our town website for folks to monitor traffic before they leave the house, see what's going on. I believe it also would give us really powerful data in terms of being able to go back and see with our own eyes. The data points that traffic engineers have talked about are vital, but it doesn't really paint the picture. We'd be able to play this video at high speed and look at a 12-hour period and see where the problems might arise within town. So giving you just a little idea here, if this will pop up for me. Christian, you may have to change the screen. I don't know if we can do that or not. I won't hold your time up for that, but basically it's very seamless. We'd have a section on our website. You'd be able to tap it. Any number of the series of cameras would be direct viewed. Very easy, very user friendly. Our officers would have access to this in their cars. Public would have access via the web as well as apps. Let's see if it. So very similar. That's just an example of one camera at a traffic crossing. It would capture possibly pedestrian traffic as well. But like I said, we envision these at both of our LPR sites. So you'd be able to see traffic coming in and out of town. Right now it's tied to 110 hardwired electricity, but we've got a number of sites throughout town where we can access that. So we've identified at least 5 sites that we'd be able to roll out this year. And then depending on how that went, we can certainly look at additional options down the road. But I think that's going to be an exciting thing for us to be able to display. Okay. Another big project we're going to have is our mobile data terminal replacement project. That's something we do on a 3-year basis. This year, we're looking to expand a little farther, use some of that money to basically eliminate the need for desktop computers in the police department. So that would eliminate the need for 8 desktop computers. That saves from having to replace those computers. It saves for IT having to maintain that and redundant licensing on both laptops and desktop computers. So we'd be able to do that with simple docking station technology. Officer would be able to lift their computer right out of their car, go into the office, lock it into a docking station, do a more lengthy report. But our goal is to keep officers in the community as much as possible. So with the new software coming out, we'd be able to do mobile field reporting, something that we haven't been able to do in a long time. So excited to be able to do that. Radar speed signs, we talked about this yesterday, and I was really excited to know that we're on the same page and we were a bit ahead of what we've been talking about. So we've identified sites in Sanderling for quite a while that need this technology. Radar speed signs probably are our #1 proven public education tool in Duck. And I think we probably use them with our 6 miles. We probably use them more than anybody else in the area does, or in the country for that matter. our road just lends itself to it. So we're going to be putting up a new sign at Seabreeze. DOT gave us approval early this week. That's going to go up hopefully Tuesday is our plan, depending on weather. And then if you'll notice the one at the core that generally, as you come into the village headed south, that one's down. We're moving that one up about 300 yards and we're converting it to solar. So that should go back up within the next 2 weeks. We're looking at a site just past Oyster Catcher. The theory being that we could have this before the first curve and before the first crosswalk, and then putting another one headed northbound. It's about 200 feet past the Welcome to Duck sign. So again, it would alert people before they come to that bomb trail crossing, which can be a difficult one there, and before any crosswalks or curves at Centerling Inn. So something we certainly hope to be able to accomplish with our CIP this year. I know I've talked about the countywide public safety suite before, but it's finally happening. The county signed an agreement with Motorola late last year. The target time frame for that will be to roll it out and launch it of March 1st of 2023. So they're in the build out phase now. It's going to do a lot of amazing things for us. It's providing a whole new records and evidence management system. We'll have mobile field reporting. We'll have a much better CAD system that's going to integrate with our GRS. And actually, when you get a dispatch to a call now, you'll not only get a map, but they'll pull the photo of the house from GIS tax records to show the officer exactly what they're looking for. So when seconds count, that will be vital. It's going to have some amazing analytic and investigative tools within it that we've never had access to. The things that I'm most excited about is being able to actually break down statistics, where our software now is so antiquated, you just can't do much of anything with it. I'll be able to look at things in a way that we've never had an opportunity to do that. It also will integrate Comstat, which has been something we've used for a number of years to help place our resources, but it'll be able to do it in a way that requires a lot less staff work. Personnel performance management, there's going to be productivity modules in there. We'll be able to have basically everything that we maintain in one software platform. So we have as many as 8 different databases to maintain these things. As I mentioned earlier, this is going to integrate our LPR directly into it, and also video as a service would be able to integrate directly into this. So the officers can have one web page open and basically do everything from there. So very excited about it. 2 community pieces. Community would be able to go in and get crime data directly off a public portal. And we'd also have a option for self-reporting. So if somebody has a rental bike, maybe that's gone missing, rather than wait for a police officer to respond, they can go in and file the report online, saving them time, saving us time. Lastly, initiative to expand our career development program. So last year, council funded a career development for police officers, which was a huge success for us. The piece this year would include the 2 sergeants in that. And the primary reasons, what that does is recognizes an officer's commitment to training, commitment to growth and professional development. It's fairly low cost for us to do that this year, but it ensures that we remain at the forefront of career development or career development plans. And also we're in an extremely competitive labor market for law enforcement. Not that it isn't impacting everywhere else, but it allows us to remain competitive and show our folks that we care. So lastly, put a picture up here is a picture I absolutely love. I asked the sergeants to take their officers out and get me some pictures for this. And I didn't give them much direction as to what I wanted to see. And the pictures came back just absolutely put a smile on my face. In fact, I have framed or in the process of framing all these pictures and putting them behind my desk on a shelf because the reason I do what I do is because of them. It's not the other way around. The culture that we have created over the last 24 months here is I say this, it should be the envy of every law enforcement agency. I'll share with you, I had an officer long-term officer that worked elsewhere, several other departments. He came to us. He's got some things going on that we're helping him with. And he called me the other day and he said, Chief, I don't really know how to say this to you, but everywhere I've worked, they didn't give an expletive about me. I feel like I'm family here. You care about me, you've supported me, and that means the world to me. It means the world, it should mean the world to council and to Drew that together we've built this environment. So my message is nothing tangible can ever replace the people that do the job, whether it's the police department, fire department, or anywhere else. And Duck recognizes that. So it's vitally important that I take the last few minutes I have to recognize the folks that I have. And this is our A squad. So we've got Jason Garrett, who we affectionately, or who his squad affectionately calls Big Sarge. So he's got Jeremy Hemmerwright, who came to us from Southern Shores, Officer Barry, who's just joined us from Dare County, Officer Moffray, who's just joined us from Dare County. We won't talk about how Doug feels about that, but Mitch Armstrong and Tim Armstrong, and I'm getting them. They're so close. They're like brothers. I think they should be joined at the hip, but I'm sorry. Mitch Ardinger and Tim Armstrong. So great guys. And then our B squad, who we affectionately call the Night Riders, who are led by Sergeant Joe Knight. We've got Justin Nakan, Kelly Hill, Kyle Kuhar, John Gilreath, movie star, and Jeremy Davis. So just incredible folks. And certainly last but not least, Nicole. She is the forefront of our operation. She is the folks people talk to and see first. And we could not do what we do without Nicole's support. So Nicole means the absolute world to every one of us. And then finally, any questions, comments, or requests?
Chief, I have one. The countywide new software system, was that decided upon between the sheriffs and all the chiefs? And number one, and then number two is, what's the cost to that? Okay.
So where it was born was essentially the software that the county uses for dispatch now is been end of life for about 2 years, and they received notification that the vendor was no longer going to offer any support. So they knew they had to make a change. The sheriff felt that it was well past time that we had a one-stop shop for everybody. Right now we operate everybody independently, and nobody's sharing data like we should. So it really was born out of the sheriff's desire to improve that. And he knew as the sheriff he could do that. So they were able to leverage a huge portion of 911 money to basically build the infrastructure for this. So the sheriff will house all the hardware, and then each town will basically sign an MOU with the county. So what that's done is reduce the cost to the individual agencies. Just to give you an example, for us to go to Motorola and buy a similar system for us would probably be in the $200,000 range. We're going to be able to do this with an initial payment of $79,000. That basically pays for the implementation, the software, the licensing. Going forward from there, it's going to cost a little over $26,000 a year in a maintenance fee. And we'll see where that goes over time. It always tends to go up a little bit. But if we did this on our own, again, it'd be $200,000 at the gate and probably close to $50,000 or $60,000 annually. So overall, we're seeing a huge savings to the town. The system we have in place now has been in place since 2003. It's very basic, very antiquated, and we desperately needed to look at replacement. So while those numbers are not small, I think what we're getting for that is an amazing value return on our investment.
Yeah, it seems like it's a great coordinating tool too, to get everybody kind of on the same platform and sharing data in the similar ways and really kind of tying together the different departments. But I appreciate your presentation and really love the fact that, Duck continues to be a leader in the community. I think when you talk about those warning tickets, for example, I know that even if you get a ticket, it doesn't go to Duck. It goes to the school system or wherever it goes. I know you've told us before. Some good cause, but it's not like we're pocketing. But I do love the fact that those warnings, which can freak somebody out just as much as a ticket when those lights come on, is probably not just helping in Duck on the safety, but in the Outer Banks as a whole, because it's getting people to think, oh gosh, I better not do that anymore while I'm down here visiting, or even if I'm living here. And then I guess the only question I had, I really love the idea of the cameras, because that is just ties into this whole traffic awareness and not going out if you see that it's just bumper to bumper, if you have some options. But you said that the LPR readers were not allowed to be in the right of way. And I do remember you being frustrated about not being able to stick them on a sign somewhere. So are you worried that the cameras will not, if they can't be in the right of way, like how effective will they be?
Well, so DOT only disallows the LPR cameras to be out of the right of way. They don't have any restrictions on video cameras as long as they're not tied to LPR technology. So
is that just a public privacy thing or something? Is that a DOT policy?
It's a DOT policy. There's nothing in the law to back that up, but we've tried to introduce legislation, and Bobby Henning, my dear friend, I know if he was here, he'd be screaming at me because he's not a supporter of LPR technology because of the privacy rights. Now, I would love to have an opportunity with anybody who has concerns to sit down and show them what we actually capture and what we do with it and how long we keep it, because I think our internal policy goes well beyond what the state's requirements are for that data retention. But that aside, we see with the video cameras, we would not necessarily have to put those on the right of way because there's so many focal lengths and options with video that we basically put the camera anywhere and still capture what we need to capture, being able to focus it in. Where LPR technology is, the way it works, it doesn't work as a video. It actually takes a still picture. So it utilizes infrared and some other things to do that. So it's a little bit more challenging to put that out of the right of way and make it work, where video cameras, we don't see any issue. And the sites that we've selected, we really think it's going to be plug and play. We've got a lot of the infrastructure in place as far as the data modems and things. So we're basically just hanging the cameras, using internal labor to do that, saving a lot of money. So I'm confident that what you're going to see with the cameras accomplishes exactly what we're setting out to do.
And then we purchase the cameras. It's not a subscription.
We've got numerous options there to do that. I think the subscription-based model makes a lot of sense these days. I think we would explore every possible option and make sure we were getting the best bang for the buck there.
Thank you.
Hopefully your cameras will work better than DOT's.
I'm confident of it, Mayor.
Jeff, Chief, did you complete all the work that you were doing with the league?
We haven't. And what happened there, when we sought out or began the process, we discovered quickly that to update the policy we had would have taken just double the time. So we instead started from the beginning, made sure we had a sound policy, worked with that to make it fit Duck. Now, what we hope to do is 2 tracks. I'm constantly in touch with the league on policy issues, but as we go down the accreditation track, many of in all honesty, the accreditation requirements were built heavily on what the league already had in place. So we believe that the 2 tracks will go side by side and we'll be able to accomplish both at the same time. So from the league standpoint, we would see a reduction in our premiums by accomplishing that. And then on the accreditation side, we think that really lends itself to a civil liability reduction for the town.
Any other questions for Chief? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Chief Black, you only got 10 minutes now.
Sorry.
This is punishment for last year, I know. Thank you all. I'll report out. I'm going to be very specific today on a couple topics because Drew did give a time frame. Two quick comments to Chief Ackerman's presentation. One, I applaud you on the mental wellness part of it. It's also a fire problem, not as much as a police problem. We do have a therapy couch and a therapy bear at work, and I appreciate and applaud your efforts to that, and probably a combination discussion that we will have going forward. Also, back to the software that the county's getting. That's where Deputy Chief Bachelet is right now for us. He is at the radio meeting to discuss how we're going to do paging and things like that. So fire and EMS are a part of that as well. One advantage, and again, as it dials in, it's a little easier for law enforcement and how they use it. But one advantage going forward, if an address goes out and it's 110 Main Street, within that CAD system, it'll have really important information about law enforcement. So if law enforcement's been there 12 times, we're going to be alerted, that we may need to do something different. So it'll be all collaborative. We'll be able to really hone in on target hazards that we want a larger response for instead of having to ask differently. So there's a lot of opportunities for fire and also EMS. So that's where DC is this morning as well. So that's really good. Not same price tag as it is for law enforcement, but it will also be used with fire.
Great.
So this morning, I'm going to focus on a couple things. Again, I will start with our mission statement as well. We're here to serve the community, protect the community, educate the community, and also make sure we're doing that in an inclusive and safe working environment. So whether that's mental wellness, whether it's physically making sure we've got the right equipment in place so no one gets hurt. And I threw inclusive in there this year for 100 reasons, and one being, and I'll talk a little bit about it today, our fire department personnel makeup has changed drastically in the last 5 years. And we're having to adjust to that change internally. I know I'll talk about it when we get there, what we're doing with our volunteers, what we're going to do with staff, but it's a big change if you look at how much we've grown differently over the last few years. So today I'm going to focus on the people and the people movers, because these are the things that I want you all to understand, and also what are those impacts when you start talking about the budget as we go forward in those planning meetings the next couple of months. So DUC this year, as we all know, July 13th, 1982, will be 40 years. So the fire department has been here with apparatus and people in some way, shape, or form for 40 years, providing service to the community. The fun part of our job is that community engagement, whether we're doing chalk art, which the folks are getting better. I don't know if Betsy's still in here. They're definitely improving their art with the last few opportunities this past summer, whether it's doing our open house or just being here at Town Hall with the engine and having an opportunity to engage our community. That's the fun part. I have a million pictures, and you've seen them in the middle of the night on a fire alarm activation, and the firefighters are giving out hats and doing what they do. But that's the fun part. But again, why we are here is community protection. It could be a car accident. It could be a fire. It could be a small brush fire because someone had a barbecue grill. That's the place I feel probably the most responsibility to you all with budget and with people is to make sure that we're addressing those things. So you'll probably see in a lot of my presentations, I'm always going to go back to this just chain of events that happens. And if I could change a color, I would change the first two to blue or a community color, because that's where I think we really need everybody to engage. If you recognize something, call 911, whether it's for medical, fire, law enforcement, suspicious. The earlier we know about it, the earlier we can mitigate it across public safety. Calling 911 starts the process. That's when the timer starts. Dispatch, they're making improvements. These improvements are going to be huge in how they dispatch and also the information they can retain. I think that's going to be really helpful. And then you get to our red blocks, okay? Getting there timely, being able to be trained with the proper personnel and equipment to initiate action, to get it under control. That is our ultimate goal across public safety. So within fire, just quickly, the organizational chart for just that part. Obviously, we're part of a bigger organizational chart that takes like 2 pages now for, I think, Drew to report out on. But you have your chief, your deputy chief. We have our 3 shifts. We have part-timers and we have the volunteers. And you've heard all this before, so I don't want to spend a lot of time right here, but I will break it out just a little bit. Career staffing, so everyone understands. And thank you last year for filling all these blocks. You saw these blocks, and we are now full at full staffing. So we have 3 shifts. They come in at 7:30 in the morning, they leave at 7:30 the next morning. They're with us for a 24-hour period. We have 3 different ones. So every third day, it goes back to A shift, back to B shift, back to C shift. So I used first names here and not last names because there's people tied to these. They have families. They give up 24 hours at a time to be in Duck to protect us. So your A shift, you can see Captain Jeffrey, Engineer Matt, Master Firefighter Anthony, Firefighter Aaron. Yeah, B shift, Captain Jake, Master Firefighter Cameron, Firefighter Christian, Firefighter Greg, Captain Jared, Engineer Brandon, Firefighter Jose, and Firefighter Dave. And then with that, you get a chief on call. Either I'm on call or Deputy Chief Bachelet's on call. Our minimum staffing, right-hand corner, is 3. So no matter what, there's 3 on 24/7. If we can't maintain 3 with A shift, B shift, or C shift, there's mandatory holdover. So that never changes. We make sure there's a driver, an officer, and a firefighter 24/7. Most days, we're going to have 4, and I'll explain how that will happen. 1, they're all scheduled with no training, vacation, injury, sick, etc. And if not, I'll show you on the next slide. We use our volunteer and part-time if needed. So we won't just fill the 4 with part-time. We have a limited budget. We use the part-time to fill those crucial positions that are usually officer positions or special situations. If we need to bring someone in, sometimes they can pick up that mandatory holdover. Someone calls out sick at the last minute, a part-timer can fill that. So I'll go to the right. If you're a part-timer at the town of Duck, you have to be certified, firefighter 1 and 2, EMT. It provides career coverage for us and it's as needed. So we use that sparingly because also we have a budget to that. Our volunteers, they're going to respond to the pager. So they're on when they can be on, whether they're sitting at home eating dinner or if they want to do standbys. Majority of our firefighters are support, so they're not going to be running into the burning building, but they can drive. I'll give you an example on Saturday. Saturday's truck checks. We had a firefighter, we had 3 on duty. We had truck checks, so our volunteers were there. One of our firefighters had a minor injury, had to go get checked out. Bob Mack was there. He's a driver for us. Bob stayed. I came in until we could get someone else in to cover that. So volunteers are important to that. And last year, 1,378 hours were standby time for volunteers. So we're utilizing them as part of this model still. That doesn't go away. But that's how we are still a combination department. So we have our volunteers, we have the staff that's always there, and then we use our part-time as needed. I promised you 2 graphs. I got 3, Mayor. Sorry, I counted wrong. So I show this graph, and again, it's just trending data. But we'll start with the orange line. If you look back in 2002 when the town incorporated, we had 36 volunteers in town. And then as you come across, you look to 2021, the end of last year, we had 15 volunteers. What are the differences with those volunteers? In 2002, 36, most of them were suppression. Okay, and you've heard this, that's why we're in the model we're in. And that's the difference, is over time, we've just lost that firefighter capability for 1,000 reasons. If you look at the red line, that's when we've added career staff. The purple line is part-time. If you look at 2002 to 2007, what changed? We started getting that population or that call volume increase as well. So that was going to change our volunteer response, because I always feel bad when I put this up and say, well, way back when we had 36 people on the fire department. Well, if you add part-time, you add full-time, and you add volunteers, we're almost to that number. So we haven't really changed our bottom line number. It's just how now we have to operate to fulfill the mission. And so it's different. 36 people weren't available all the time, right? Now I can consistently tell you 3 to 4 are available no matter what. So sometimes I look at that and I think it's bad. It's not really bad. It's just different. It's just where we are in 2021 going into 2022. But back to my continuum of from acknowledgement to mitigation, this matters. So this is just the data, the trending data of Engine 111, which is our first out piece. Our 2021 average response time was 5.07 minutes, okay? I'm not going to come to you next year and say it's 4.86. That's not the point of this graph. But you can see the difference of putting staffing in the building 24/7 and our ability to get out and respond. I'd be happy if it stayed here. We still have to drive. We have to get through traffic. Lowering that number is no longer a goal because that means we're probably not driving safely. So I think we're in the range now. We have people there. We're not waiting for drivers. And I'm glad to see that trend down from 2016. So this graph again, because, I'm like, I want more suppression firefighters that are volunteers in the town of Duck, and that is a goal. And I'll show you some pictures in a few minutes. But the reality is still to this day, we have suppression volunteer firefighters that are doing standby, but physically don't live within the confines of Duck. And that's how we got to that model. And you can see where it started to change. And that's the last of my graphs. You're welcome, Mayor. So let's talk about personnel. Now we're at this new model. We have 14 career staff in the building, and we've never had that. Chief Ackerman's, his model and how he's been able to look at career development is normal because all of his staff has always been paid. Now we're actually having to step back and look at our personnel as a whole. And I use these 3 blocks. What I want to do going forward with professional development is promote continuous learning across the spectrum, whether you're volunteer or career. We need to be more specific now with what our career folks are doing. We have local, regional, state, and national training opportunities. I can send anyone, volunteer or career, to the National Fire Academy for the cost of getting there and the meal ticket. They pick up the class, they pick up the lodging, they pick up everything as an example. Our career staffing, we have to give them a clear path to their advancement and incentives. Chief Ackerman and I will both be, actually the entire town, we're not going to have room for advancement where we can have 10 chiefs and 10 sergeants and things like that. We're a defined group. So how do we incentivize across a pay plan? So if I'll use Cameron as an example. He's a master firefighter. For him to get captain, it's going to take a while. Someone's probably going to have to leave or we have a change. But what can we do within his classification to encourage him to get advanced learning, motivate him, keep him here? And what does that look like? So back to that, again, that career development path for career staffing. And then the volunteer staffing. One thing we're doing right now is Deputy Chief Bachelet is sitting one-on-one with all the volunteers. I will probably sit in on some of those to do a more focused look at what our volunteers want to do, where they are, and where they want to get. Because we do need to look at that now because it's changed. They can't just come in and ride without a plan. We need to say, hey, when are you coming in so we can schedule you on the engine and do things like that. So we're really going to spend some time here this year to look at that. I feel a great responsibility as the chief to take our 3 new hires that have the basic training. They have their certificate for a firefighter, they have their certificate for EMT. Where do we take them now? I feel the same responsibility when you talk about the captains. Captain Del Monte, his role's changed. All of a sudden, he has a full crew there every day. He has some of my responsibility to supervise that once was just my responsibility with a smaller crew. And ultimately, how do we work with our career staff if they want to be in those chief positions over time? Our best compliment would be, do they move on to bigger, better things later in life, right? And then we bring in the next round. So we're going to put a lot of effort there this year. Drew will see a little bit in our budget just with the career advancement piece. It's not a lot of money, but again, to just incentivize. If I send a Cameron to go get fire inspector, what does he get for that? So we'll look at that. And part of it's just the planning over the next few years. Everyone's going to sit down and have a plan of how they progress within their pay plan, not just about money, but about advancing their career and keeping them motivated. And the same goes, and I've kind of already mentioned this, when we talk about the volunteers, right? Do they want to drive? Do they just want to be support? Or ideally in our world, I would like a few more that want to wear an air pack. They want to help us on suppression activities, which we'll talk about why in a minute. So I'll pause there if you have any questions about personnel and where we're going, because it's actually changed a lot more. I knew it was coming, but I know that everyone else is seeing that now. So we're trying to really drill in on a little more individual guidance as to where they go with us going forward.
I'll just mention, I think it's, I'm hearing it from both chiefs that the human resources are really what we want to focus on and value and develop and encourage. I guess the only question I have is, did you adjust your personnel manual as well? Or did you feel like it was fine as was.
Yes, no, absolutely, total change. We're actually using the same company. I'm not sure who told who about Lexipol, and we're in process. So we've done all our policy side. We're working our procedure side. And again, in the interest of our time crunch, I'll probably take one of the evening meetings to talk about where we are with there. Absolutely, we've redone our policies as well. Not so much operational SOG, how to put water on the fire, but making sure all our policies meet all risk management, all the state laws, federal laws, and everything. Yes. And that part is done. We're still doing revamping the SOG procedure part. Thank you. Okay. All right, next. I really wish Joe Hurd needed a really large piece of equipment with wheels and all kinds of really expensive toys on it so that you could be in the battle that Chief and I always have because we need expensive stuff. We need to talk about the engine 11 replacement, and we're going to just get it out there because as you go into discussions with the budget. So engine 11 replacement, we have two engines, and I'll talk more about why we have two in a minute. On the right with the green check is our 2005 Pierce engine. It was designed and built to function in 2005. 2014 is our newer engine, and that was built and designed in 2004 when we were creeping up on this new model of deployment and how we operate. So if you look, and you don't have to know anything about fire trucks, but if you look at the right, you can see how long it is. You can see how tall it is. You can see how big it is. In the middle of the engine, you can see that we have to climb up to actually operate the pump. So if we want to pump water, someone's got to climb up there and do that. I can tell you why we did that in 2005, because probably who was ever up there was command. Was having to do like three things, wanted to be able to see everything, and was having to pull levers. Not a good practice, by the way, in 2022. So it's larger, it's bigger, it's almost 20 years old, and as I've mentioned before, we have some pump problems. So that's why we're here. My job for you all is I don't want to come to you and say all of our stuff's broke because we didn't keep it up or we didn't do something. Do they both look shiny and new? Yeah, they better. They better look painted pretty and everything because we clean them all the time. We have to maintain them, but it doesn't mean internally that we have to make sure that they're in good working order. So originally I came to you and said, probably truck 11's on the radar. Truck 11's a 2002. We're actually having less issues with truck 11, and it's not as important as an engine. And I'll get to that in a minute. Fire risk. Well, we have an issue here in Duck and on the Outer Banks and a lot of other places. You know, at the end of the day, we are here to protect you from fire. And it could be a smaller house fire on the bottom right. It could be a fully involved fire on the top right, or it could be the left there, which was a fully involved one of, I think, 3. So what we have to do on all these, what we have to do in Duck, because I can't change geography, we've got help coming, but I can't change how quick they get here. We have wind, we have a fragile environment, we have our own built environment, how we build these houses with open floor plans and wood. All those are risks for us. And we have a visitor population that comes here and doesn't think about having to get out during a fire. These are all the things I'm thinking. The best defense we have on fire is deploying water quickly, reliably, and with the group we have. And that's where we focus all of our operational attention on. And to do that, I need engines. I need water on engines and the ability to hook into hydrants, because that first in approach may be just dumping the tank, right? So why 2 engines? Let's go to the left. Operational considerations. We need a reserve. If you take your vehicle in for an oil change, you don't have a vehicle unless they give you a loaner. We have the same issue, and I'll get to fleet maintenance in a minute. It's the reserve piece to engine 111. Something happens with engine 111, even if it's routine maintenance, I then don't have a vehicle that can back up and be the first out to put out a fire. It's the front line for second calls. And so if our career crew's on one call and we get another call, we need to be able to deploy. A great example of this is when we get really bad thunder and lightning storms, we get multiple lightning strikes, or if we just get a really bad call and we need more than 1 engine on scene. For mutual aid, we all need each other's mutual aid. And I'll tell you, and I'll report back in a later meeting, March 8th, the northern beaches on Tuesday night are going to the old Pamlico Jacks, and we are doing a North Beach training with all departments. It would be ideal if we can get an engine down there with our crew. If not, we will deploy with a pickup truck. I'll get to that in a minute. And engine 111, quite frankly, is almost 20-year-old. It's having pump problems. Pump problems is the problem, right? Because I need it to pump the water to the fire. So this is why we alternated where we wanted to go and put engine 111 first. It's not designed to meet our current deployment. It's a pain to drive. It's huge. It's big. It's hard to get around. It has terrible turning radius, and it doesn't meet our current deployment model with staffing. The other piece is our ISO requirements. Just so you all know, our ISO inspections April 4th, and I'll save that for a different meeting on what that means. I've reported out before, but I'll do it again. But for ISO, we have to have 2 engines, a ladder truck, and all the associated equipment that goes on it. Certain number of hoses, certain number of equipment. So we're going to always need 2 engines. Just when do we get them? When do we get new ones? So let me talk about one other key piece when we start talking about this is the fleet maintenance challenges. There's no fire truck fixer down here. There's no big repair service center. CEDOS is very helpful. We use them. They will tow it once in a while. They can troubleshoot, but we are all challenged down here in that we don't have a place to take it. We're not big enough where we just have people that were hired to work on the fire trucks. Not all of our repairs can be done in-house. I'll show you a picture in a few minutes. It requires specialized tools and training, especially in 2022, when you're talking about a lot of electronics. What we do have is 2 pretty talented guys on C shift, and that's Jared Smith and Brandon Boyd. The 2 of them have a fair amount of vehicle knowledge. They've worked on vehicles before, so they are go-tos. They're in charge of our fleet maintenance. They do a lot of work, a lot of communications off shift to make sure we get things staying in order. If there is in-house repairs they can do, it usually happens on that shift unless we need to call one in to keep it in service. But our local service center for fire trucks is 2.5 hours away, either Yorktown or Rocky Mount. So that's part of when we look at what do we need to get and how do we go forward getting new stuff? Where does that work to make it more efficient for us and for you all? Right now, all 3 of our vehicles need to go out for service at Yorktown. So an efficiency piece is they came down, picked up engine, what's back now? Engine 111, engine 11. They did that first. 111's there now. No, truck 11. Truck 11 went out. They drove it back, took engine 111. When that's done, they're going to drive it back, and then they're going to take engine 11. So right now, we're rotating without us having to use staffing to get it there. They're working with us to get all our silly repairs done all right now before we hit the season. And that's all done in Yorktown. So when I come to you saying we need to talk about getting a new engine, I'm also going to say Duck Fire would like to stay with the same manufacturer for these reasons. And we have Pierce. So when I was first hired as chief, we had 3 different brand of apparatus. And we can argue, yes, the same pump can go in any brand apparatus, and the same lights can go on every apparatus. Absolutely can do that. But what Pierce does for us through Atlantic Emergency Services, which is our service provider, is we have 20+ years of loyal and responsive service now. We've been satisfied with truck 11. We have an established relationship. We can call them. I can call the owner of the company right now on my phone if we need something. They have a level of confidence with us, with our ability to do fleet maintenance, that we can troubleshoot and say, hey, this is going on. And if it's a repair they think we can do, that they're willing to send the part and let us help. We've had minimal issues. We've had a time when we were down an engine and they gave us one. They gave us a loaner. And it's a known level of quality. So I can go shop, absolutely can go shop. I don't think we'll see a great difference in price, but I can't put a price tag on the loyal and responsive service. No company's perfect, no service center's perfect. We've had our issues and we've worked through them, but they have been consistent to help us. And that's the hardest part. The one thing I can't predict for you all is our fleet maintenance budget. I do a pretty good job, but that is a moving target because there's a lot of stuff. So this picture, if you look at it here, is our pump panel on truck 11. It's a computer game. We can't fix that in-house at all. So that is an example. Not everything is that computerized, but those little modules that are down on the right, the 2 screens, that's on everything now. So it doesn't matter. So that's part of our challenge with the fleet maintenance piece. So this is where we are and the things I want you to consider, because obviously I know it's a big purchase. I want to answer any questions town manager has and you all have. I'd like to continue with Pierce when we do this planning of getting the new engine. I can tell you the initial information confirms a $750,000 price, which is what is in the CIP. And I have a letter from Pierce from 48 hours ago. I will tell you right now, if you said, yay, Donna, you can have a new engine. If we signed right now, it's 18 to 20 months delivery. Again, that supply chain issue. There will be a significant increase in the next few months, which we can talk about away from here. There's savings if there's 100% prepayment. So even if we agree to pay and finance it right away, there would be some savings there. And the key is if we can do trade-in with engine 11 or sell it before the 20-year mark, that's going to be our greatest savings. And so we want to keep that. So in this scenario, if we were to stay with Pierce, I believe we could stay in the 750 range. They would actually give us credit towards engine 11 and let us keep it to the day we exchanged. So we wouldn't be down an engine at any point. So I throw this all at you again in a short presentation, and we can talk more, but these are things we need to be thinking about. The supply chain issue, 2 more years on the engine would be scary. And we're already going to be almost at 2 years just with their build out time. That's not going to change with any manufacturer. So that's some things to consider. I have one more slide, but you want to take questions?
I'm talking about the engine. What is our yearly maintenance cost to keep the engine up and running?
I didn't bring that. I can totally get that too. So I'll tell you, we and I want to thank Nicole. I was waiting till the end. When we put anything in, everything is broken out by engine. I could get you the exact price we put on repairs and maintenances for engine 11. If you wait a week, I can give you some really good numbers. So we can break it down. When we came in to replace engine 111, I could show you how much those costs go up. I probably budget between $20,000 and $25,000 a year for fleet maintenance. That's everything from oil changes to occasionally new tires. That's a big purchase. And we just do the regular stuff till the last quarter. And then we might look at tires just because that's what gets expensive. And I can't predict what's going to break. Yeah, but 20 to 25,000 is what's budgeted for fleet maintenance right now, which is actually pretty low.
Donna, what's the trade-in value of engine 11? Approximately.
Very sad. He said he had to get pictures, but we're looking under 100,000. So could we get a little more on the open market? Yeah, but we'd want to do that right now, and then we'd be down an engine. So there are some advantages to that. And again, that's preliminary numbers. I hope after this conversation, I at least get direction to talk more, sit down with Drew about this, but I'm giving you what I have. So
does the state ever have grant programs on engines?
So there's contract pricing, which you're familiar with Chief Ackerman. We can do contract pricing and he would do that. I already talked to him about that. There's grants out there. This is the difficulty with grants. And we've had this discussion even with previous management. We are a small town with a small call volume and a pretty good revenue base. It gets hard for duck fire to get through the something for an engine, to get through the layers. Having sat on the other side as a peer reviewer, the criteria is tough to get the big grants. It's a little different than law enforcement.
And you never see a reason why we should have 3 engines in a truck?
I wouldn't recommend it. No. Yeah, I mean, sure, I'm a firefighter and we like our toys, but no, not for duck. I don't think, one, that's another maintenance item that, that we're going to have to maintain. We have a really good relationship with Southern Shores. They have a couple Pierce. We've had a couple times where we've been down at least for a few hours. They can bring up their Pierce. We've used it before. I think there's a better way to manage if we need a spare, including Atlantic and their ability to bring us a loaner, because we've done that. So
Donna, this has not been on the CIP previously. You've had the ladder truck on the CIP all along, and so this is a change in prioritizing, as I understand it.
Yes.
What would help me is another review, and you can send it to me on an email of the equipment and all the ages, because I was taking my notes and I'm not sure I understand how old truck 11 is anymore. I thought it was 2014 from your first slide, but then I heard you say it was 2020.
Truck 11, I'll
22.
do it quickly, but I can send you that. Truck 11 is 2002.
Okay.
The one we want to replace is 2005. That's
Right.
engine 11.
That's
and then
engine 11.
Engine 111 is 2014. Yes.
Oh, that's 20. Okay.
Yeah. I can tell you a new ladder truck.
That's fine.
I'm just the messenger is about 1.5 million to 1.7 million dollars. And I'm not prepared to come to you with that, as I'm sure you don't want me to either. Yeah.
And that's, what do you call that ladder truck?
Truck 11.
Truck 11.
And that's 2002. Right. That's what I mean. I get a little mixed up with all the ones and the 11s and I,
Sure. 2002. We're at 20 years. Mhm.
so we're talking about engine 11 from
Yes.
2005.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay. And then who was born in 2014?
Engine 111.
Oh, that's where I missed a one. Okay. That's where I was. Okay. Engine 111 is
Yes.
2014. Thank you.
Well, we have about 2 more payments on that, 3 more payments. It was a 10-year, wasn't it?
Yes. I think there's 2 after this year. So when you look at, again, and I throw this out because it's for discussion, I'm not expecting any answers by any means. When you look at if we sign and get delivered, we can go that route and not pay till it's delivered. So it's going to fit not having a double payment. At some point, we're going to have to talk about truck 11. I don't think it's in the near future, but we need 2 engines with water for me to safely look at you all and say, I want to protect duck from fire. We can deal with the ladder at another time.
When you say water too, didn't we put foam in the 14?
Yeah, both of them have foam capabilities, Class A. Again, we still need to put water on the fire. Foam isn't necessarily used as an initial attack strategy unless it's a brush fire, but we need big water. We need water fast. And if you look at our last 2 fires, actually same house design, we had fast water that it didn't spread beyond that house. They were fully involved on arrival. We train to hit it quick with water.
Okay.
And that's why the truck doesn't carry water. We need to be able to pull a line and hit a lever right away. Then we can hook the hydrants. So.
I'm good on all the dates, although I wouldn't mind that list, including all of your other vehicles.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely. That's easy. Again, we got shortened today, so I was trying to be quick. And I'll throw up one other slide. And again, you kind of hit it a little earlier, but I just want to talk about public safety building. I know I appreciate the support. You guys still have it in your planning. We know it's a big price tag. We know the delay is not coming from our end for discussions. And I just want to update you because it will impact budget when Drew talks tomorrow. We are requesting some needed repairs and maintenance. We have been limping along on the roof, and we can talk more tomorrow in the interest of time, and painting again because we have exposed wood and things like that. We are desperately in need, and this is just food for thought as we go forward, of productive workspace for public safety personnel. That's police and fire. I was talking to Chief Ackerman and Lieutenant Clark. You could put all the office space for police and fire in this room and there'd still be space left over. For now, what is 28 career staff plus volunteers plus poor Nicole sitting in her space. So when you look at that, I mean, look at this room and that's all we have for fire and police operations. So that's really our constraint. We don't need to be fancy, but we do have a workspace limitation. So I just bring that to your attention. Again, we don't meet building codes. We built it in 1982 by volunteers when we weren't having people sleep there or operate there 24/7. And then if the project is significantly delayed, it is what it is. It's been delayed for years now. I do hope we can have at some point some short-term solution discussions to creating space, operational space for both of us, whatever that looks like. We can be creative. But even if they said yes right now and you had all the money in the world, it's going to be a couple of years. And if we're a couple of years more than that, we're going to have a different creative discussion. I just keep that in the back of your mind. So, and with that,
Are you still in communication with EMS to prepare for the same kind of things that we did last summer?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes. That'll be an ongoing thing. That's just a given now. Matter of fact, I talked to Chief Collins last week. So we will still house an ambulance on Saturdays and Sundays and then as needed. Yes.
Two things, Don. I think the public safety building's been on our radar now. I mean, obviously, we're all anxious to to move forward with something there.
Mhm.
Obviously, the Corps has slowed us down significantly.
Yeah.
So we know the bottleneck there.
Yeah, and as do we. We know it's not coming from here. It's getting challenging every day. And then, I feel bad going to Drew about a roof and things like that, because I hate for us to dump money into something that we may not have long-term, but we also need to prevent water and other things. We have to maintain what we have, back to even the
If
vehicles.
we get to
so.
that point, there may be grants available also for public safety, correct? I mean, there were possibly.
So I know in Biden's original infrastructure bill, there was money there to rebuild and renovate and start new fire departments, but I think it got pulled. But that's unfortunate, because there was actually a fair amount of money, and some was designated to career, combination, and volunteer. So I think that was where we really had a shot. But I know that got knocked down. But
Also, I learned the other day, I believe the county is going to redo
The dogwood.
East Dogwood.
yes, they're working with Chief Limbacher on that. But yes, they're going to redo that station, which is going to be helpful for us as far as, I think that'll maintain to there and improve their conditions.
Yeah.
They actually like coming up to Duck on the weekends. They're like, this is better, just because it's pretty run down. So.
With all the changes we've had in the last few years with our personnel development, what are we doing to look at the original plan that we came up with for with the architects on the public safety building?
So I know he's reached out to me because Chief Andrew are new, like, oh, well, whenever you want to go. I remember nothing was built. It was just, they did the great study piece about what we needed. And then they did some conceptual drawings. It is just, there's nothing in stone by any means.
Still just concepts.
Just totally conceptual. And with a new manager, a new police chief, our staffing now solidified is what it looks like. Absolutely going to have to not go back to the entire drawing board, but
reevaluate.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I think he would even say he would make some different decisions for us now. He's paying attention.
Things have changed. I mean, that plan has got to be 5 years old, I think. I don't know, time flies.
It is probably about 5 years old. And I just, again, a picture tells 1,000 words, if you will. This is Aaron, one of our new hires. And this is a training and an acquired structure that we like. When Sandy can make that happen. And there's another one coming up shortly for police and fire. But look what she's carrying and what I ask for in CIP. Okay, first of all, she got there on a people mover. So she got there on an engine, but she's wearing an air pack. She's carrying hose, and she's in SCBA with a nozzle and a radio. Other than holding the tick, she's carrying everything we ask for every year. And that's just a training. So when I ask for things, this is what I'm talking about. It was a great example of putting it all together in one picture about what we need and why it costs what it does and things like that. So thank you. I do want to shout out to, we got a couple board members here. Nicole's here, and Nicole's doing a great job for us. Again, she's got the tough job of serving two masters and in a space that we annoy her with every day, like, hey, Nicole, what's going on? So I just want to shout out to her for the work she's doing for us and for the board supporting the mission and being here. Two of them are here. And that's all I have, unless you have questions.
Good to see you guys.
Sorry, I went over too. I tried.
Thank you, Chief. We're now going to break for lunch until 12:45.
Okay.
Never. We're back in session on the retreat and a little change in the schedule. Fortunately, we've been joined by Bob Woodard, the chairman of the Dare County Board of Commissioners. I'd like to ask Bob to come on up here and join me at the front table and give us a little bit of an update on the county and certainly answer any questions anyone has. So welcome, Bob.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Seems I got my dates mixed up. Let me apologize to the board. I guess I was supposed to be here yesterday, but last week or so has been pretty difficult on myself and my family. I lost my mother, and so I'm just wondering if my thought process is all together. So
we're very sorry to hear that too, Bob.
Yeah, so y'all bear with me. Thank you all for letting me be here. Mayor asked me to come and talk to you about what's happening in Dare. And I don't probably just repeating myself. You guys certainly are aware of what's going on, but I thought I'd just cover the top 10 issues that we're dealing with right now in Dare County. Y'all all are aware of the fact that COA is getting ready to come online in Manteo. I serve as a trustee on the COA board. I started working on this about 4 years ago when Paul O'Neill was chair of Currituck. And they wanted to build a new campus in Manteo. And I told Paul, I said, Paul, we're not in the mindset to do that unless we can get our kids in Dare County to be able to get an education in Dare County. I don't like the fact that our students, 17, 18-year-old student having to drive from Dare to COA in Elizabeth City to take classes late in the afternoon, evening, especially in the wintertime. I don't have to tell y'all when you make that turn after Barco and make that left-hand turn and going down the Canal Bank. I just didn't see it. I said, now, if you can promise us that we can get the curriculum, we'll entertain it. So working with that board and sitting on that board, I lobbied the rest of the board and they said that they would support that. So that's why we are building an $18 million facility in Manteo. And if you haven't been by there, go. It's phenomenal. Especially in the evening when it's lit up and you see the nice College of the Albemarle sign out there. It's just going to be phenomenal. And they say if you build it, they'll come. I think I believe in fact of that because the numbers reflect it of the number of students that are rolling. To date, just in 2 years, we have signed up about 161 Dare students attending COA, and we've spent over $150,000 in the Dare Guarantee Scholarship. And that's for the trades as well as an associate's degree. Then we have the dual enrollment program. We're turning the Twyford property. You might be aware of the Twyford property. We're turning all of that into dual enrollment. And we're looking to hopefully grow that to 250 to 300 students doing dual enrollment. So a lot of things are happening with COA. Just really, really excited about it. We just dedicated an electrical trades program over there. We also have the welding program. We're going to be doing some, the home builders, we're working very, very closely with them. We need all the trades and a lot of the kids coming out of school, high school that don't want a 4-year education are enrolling. So that's going to increase too. And we're paying that tuition for them as well if they apply to it. So stay tuned. The dedication is going to be April the 8th. I talked to President Bagwell this week. I had a meeting with him that hopefully we'll be able to, originally we're not going to start classes until the fall, but I believe we'll be able to start some summer classes over there because we're going to have this dedication on April the 8th at 2 p.m. So please stay tuned and we'd love to have you attend. Great, just going to be a great afternoon to cut the ribbon over there. Number two, Health and Human Services. I'm not sure if you're aware, we did major renovations in Manio and that. It was just so, the buildings date back to the 60s. You guys are aware of that, especially with EMS. I'll talk about that in a minute. You know, it's time to redo some facilities throughout the entire county, but we had to merge that together. We've done major renovations over there, and that dedication will take place in May. It's complete, May 24 at 4 p.m. But it makes it so much easier for our residents in there to come to that one facility, one area there. You go to the desk, and depending on if you need health issues or if you need social services issues, they'll direct you to whatever entrance there. Just makes it a lot easier on everybody. So it's a really, really nice facility. I talked to you about the DARE Guarantee Scholarship. That was the third item. We've set aside, in addition to building that COA facility, $250,000 a year for our graduating students. DARE graduates approximately 400 kids each year from First Flight to Manio to Hatteras. So we're getting, believe it or not, almost 50% of them signing up for COA. And I know if my kids are grown and adults and have their own kids, but I can tell you right now, if I was a parent today and I could get my child a free 2-year associate's degree or trade, I mean, that's quite a bit of savings. And then COA is certainly helping them to go to a 4-year institution after that to help them get. And we've got matriculation, am I saying that right? Agreements. Say that again. Matriculating. That word messes me up all the time. But we have agreements with a number of colleges in North Carolina that our kids can go right in. You see that all the time with TCC. You see the chancellor of Tech and Old Dominion and University of Virginia welcoming those students that graduate from TCC, and we've got the same opportunity here in DARE for our kids that graduate to go to 4-year institutions in North Carolina. Beach Nourishment, you guys are aware of what's happening there. We've got another project coming this summer for Kill Level Hills, Kitty Hawk, Duck, Southern Shores. That's $34 million. We've got the Southern Beaches, Avon and Buxton. That's a $30 million project. So to date, if you add all those projects together, we from the 100 million we've spent in prior years, and you add this, and you look at Nags Head, they're not going to need monies from the county this go round on the maintenance. Maintenance projects are also going to happen this summer. So we got a lot going on this summer. That's 14 million. You add all that up, that's in the number of years that we've started this and done this, that's in excess of $180 million we've spent on nourishment. But I believe it's paid off.
Oh, yeah,
I would certainly have to say it's paid off. When you look at the numbers of visitors we've had in the last 2 years. So that's strong. I'm looking forward to that happening. The other big issue we have is housing. I know that's quite a bit more difficult for you guys here in Duck. There's no question about it. I understand that. But we have got to do something to provide workforce and essential housing for our teachers, our police, our fire, and our EMS. I was really, really disappointed recently where we took a project that we own the land. It's in county, it's in the county in Bowsertown. And all we wanted to do was tap into Manio's wastewater, and they denied it. And very, very disappointing, because we wanted to put about 120 units in Bowsertown. And so now we've dropped back. We got to restudy that, see what I've reached out to the mayor and council and said, look, can we come to the table again and let's talk about a compromise? Maybe not so many units where we could tap into your system, but we weren't utilizing but less than 5% of their wastewater. So they had plenty of capacity for us to tap in. I'm hoping and praying that we might be able to have a compromise. If not, there's a potential where we would potentially go ahead and build something there, not as many units, but put our own wastewater system in. So I don't want to do that. I'd rather work it out with the town, but I'm hoping that that'll take place. There's a lot of other areas in unincorporated there that we're looking at that we put out an RFQ recently for qualifications. You're aware that we have 35 million coming from the state. There's a lot of checks and balances for us to be able to utilize that amount of money from them. You've got quite a bit of criteria to apply. You've have to have somebody that's done LIHTC type of building throughout the state with 4% or 9% credits. So we put out an RFQ. We got 3 bids, and we're really, really strong on 2 of the companies. And I have a meeting at 2:00 today with my board to take that a next step further. Our CIP committee looked at it, at both of those, and we were impressed from 2 of the 3 companies. And we talked about that, and we felt it important to take it further to the board and not make a recommendation from one of the 2 that were very, very strong. So we'll have that meeting this afternoon. We may choose one. We may look at other options on the table. We may not make a decision today, but I'm hoping that we will. So once that occurs, then we'll start moving forward with that and looking at other areas in unincorporated there or potentially other places throughout the county that could be a potential workforce or essential housing area. So, stay tuned for that. You guys, I said it earlier, a lot of structures throughout the county have got some age on them, date back to the 60s. So our board stepped up to the plate and along with your support and other towns, we're going to do 8 new EMS facilities that going to amount to, with combination of town funds and county funds, those 8 projects, we're looking at about $47 million. So that's huge. It's way past due. Y'all are aware that we certainly purchased the Kelly property, Mako Mike's up on the beach, and we partnered with KDH. We're going to tear that facility down. They're looking at a new fire and police station there on that frontage. We'll tear all that old building down. We'll really have a nice facility up front there, along with what we're doing with all the other towns too. So this is exciting. The dredge is coming on board in April. That'll be here before you know it. It'll be on board, and then it'll come down, and they'll do some sea trials in Louisiana. They'll bring it up here, do some more sea trials, but we're hoping this summer, May and June, once we get through those sea trials, that we don't have to, and God bless them, the federal government, we don't have to rely on them like we used to. We've got that designated for Hatteras and Oregon inlets, and with 2 dredges working the whole East Coast, you can understand why we've had so many issues over the years of trying to get our inlets open. And this is just a blessing in disguise. This is unheard of. Public-private partnership for $15 million to build this bridge so that we can get our inlets taken care of. And this is huge. To keep those, that we've got to get our fishermen a highway to go to work, especially those commercial trawlers. Every time they can't make that trip, those quotas are going to Virginia, and we just cannot. You guys know, if you've been here long enough, there was one time we had, 15, 16 processing fish processing centers in wine cheese. What do we have now? 3. So we've got to give those people an avenue to go to work, recreational and commercial fishing. So as well as the Coast Guard. I mean, they can't get in and out a lot of times. And that's an emergency route for saving vessels that are in trouble. So cannot wait until that comes on board. Go on our website and you'll see these projects and click on it and you'll see the photo of the vessel, of the dredge that's being built right now. It's quite impressive. And last thing I'd like to tell you about is, I'm sure you're also aware of, I established NC 12 task force about 6-8 months ago. Brought in a lot of stakeholders from all the different facilities. I even asked Southern Environmental Law Center to step up to the plate and be a part of that task force. And they've believe it or not, had some positive feedback from them. But the proof is in the pudding once the vote comes down. We'll see what happens there. But at any rate, I did that because Superintendent Halleck and I have got a very, very close relationship with him, and we work diligently with 12, and the state does a phenomenal job. I mean, I don't know how they keep 12 open with $2 million a year. And I mean, you've seen those guys. They're out there when the storms, they're in the middle of the storm, they're still pushing sand up on the dunes. It's incredible the work that they do. They did not have a long-term plan for NC 12, and we've got to have that. As I sit here today and I think about it, we're going to be another Florida where we've got nothing but bridges, one bridge after the other. Truth be known, if we could have afforded it, Monica, way back when, it was $1 billion, the 17-mile bridge, and even those living on Hatteras Island would have said, yeah, we need it. But they didn't. They fought that. Well, what do we have now? Anybody in this room would have sat here and told me 3 or 4 years ago that we'd have built 3 bridges in the last 3 years, I'd have said, no way, impossible. But you look at the Bass Night, you look at the Etheridge, and then you look at the Hook Bridge. It's what is it, March? I got a date here. In March, they're gonna open that up. $155 million bridge, $19 million Etheridge Bridge, and $300 and some million Bass Night Bridge. I mean, who in the world would have sat here and thought that would have happened? It's just incredible to see that in our lifetime. And we're probably going to see more unless we've identified, the task force has identified 8 hot spots from Ocracoke back to the Bass Night Bridge. We have prioritized those. Now the subcommittee will come back to the full task force, make recommendations on the priority that they've put on them, and then we'll start trying to find ways to mitigate the problem and to fund the problem. So we're making some progress there. So those are the top 10 that was on my list, and I could share quite a few other issues with you with the county, but I mean, I certainly don't want to insult anybody's intelligence here. Y'all know as much about what's going on in the county than I do. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have if I can.
Sure. Any, Monica?
Question on the allocating, who's going to be in charge of the dredge and how will they decide whether to go with Hatteras or Oregon? I just read something about the Hatteras Inlet in the.
Monica, that's another thing we established early on in my career on the Board of Commissioners. I'm in my 9th year there. Early on, we established, if you recall, the Oregon Inlet Task Force. Commissioner Tobin heads that task force. We've got NCDOT reps on it. We have Steve House is another commissioner on it. We have commercial fishermen on it, recreational on it, longtime residents that's been in that industry for a long time, NCDOT. They went to the legislature and cut a deal with Representative Haney and Steinberg to get us these funds. And I was blown away. I mean, I'm just blown away that happened. That's unheard of. That task force will manage that when it comes, that public-private partnership will, when they come in April, the task force will make those decisions as a group as to where to go between Oregon and Hatteras, and whichever is the hottest problem at the time, they'll tackle it, but they'll be back and forth to keep both of those inlets open. So rather than sporadic go in at 7 days and dredging, and when you're side casting, it doesn't take long for that Mother Nature and Atlantic to fill it back in. So we're going to be going back and forth to Oregon Inlet and Hatteras constantly, but the task force will make that decision. Well, they know, they get the surveys, they get surveys weekly, sometimes 3 times a week.
Yeah.
So they'll look at those surveys and see what the hot spots are, and that task force will make that decision where they go next.
Will they do any dredging for the ferry service?
Yes, yes.
They're going to be housed in Oregon Inlet?
Yes, yeah, right out of Wanchese, yeah, pretty much so. Because that's, that's the quickest way to Oregon Inlet, from Wanchese right out to Oregon Inlet, and then they can shoot right up back to Hatteras.
Yeah.
But it's that's just going to be phenomenal, to where we don't have our fishermen screaming at us every single day. And we've done emergency funds to put out there, for the county has, to try to get the Corps. And then, I mean, in fairness to the Corps, they've got, I mean, let's face it, Wilmington's a huge shipping, bringing stuff into the state. So, I mean, they get priority. It's just disappointing that the feds, 40, 50 years ago, when they promised to keep the inlet open, they haven't done so. And that's a highway for our Coast Guard, for emergency, a whole bit. And it's just been very disappointing not to get that funding. That it was minuscule funding, and I mean, you can't blame the Corps. They've got all the way from Florida to further north with two vessels, and they're outdated vessels. So they're in the shipyard getting maintenance done on them all the time. So this is exciting to see this take place.
Well, as you know, we'd like to see one more bridge built. That's up north.
Right, amen.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
Somebody, we talked about that at the mayor's luncheon the other day, and we're ready to do another resolution. We'll certainly work hard on that. We've got some, that's a hot issue, but we've got some other pressing issues that I wanted to talk with Senator Burr and Tillis and Murphy about. And we thought we were going to go in January, but with this COVID still like it is, we've their offices as well as us have kind of withdrawn some. So we'll hopefully entertain that again in the next 3 or 4 months and get up to DC again and try to twist their arms on some other issues that
Yes.
we need.
Also, and as I mentioned the other day, we'll do a resolution to support the Alligator River Bridge.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. We, Vice Chairman Overman lit that fire again a couple of months ago. So that's one of the issues I want to talk to our senators about and try to get the funding for that because once again, that's outdated and that's ingress and egress to Dare County that's critical, you know. So we'll see if we can get some help. I'm hoping, you know, I don't know what we can apply for or we haven't seen what shovel-ready projects are with the president's budget on transportation, but I certainly hope and pray that we can qualify for some of that to get the bridge built. Yeah. You know, so y'all think?
Any questions from council for Bob or actually from staff or from the audience?
Yep. Appreciate you coming in and thanks for all you're doing. It's exciting what you're doing for the children, for the future of Dare County with all this education.
It's critical. You know, our children are our future and anything we can do to help their parents. I'm telling you, once a kid graduates from one of our high schools and goes and looks at that campus in Manio, I'll put it up against any four-year institution in the state as far as facility. And I mean, we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort with making it attractive for the kids to go to that campus. And you know, the board has set aside $10 million future capital improvements for COA campus. Could be another auditorium over there where we had to tear that down. You know, this is unheard of. There's none in the state where you have housing for students at the community college level. But I don't write that off. There's always a first. Mm-hmm. So that could be a potential for us because, you know, I don't want our kids going to Cape May, Cape Fear or whatever. I want Terrell County. I want Hyde County. I want kids coming from there to go to COA, mm-hmm. so that they won't leave the area.
Yeah. And
so we're pretty excited about the fact that we're going to get the numbers. We're going to get the numbers. We've already seen it just in the scholarships that we've awarded. So I think, you know, had kids talk, oh man, you got to go to COA. You wouldn't believe that campus, you know, especially somebody that enrolls over there. And they don't have to go to Elizabeth City. Yeah. You know, they don't have to drive there. And we worry about them at nighttime coming back from Elizabeth City, especially in the winter months. So,
I know.
Well, thank y'all for having me. I apologize for getting the dates mixed up, but
we're very flexible.
And I hope I haven't messed up your agenda too bad.
No, we're winding down this afternoon, so we're pretty flexible.
Good deal.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming.
Wish you all the very best. These are very, very worthwhile efforts when you do retreats, and you can get a lot accomplished in these meetings. And I can't commend you enough for what you do for the town of Duck. You know, I'm always amazed coming up here and going to restaurants and just enjoying a day. And if I'd have known it was going to be this warm today, I'd have rode my Harley up here. I sure would have. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you very
much. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
I'll let Monica come back if she'd like. Monica, you want to move back?
Oh, yeah.
We'll go on to the next item. Is going to be the advertised communications and events, and our PIO, Christian Legner.
All right, thank you, everyone. I have three somewhat related and somewhat unrelated topics to discuss all at once, so buckle up. I figured I would go ahead and start in with the one that I think will maybe not require, but the one that will stimulate the most discussion. So I'm going to jump right in with 4th of July. When COVID happened, and then last year, I know Betsy and I have pitched the kind of reverse parade issue before. We have fleshed out that plan, and we're back to talk to you about it again today with some support from our public safety departments. So one of the things I'm going to do is split this discussion into options for 4th of July that are in the context of some of the priorities that we have heard over recent months, either being brought to council or coming from the council members. And for any event really, but any very major event like the 4th of July parade that brings thousands and thousands of people, our goal is to create a successful and positive experience for everyone involved, considering a strain on existing public safety agencies and staff, the available resources, available mutual aid, impacts on the area, and identification of hazards. So really quickly, these are just the topics I'm going to touch on. The reverse parade portion of the 4th of July that we're pitching, the community celebration portion that will include typical things like trophies and awards, and the creation or really expansion of a village-wide celebration. So this one really hits to the business. Hopefully that graphic looks like a little storefront. And so one of the things that I did here during the January session was wanting to reach out more to our businesses and have events that really included businesses in town. So coming back to the reverse parade idea, just to refresh your memory a little bit, it would involve working with different businesses throughout town who would be willing to give up a couple of parking spaces for probably 2 hours on 4th of July and allow floats to park there. And so people could move through town and come visit the floats. So we're getting people moving through town, seeing all the businesses. We would imagine, although we would have to go through Joe and Sandy for this, that businesses could even apply for small event permits so that they could have music or something like that around the float. And perhaps we might not charge them in that situation, as it would be part of a townwide event. Hopefully Joe's not shaking his head at me. And this also increases our business engagement with town events, which is also something that I heard during that planning session. I will say that we had very good engagement last year when Betsy did the storefront and display decorating program. And we did spend a lot of time planning that, but I wouldn't say it was last minute, but it was something we rolled out very quickly because things were changing very quickly with COVID at the time. And we had really good engagement with that. People still got awards. We had lots of photo opportunities. It seemed to work very well, and the businesses seemed to be happy with it. One of the things I did want to mention in terms of businesses and our traditional 4th of July parade is that some businesses either close for the day or they open late due to the parade activities. They have a lack of staff parking due to parade activities, traffic issues with deliveries and getting staff there. And we do request quite a lot of things from the businesses, including asking them to delay deliveries on the morning of the parade. And y'all can stop me anytime if you have questions during. So traffic, luckily I'm not the first person to say traffic during this retreat. I did want to bring up the reverse parade and the traditional parade and how they both affect traffic, because traffic is something we've been talking a lot about. I've been talking a lot about how we want to show the community that we're working to relieve traffic issues, and also finding out that we are pretty much at capacity here in the summer, and 4th of July would be no different. So in the reverse parade, it would keep us from having to have that traffic diversion there at Christopher and Scarborough that happens on the morning of the parade. It would also prevent us from having the 4,000 people cross the street in one location portion of the parade. And it will allow pedestrian and bicycle traffic to be spread out through the village over both space and time. Our intent is that those floats would be available. We would ask them to be available for 2 hours in the morning, 9 to 11, most likely, though that may shift a little bit. And so that will help move those people around in a more spread out location, hopefully not causing as many issues for traffic. And I did want to mention there, I also believe it'll allow for increased handicapped accessibility. When we do the traditional parade, people can come very early and go down into a cul-de-sac. And in past years, near the end of the parade route, we've made a little bump out for some people with mobility issues, but we don't have a lot of great options for allowing handicapped accessibility. Oh, I did want to mention too, while we're on traffic and pedestrian crossings, one of the things during the reverse parade, of course, people will still be out and about, and so they will still have to cross the street. If needed, something Betsy and I have talked about, and that public safety has talked about with us, that if we really felt like it was necessary based on where the floats were going to be around town, if we had a couple of key crosswalks that we thought might be majorly affected, that we would work on providing some sort of guidance there, either using public safety or volunteers, just during those 2 hours. So coming at this from a public safety aspect, and this didn't specifically come out of any of your meetings or any of the plannings, but it's something that's been on my mind a lot. A lot of things have happened in the past couple of years in the news that it's hard to look away from. And we've had a lot of discussion with our public safety partners, so both police and fire and rescue. I don't have a lot on this slide because if we want to get into it, both chiefs are ready and willing to go deeper into this. But I did want to bring up that the 4th of July parade has a very high potential for unfortunate incidents. There's a lot of heat. There's a large number of people crossing the street, and there's a large crowd. Unlike other large town events, so say compare this to Jazz Festival, this is not taking place on our property. It's taking place somewhere where we have much less control. It backs up to people's homes. When we have Jazz Festival on our property, we have boundaries. We can have, a drug dog come and sniff. We can do all of those things that is more difficult to do when we're off our property. There have been some acts at similar events over the past couple of years that have been pretty devastating. And just from a practical standpoint, we do feel that stationary floats are safer for a variety of reasons, including that a lot of people ride on the top or the sides of the vehicles. And Chief Black can speak to this a little more, but I believe we have had some injuries in past years from people inappropriately riding on vehicles. And as you know, over the past couple of years, well, we didn't have them the past two years that were really 2018 and 2019, we did work a lot to improve safety, including not allowing things to be thrown at events, really being careful about how children were managed during the events. And so this is something we've been trying to think ahead about for a while. Again, I won't get into it right now because the chiefs will have some time to speak in a minute. But as I mentioned on that first slide, we do need to consider things like resources, mutual aid, and that pertains not only to public safety staff, but also to the administrative staff, typically all of who work this event. This is a more fun slide. I figured I'd sandwich them a little bit. So one of our goals, okay, so we've talked about 4th of July parade and how if we could change the 4th of July parade, how we could meet the needs, hopefully, of businesses while we were doing that, how we could meet the needs of traffic flow or reduction of traffic flow potential during that day in Duck, how we could start to meet the needs of public safety. And then we definitely, as I said, we want everyone to have a good time. This is a successful event. Everyone's safe, everyone has fun. So in terms of community fun, all of the things that happen at the park that day are great and much more under our control. So we are not suggesting removing any part of the community celebration from the park. So potentially there will still be music, there might be watermelon or slushy machines. There will be lots of kids activities. Hopefully Truck 11 will be there with the flag to kind of be its own float that we'll have on our parking lot. And people can come there. We can live stream awards there. And much like during the display contest that we had last year, we would have an interactive map where people could go around town and they could do a People's Choice Award, and we could do the typical mayor's, mayor's award and things like that. We also have some options to do things to actually reach more people and are even in town. We can live stream some of this event. We could live stream walking through town and seeing some of the floats. And while, yes, technically we could do that during the 4th of July parade, there are very few photos of the last few 4th of July parades because every single staff member is completely engaged in crowd management. And I'm saying that as the person who's supposed to be taking photos at the parade. I have a lot of very close-up photos of floats as I literally hold people back. So we are starting to reach a limit on staff and volunteer availability for that. But we do think we could still offer a really fun community event. And so that community event in the park, same thing, it would be maybe a couple of hours. So if the reverse parade is 9 to 11, we might do 9 to 11 or 10 to 12 at the park, just so people can kind of come and flow and so they can parade kind of at their own pace that day. That's the main part of my pitch. I'm going to pause there for questions and comments, and then I believe both of our chiefs are prepared to make some comments as well, but let's pause here for discussion or comments unless you would like to hear from them first.
Well, I'll be glad to start the comments off. Am I up?
You are on, yes.
I'll be glad to start the comments off. So reverse parade means no parade, correct? And what brings people into town on the 4th of July is the parade. It's probably one of the big traditions that we have in Duck between the 4th of July and the Jazz Festival. And if you don't have a parade, you're not going to bring the people into town to go around to the shopping centers and look at floats. That's my opinion. And you're also not going to have them coming on the 4th of July, which is a national holiday, and they're down here for the beach or their pools. And if there's nothing really like a parade to draw them into town, they're not going to come in the middle of the afternoon or in the morning for a concert. I don't like the idea. I think the parade is tradition. I think it's patriotic. I don't know of any major issues we've had over the years, but we've been having parades now for the last probably 20 years or so. I personally don't like the alternative idea. I mean, I guess that's where I'm coming from, but it's certainly open to.
And Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, could I ask a question? Is it your intention that we bring people in from other towns for our 4th of July parade, or are you talking about only bringing out the people who are staying in Duck?
We bring people in from all over the Outer Banks. I mean, people know we're having a parade that morning. It's the only big event really on the 4th of July. It's well known. And as you go down those parade routes, I mean, there are thousands and thousands of people and the kids, and they love the parade. You're not going to get those people coming into town on the 4th of July. Once again, if it's a nice day, they're not going to be coming in to go around the shopping centers and looking at floats. And they're not going to be coming here for a concert in the middle of the day. They're going to be having their own picnics, and it clears out, quite honestly, it clears out after the parade. I mean, not everyone at the parade comes to the park, as we know, and shortly thereafter, the town is empty. So, personally, I'm opposed to the change, but that's my opinion. And certainly I know that council should weigh in here.
Well, I think COVID has had us put a reset button on a few different things. Obviously, we've had to live with it for the last 2 years, and there was no question we couldn't do a parade for the last couple of years for all these reasons. Last year's attempt of doing decor was kind of fun, and it was a nice way to get the businesses involved. And I'm not opposed to trying an idea like this as you proposed it. I know it does take a pretty much every resource from the town. And then we have some more staff now too, so we have a few more resources. I myself would be out there helping you with the crowd control, but I'm waving to the crowd, which I've always loved being in the parade. And, it was sad when we had to stop throwing candy, frankly. It was always a real fun thing to do, but I'm also in the front of the parade every year. And so I don't have to deal with the aftermath of like when people just like either run out of candy and have a stampede or whatever else. You can only envision like how popular it's gotten. So I think what I am saying is that I wouldn't be opposed to trying this idea because we are still, in COVID. It keeps people socially distant. It would engage the merchants. Wrapping my head around it, I think that, just thinking how people would do it and how they'd be creative. And for example, let's think of one of the fun floats that is all the adorable lifeguards hanging off of, some truck. And, we're not going to have them up at the fire station. They're going to have to be down somewhere in town. So there's probably going to be some overlap of, okay, you can use my lot or, and then in terms of timing, as I was thinking about it, we block traffic big time when just staging for the parade. And I always feel bad about that. My employees complain about, does everybody, on the upstream have to account for it. And we put the public state, announcements out the day before to remind everybody, hey, you're not gonna be able to get anywhere but I'm a little concerned about the traffic that it'll cause with all the spectacle. But at the same time, if people are walking along, they're, enjoying something on a pedestrian basis, it does keep the road open. I mean, people can certainly pull in somewhere and take a look at a float. I'm talking even the commuters, So I think it's a worthwhile thought to try while we're still sort of in COVID, I'll be honest. We can kind of see where the problems lie. I mean, we did the decor thing on a quick thing. I know it took a lot of resources to do. But it was a nice, vibrant, fun thing. And you could kind of build on that and say, okay, everyone's going to decorate and some people are going to put a float out. Don't know what kind of participation you're going to get. But I would say earlier the better, just for the traffic reasons. And then what we have in the town park would be, in my mind, maybe that's where the lifeguards are. Maybe that's where the council is or something like that. But you're right. The event after the parade has not been that well attended several years in. I mean, even with the yummy watermelon, it's great. And the kids love it. So this is for the kids. So, and for, I don't know that it's exactly for bringing people in a shop. I guess I'd have to ask merchants how many people are actually staying around and buying stuff afterward. I'm sure they're buying a lot of donuts if they're in Duck. But anyway, those are my thoughts.
I can tell you there's a lot of people that were, for the past 2 years, just missed the parade and the Jazz Festival. I'm also throwing both out there. And some of the people come 4th of July week and the week, Columbus Day weekend, just for both these two events. So, and you're going to talk about the Jazz Festival. I'm also putting both out there now.
So what are you saying that you
Go
want
back to what we had.
no concerns about COVID?
Well, everything's based on COVID, even what she's doing. But she proposed to us.
Yes. They come from some local businesses. They come from some out of town businesses. Betsy, do you know off the top of your head, like a percentage?
Roughly half of businesses, half of families.
Are they in Duck though, or out from a, okay.
Not those people all secure, so to speak. How many close do you think with the different locations?
So we would put out an application program, and which is what we do for the parade. So we would put out an application and see who wanted to apply. $20?
Many of them are small.
think it's worth taking a look at and see how it's going to work out. If you've got enough people willing to participate, something interesting.
But looking at the parade, I mean, you're not going to have the kids on bikes. You're not going to have the dogs coming,
I was thinking.
You're not going to have the families that come and do their, decorate up or have a float in there. I mean, it's not going to be the same. And it's going to be just another day in Duck with some decorations. And oh, by the way, if you don't want to go to the beach, go on up and go to the concert in the morning or the afternoon, whatever it's going to be. You're not going to get the crowds. You're not going to get the thousands of people coming in here. And I don't know, we've managed it through the other years. I don't know why we can't continue to manage it. I mean, we haven't had major issues that in fact that I'm aware of.
So
Yes, we do block traffic, but we have 2 lanes open. And by the way, what's the difference between that and a Saturday? So, and we warn people and it's the 4th of July and a lot of things aren't even open on the 4th of July. So I just don't think you're going to get the participation. I think we lose something in our heritage by not doing it personally. I mean, change is good, but I think this is radical change. My own personal opinion.
I will say I've heard some interesting things about trying to attract people from out of town for this event and who clear out quickly. So I'm not sure that the parade, I agree, was benefiting businesses. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Most of the businesses weren't open, if I remember correctly.
Right.
And some of that is because I believe
Even early parades, they weren't open.
Yeah, most of them are open till 10 anyhow.
Okay. So the objective, the council, or in the past, and this is maybe just because I'm new, in the past, the objective is to bring people in from both the town and from out of town, primarily for the event, and that's it. To enjoy the event.
I'm not sure I'm following you.
I'm just trying to break down between being able to have businesses engaged with it and just having the event. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing it clearly, because I think there are trade-offs.
I guess I only say if you want to bring the people to town, the parade will bring them to town. Anything else will not bring them to town.
What about combined?
Well, that's what we've done in past years, actually. We've always had the event after so we've kind of done that in past years.
If you want to try that, to parade too close, let them park a couple hours or and then let them start having fun.
So are you suggesting that we have the actual parade portion as well? I will talk to some staff about that. I think that might be too intensive. I don't believe we have enough resources to do that.
Well, I think what we've seen in the past with the parade, we know it's a quick event. I mean, I say quick, it's a lot to stage in the morning and it's, the anticipation and the staging is all a lot of fun and everyone's excited and everything. And then you do the parade route and then, and it's over, right? Basically, I mean, it has caused some disruption. It's caused a lot of effort. But it is fun, there's no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt it's fun. I'm personally worried about the crowd, togetherness for this summer, I mean, I'm hoping that we're out of the COVID stuff, but you think about a bunch of, I know it's outdoor, but people are smushed together. I've always didn't like the way that everything bundled at the very end of the parade route. People, as much as you try to get them to, and I tell everybody, go down to the end by the ocean and you're going to have the place to yourself. And you do, you've been on the route where not much is happening in the middle and it's all kind of happening on both ends of the parade. I just worry, I just feel like this is another year where, since we're not really encouraging smushing up against your neighbor, that we could try this. Is it going to be as exciting? No, it isn't. I mean, I could have 2 floats on the end of my parking lot. I'm thinking out loud, because first I'm hearing about it. And yeah, seeing, it's more fun to be moving, obviously, because if you're not moving and the people are just coming by, you know, how many walkers are you getting so you can like yell at them? I'm thinking of the lifeguards on the truck, you know, they're yelling, they're having fun, they're waving, and they're, you know, the energy is there. You're going to lose a little energy with this concept because you're just not going to have, and the dogs, and, you know, they're not just going to stand in a pack, you know, maybe the dogs walk up and down the street. I don't know, but, but then that's kind of a lot of dogs, you know, mixing in with the people. I'm just trying to think of some of the fun pieces of it.
Well, and I did try and comment this with some of the suggestions that were ranked pretty high as priorities in some of the discussions that has been had with the council. So that's what I was trying to do, was to take a look at my events and see how I could fit them into that framework.
I do like the way that it engages the businesses. I don't disagree on that. I mean,
well, I guess what's our objectives? Our objectives to bring people into the town for an event. I mean, they come here for the parade. There's no other reason they come to town. And quite honestly, afterwards, the event afterwards, and when we give out the trophies, many of the people that win the trophies aren't even there because they've gone home. I mean, the number of people that come to the park is
they've gone to work, you know, they've gone on with their day.
Well, not necessarily work, but I mean, families and everything else. So I just think without the parade, I don't think you really have an event personally. And, you know, last year, yes, people decorated their windows and things like that, but how exciting was that? It was nice and patriotic to see. But what was the participation rate? Did people come to town just to look at the windows? I doubt it. You know, the parade is basically, it's like the jazz festival. And then we have the same problems at jazz festival, traffic and congestion and people crossing the street. We've had the problem with the parade for the last, 18 or 20 years, with the exception of the last 2 years, we didn't have a parade. Mm-hmm. What's new? I mean, we're going to have traffic, we're going to have congestion, we're going to have people crossing the street. But quite honestly, after the parade, they clear out. And yes, it's a lot of work, but we have a lot of volunteers. And it's only for a couple hours on the 4th of July morning. And I guarantee you, without the parade, you're not going to get people coming out of their houses and come to Duck to walk around and look at a window or go to a concert when they can go to the beach or go to their pool.
Well, and so one of the things that had changed when we reevaluated this year is a lot of discussion recently and a lot of public comment about the special use permit, where a lot of public comment centered around not wanting traffic to come in from other towns during our busy summer months, because that seemed to exacerbate traffic. So that's something that I kind of ingested for this as well. And so I may be completely off base there.
I don't think we have to worry about bringing people into town this summer. They're going to be here regardless. So
yeah, we're talking one day, the 4th of July, which is a national holiday, which everybody is here. And the parade brings them to town. And it's not only Duck, it's Southern Shores, it's Corolla, it's from down the beach. I mean, people come, it's a parade. The kids love it. They're all along the parade, the parade route, and I just think if you don't have the parade, you're not going to bring the people in that particular day if you're looking to accomplish something. And, I hate to be the devil's advocate here, but I think we're giving up a little bit of a heritage of Duck too.
Well,
that's like giving up the jazz festival, saying there's too much traffic, there's too much congestion. So that's why do we have a jazz festival? When we bring in thousands of
it's a little different in October than it is in July.
No,
let's face it. I think so, but I also just have to keep going back to the pandemic and the fact that we're not really in a position to even be able to, encourage people to get shoulder to shoulder right now.
Yeah, but we're talking 6 months away.
Yeah, 6 months away. We thought it was going to be gone last year too.
Well, if COVID comes back, nothing's going to be happening once again. But right now we're talking about July and it's middle of February. I mean, you're already seeing all the restrictions being relaxed.
So I'll admit to starting this whole conversation when I asked the question after we all saw in the news where several people were killed in a parade in Wisconsin, a Christmas parade, an annual tradition in that town, saying, how do we protect our parade goers, parade participants, and so on from just such an event happening in Duck, especially when we don't have the ability to control the parade route other than the side streets. We can't close Highway 12. So that's and maybe it's an unfounded fear because for 18 years, 20 years, you've been doing it. That's what kind of buzzing in the back of my head is how do we protect all those people without the ability to control the environment with big trucks stopping traffic from coming north or south on 12 and just stopping traffic completely.
Well, we have never stopped traffic.
I know, and you haven't,
Right.
I guess because you haven't experienced
Right.
it. So, I mean, it has worked. There's no question it's worked. It's popular. It's crowded at the top, at the entrance points. There's crowd control issues that I don't have to personally deal with, so I can't speak to that.
There's signage, on the roads.
But
for the
yeah,
4th of July.
I don't think that that's what Drew's talking about, though. He's concerned about, God forbid, something like what happened in.
yeah,
whatever town that was.
somebody hits the accelerator instead of the brake.
Wisconsin, or a bad actor, just somebody looking to make a statement in a,
I know, but we
Yeah.
can't look over our
Right.
shoulder and be a fear of everything. I mean, then we wouldn't let anybody out on the beach, right? It's like only people go at the beach like when there's no waves. That's the same thing in my mind there.
We can't do that, but that is what he's talking about. And so we would be remiss if we didn't at least have a discussion about it.
And I did only touch on some of those points because both chiefs, I think, may be now ready to jump in to discuss a few of their points as well, which go even a little bit more outside really what's just happening right there at the parade, but townwide. Do you all want to come up here? I just put them in the way that you had them if you're ready. Yeah, what? Why don't you do that and I'll take notes.
And then I can look at what you put for the slides in the order. So some history on the parade. It used to be on in Ocean, where was it? Carolina Dunes. Ashby Baum, may he rest in peace, was the founder of the original parade that was in Duck. And every year he'd ask the fire truck to come. And we would go down the streets of
Bufflehead.
Carolina Dunes, which is Bufflehead, way off 12, never involved 12. We staged on a side road. It was super fun. He was in his golf cart with a few cocktails.
It was the 90s.
It was the 90s. And then when the town incorporated, there was a desire under a previous mayor to bring it here. And back then, it was 20 years ago, kind of to the comment I made earlier about it has changed 20 years later. Once I was hired as chief, I will tell you, and I hate being the fun police, I had concerns with the parade. And as it was getting bigger, because it's my job to tell you, you guys can make decisions, but we'll give you some information. And it basically was, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. COVID provided an opportunity to do a reset. It is bigger. It's gotten more complicated standing back. We are amazing because we pull off an event that no one feels the pressure, the pain. You get to see all the fun. There's a lot of planning and trying to contingency plan behind it that you may not realize. So if we could run through some slides, this is a collaborative effort. Christian didn't come to us saying, give us all the reasons we shouldn't do a parade. She came to us after her decision to look at an alternative because COVID provided that. And so I'm not going to be the fun police, but let us get this information out just so you have it for part of your decision-making. Staff will do whatever you direct us to do, of course. But it's really important. We use this all the time in public safety, no matter what it is. What's a mass casualty event or incident? And you hear that and you think it's the big things. It's not. And MCI, anyone in public safety world knows, it's any event that can overwhelm the system, okay, whether it's public safety system or others, actually a healthcare system. So where the number of casualties vastly exceed the local resources and capabilities in a short period of time. An MCI can rapidly exhaust available resources, not only for the MCI, but normal day-to-day tasks. So we're talking July 4th, and we'll put it in context just to this event. It doesn't take on any given day a big event in Duck or the Outer Banks to create what you would consider that. So when we look as public safety at looking at something, a mass casualty event right now could be 2 houses on fire and a 3-car wreck with 8 injuries. That is going to overwhelm Duck, Southern Shores, and also EMS. So don't look at it as, ooh, all scary and I'm the fun police, but we think about this when we try to get resources in. Considerations for any event, and Christian, I think, covered all these. These are the things we're thinking about anytime we want to do any event, obviously want it to be successful and positive. And then we're going to look at all that other stuff because that's what we're paid to do behind the scenes. And she's already addressed some of those. So what are the specifics around July 4th for us? It's this crowd piece. We do not have control. It's one thing for the Jazz Festival when we're all sitting here, we can actually control access and egress with the personnel we have. We know where everyone is. We know what we have here. We have a potential to control things differently. We actually had no control with the parade. You increase a crowd, you're going to increase the probability of a dangerous occurrence. You increase potential for the number of victims. You increase our ability to communicate. So imagine not even a major event, but a car, grandma steps on the gas and runs over a couple people by mistake during this event. Just us to be able to communicate throughout the parade route and to everyone what just happened. And then again, trying to get actions in place. It's going to be slower with this type of event. And just the bottom line, that interaction between pedestrians and vehicles is dangerous. We have been very lucky, knock on wood. We've only had minor incidents. We've had some heat strokes or heat incidents. We've had, I think, 2 people in this time fall off a float in a moving vehicle, and neither with major injuries, so they really didn't elevate to a conversation at this end. So what we're thinking about with response priorities is, of course, life safety for everyone, including staff, including volunteers. What resources are at the event, but then we also have to prepare north of the event and south of the event. And that means EMS, fire, police, and we need to be able to do clear and simultaneous actions if something happens. So just because we have a major incident in the parade, we still have to be able to respond to something else. We've been, knock on wood, very lucky that we haven't had an incident away from the parade where we've had to change resource availability at the parade. These are just all the things in our brains as we talk. And then that dispersal piece, it is a short period of time. And you can weigh the benefits and risks here. It's a couple hours of high intensity. Probability is there, but it's been low as far as occurrences for anything major. That dispersal piece, I am never comfortable for those 3 hours. It is fun because at the end of it, we're like, oh, that was great. Everyone had a great time and it went well and we're all happy. But during that period of time, it's pretty intense. It's different. 2022, the crowds, it's an unpredictable world. That scares us more than anything. And it could be something simple. We just have no control. The resource piece, and I'll shut up here in a second and let Chief talk. For us to cover this event, we can bring in staff, absolutely. Thank you for giving us staff. But we still can't cover it with just staff. So the last few years, we've had Southern Shores, a volunteer fire department, provide southern coverage. And Roanoke Island, as a volunteer department, has been very helpful to cover at the station so that we have, one, multiple resources if something happens. So yes, we're preparing for that, but also other events that we are not paying attention to because we are focused on the event at hand. I assume I'll get those resources this year, but it's also July 4th. And July 4th, I'll let Chief speak to law enforcement, is a difficult day to get resources because they're already going to be taxed for the day and the evening. So those are the things that go through our minds when Christian brings this to you, that we just want you to make part of your decision-making. It is a great event for the couple hours, but from a public safety standpoint, we can't promise you we can protect everyone with that event. We're going to do the best we can with the resources we have. But I think those are the slides, so I'll just let you talk.
I think Chief Black hit a lot of the issues. So we have brought this forward for many years, and under previous management, it wasn't brought to your level. Now it is. What my concerns are not, I love the event. I remember riding in a golf cart next to Dr. Rear. And that was before I ever thought about coming to work, before there even was a town of Duck. My concerns are it's when it falls. July 4th is the perfect storm for us. There is no mutual aid help available for law enforcement because every other town has major 4th of July events going on. So I have nobody to call in for help. of the 14 staff I have, half of them still need to be off because they're working the evening or they've worked the night before. So it leaves me a staff of 7 to 8 people to cover an event with thousands of people. And it's not that I want to cancel the event. I think what it is for me is an acknowledgement or discussion about what we need to do it safely. We once again, Duck is victim of its own success. And while this has been a great event, it frankly has grown to a level that it concerns me now. We are out. We don't have the staff to cover an event of that size safely. Crowd control is our biggest issue. And we as a staff just don't have the equipment or the personnel to properly lay that all out. So what I'd like to see is just a larger discussion. Maybe it's a staff discussion to bring back to you about what we need to do it and do it safely and be able to give council some assurances that we believe we've checked off some boxes and we can change some things to make it safe. But it isn't, please don't believe that we're trying to sabotage an event, because I think it is one of the signature events of Duck. And I agree with you, Mayor. It's patriotic. It's great. It's great to see people out there, and a lot of people, and I'm sure Monica, you can confirm this. And you said it, Sandy, they booked that week to come here because of that parade and what we've done.
They do love the parade. I'm not going to doubt that, but they're going to be here anyway this year, just so you know. It's going to be like the 4th of July every day this summer.
Yeah, I think we all are preparing for that, and it's true. It just comes to I think we've just reached a point where it requires a larger discussion and a larger level of planning than we've been able to devote to it in years past. And it's not to say that we can't get to where we need to get to, but and we have time. We have 6 months out now, but I'm afraid some of the things we need, frankly, they cost money. Things that we've not been able to budget for, especially when it comes to crowd control barriers. It just, police line tape just isn't doing it when you have 4,000 or 5,000 people converging on one area and then suddenly coming across Duck Road. Every year, I'm terrified that something is going to happen at that culmination of the parade, because I look out and I see just a sea of people going in every which direction, vehicles trying to go. I just believe that maybe we need a staff to take another stab at it and come back to you with a more comprehensive plan.
Well, the great point. It's not like we can't, but it's beyond just us doing it and looking at that planning piece of what we need to put in place. Truck 11 lasts is a strategic move. It's not just because Truck 11 is cool. There's a reason Truck 11's last. We can use it if we need the block. We can, if we needed to get it out a different way. There's a reason we staged that there. And again, it's not about having fun. It's a great event. Our infrastructure makes it more challenging from our perspective. So that's where we have to do it.
I guess my concern is we're being conditioned to live in fear over the last, 2 years. And nothing has changed. In fact, Chief Ackerman, you have more staff now than you had 2 years ago. Chief Black, you have more full-time staff than you had 2 years ago. And the crowd's probably going to be the same. I don't think incrementally it would be that much greater. We've handled the traffic in the past. We shut off the one lane. People leave after the parade. The majority of people, probably 90% of them, leave to go back home. Yes, I know it's a busy day, but every day in the summer is busy. I just think that, all of a sudden now we got this fear upon us that in fact some major incident's going to happen. You could never control that. And I don't care if you have a concert out here, somebody could run into the concert. Somebody could go in there and shoot somebody. You can't, COVID, it's going to be 5 months from now. Who knows what COVID's going to be? We can't just continue to exist and I think an element of fear. I think we need to go ahead. It's heritage of the town. There's ways that we can plan for that. And yes, I understand maybe it's a resource problem, but we ought to be able to overcome that resource. We can certainly get volunteers. We've always had volunteers along the route. And you could also station some medics or something along the route if you had to. It's a short-lived issue. Yes, it starts early in the morning, but it's by 10, 11 o'clock, it's all cleared out of town. When you leave the town after the event, there's nobody around. And they're not going to run off to the businesses on the 4th of July. I'll guarantee you that. You're not going to get that population coming to Duck on the 4th of July. A reverse parade is basically, in my opinion, is a no parade. People aren't going to come to town. And I would think that we ought to be able to, as a staff and as a council, be able to design some additional things that in fact will help some of those issues. That's, once again, that's my opinion, but I think we make a great mistake if we cancel the parade. We may as well cancel everything we're doing because now we're afraid something's going to happen. And we get a couple hundred people out here, that's something that happened out here. I don't care if we got this building or not, something could happen out there during a concert. Something could happen with the magic show when you got 350, 400 people there. Can we live in fear at every event that we have? I don't think so. And I think we ought to be smart enough to be able to plan through this and figure out how we do it and do it successfully. My opinion, once again, I'm only one of 5.
Christian, what time does the parade start?
9.
9?
So, I'm sorry,
Nine.
it feels like it's been 30 years since we, I can't remember. I agree with what both chiefs said. This was not an effort on my part to cancel this event. It was an effort to know that we usually start planning for the 4th of July parade about now, and that based on some of the things I had heard, I wanted to be able to offer alternatives to the typical parade. I did just want to speak to the volunteer piece for one moment. Not to echo Chief Black too much, but our volunteers are aging and we have less of them. And COVID also has reduced some of our numbers of volunteers who are willing to participate in very large events. Betsy is working on recruitment plans this year, but I just wanted to caution about assuming that we could automatically get enough volunteers, particularly because some of the work the volunteers have to do on 4th of July is very rough. Standing on the street, pushing back a massive humanity. So we, of course, would do our best to get enough volunteers, but we do worry a tiny bit about that resource.
I think something I heard that was said quickly was that you've had concerns for years about the parade. And that the town council wasn't brought into that. That bothers me. And I hope that we don't have that kind of thing happening anymore. I know that it's always, it's like, wow, how did that happen after the parade is over? But you could say that about a lot of events because they're very successful. They're very popular. They create a lot of buzz, a lot of excitement, a lot of anger. People that are going to Crawley go to work, they're not excited about the parade whatsoever. They're like, oh, I forgot it was the 4th of July and I'm late for work. You get a little bit of everything. I don't disagree that it's a signature event for us, but I do feel like we need to have our public safety folks feeling like they have what they need. So I think there's maybe some trade-offs, and I think it's going to cost more money if we do have to erect barriers. Honestly, I know that, and I know, Chief, you've talked about using it as an incident command because we don't have a lot of them. So the whole, I forget the acronym, you know what I mean?
I see it. Yeah, we do. There's a whole.
Use it as a training process.
yes,
Like,
sure,
okay,
sure.
we got incident commander and then we got the, this is what's all going to happen. And it is very organized. And I've always been very impressed with that element of the parade because I am looking behind the scenes at what everyone's going through. And there is nervousness and it's a nervous excitement and it's like, okay, and it's great. It's not raining. Is it too hot? Is it whatever? What's the weather? I think we've only been rained out maybe once, maybe twice, but over all the years. But there's a lot that goes into it. I think that, maybe we haven't had enough of appreciation about what, the taxingness that it takes on people. And I want to be sensitive to that. I want to know what you think it's going to cost to pull off a safe parade with the resources that we have with the available personnel.
So I appreciate the conversation because I think Chief Ackerman hit on it, and Mayor, I don't think we're fear-based. I mean, some of us run in burning buildings and others chase robbers, but But I get your point. It's not a fear, we can't do the what ifs. We'd all sit in our houses and watch Netflix. For this event, I think what's come to light is we've had this break too. We've figured it out. We keep doing it. We figured it out. Now we had this break to really step back, and Drew has asked other questions. And so I think, you ultimately will make the decision. I think where I'm coming from, and I heard from Chief clearly, we might need more resources. They may just be hard barriers on duck roads so that we can breathe, because us seeing just someone not paying attention coming and standing out in front of them, we could make it a bit safer with some more help. And that would probably ease us, if I heard you correctly. And again, it's not just resources of people, it's actually managing the scene. And so that's something I got out of this conversation that definitely staff can talk about and come back to you with, to maybe look at that, because that's that in general is our concern. I can't control human nature, and there's a 215-page document from FEMA on special events and what you should be looking at, and just our crowd behavior statistics. We just need a larger discussion to maybe what we need around that. That's all. Not to scare it off.
I would recommend let you guys go with staff and talk about it, figure out what you need, and let's move on, because Mr. Havens is dying to get up and do his speech.
I would make another suggestion, and that is, if you're not going to do the parade, I wouldn't schedule an event for the 4th of July. If you want to do the reverse where people go look in windows like we did the last 2 years, but I wouldn't go to the expense of having an event, because you're not going to get people coming up here on the 4th of July for an event, especially if it's a nice day. I mean, they're here for the 4th of July and to celebrate at home, probably with family or with, and I just wouldn't even consider, I don't think you should consider an event if you're not going to do the parade. Once again, my opinion, but.
I think you've given us some great points. I really do believe we could come back and come up with a proposal that will make it as safe as we can. I understand exactly what you're saying, Mayor. We live in a different world. I mean, we think worst case with everything, and we're not trying to do that to scare, but that's what we do. And we're trying to think of the contingencies before they happen to know how we're going to respond to them. And it's not possible to come up with every possible contingency, but there are some simple things that we believe we can do to mitigate some level of risk and to make this as safe as possible. But I'm hearing that we want to figure it out, and that's what we're committed as staff to doing.
Yeah, I think we have the feedback on this. I think that we need. I don't think the staff, we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't have this conversation with you. We don't want there to be an assumption that there is no risk in the events that we're doing, and we want you to be aware of what they are. And that's why it was important for us to have this conversation with you. Again, I'm not here as the new guy trying to suck all the fun out of town. I just wanted to be sure that everybody is aware. And again, I agree. We don't want to live in fear. That's not how I operate. But we just wanted you all to be aware and have this conversation. And we've heard enough. I think we'll come back to you all and say, this is how we can increase our margin a little bit in terms of safety and what the trade-off is there.
I mean, there's a risk in everything we do.
Without question.
I was going to say too, we don't really know what kind of response we're going to get. There's a lot of pent up demand out there for fun, talk about it, so it could be double the amount of people we've had. Maybe they will get down to the end of Scarborough at this point. We'll look at it that way.
Well, no, and thank you for that conversation. I knew we would have a lot, and quite frankly, some of the things that I talked about that come from the more events PR end, it is a trickle down effect. So public safety having more resources and being able to manage crowd control so we don't have to step in, all of that has a trickle down effect. So I am very excited to meet with them. So we'll come back. All right, I'm going to whiz through this, Drew, because am I way over? Oh.
You are.
That's okay.
But move on.
It was important.
Okay.
Well, some of your time got taken by the chairman of the county commission.
Yes. I did not cede that time though. I'm taking it back. Okay, I'm going to go through these very, very, very quickly. There's two things in here that we really want to ask your opinion about. I did just want to go through, we've had some discussion about the way that we get out public information at some of the other meetings. I wanted to give you a really quick overview of some of our main channels. This will take just a moment. And then I want to talk about an audience that we don't always reach and an idea we have for potentially being able to reach it. So I just started with YouTube viewers for council meetings. Obviously, the February 2nd council meeting is not on there because it was not live streamed due to disaster. So the average number of people watching live stream council meetings, somewhere between 6 and 9. There are more people that watch them on replay. So those numbers next to the replay unique are unique people who viewed the video. And then the timestamp next to that is the average amount of time they watched the video. So most of them are not watching the whole video. October 6th, I don't have unique viewers for. I can only go back so many months. I did want to mention here, and I didn't pull a lot of numbers for you to look at, but about 6 months ago, I started putting in chapter markers in the council videos, and they're linked to an agenda. So in the about section, people can scroll down the agenda, they can click on the item they want to watch, and then they only have to watch that item without having to scroll through. So I don't think that it has really increased our time watched, because it might even have decreased it a little, but it does seem like people are finding what they want, because I can see the peaks where people jump in and out correlating with those chapter markers. So I did just want to bring that up. It seems like a really weird, tiny little thing to be excited about, but I think it has made the videos a lot more accessible, especially if we have a long meeting. Our social media following is really great. It's pretty much all increased, except for Twitter does not look like it has, because this is year over year. So this is end of 2021, and that's compared to 2020. In 2020, we did so much online engagement that comparing this year to last year is a little bit unfair, but we still have a ton of followers. We have a lot of people that we're reaching. So, and we have pretty good engagement too. As part of the goals I talked about yesterday, we're going to be diving a lot deeper into these audiences, but we know by far that we reach more women, particularly women between 35 and 55 with Facebook. And all of our channels miss a subset of older stakeholders, mainly people 65 and older. MailChimp, which is our usually weekly email news, although I will use that if we have a storm coming or if there's some other important event that we need to get out. We do have almost 1,900 subscribers. 64% of them are highly engaged with our content, which is really amazing. MailChimp gives you, gives you comparisons to other businesses your size, and we blow them all out of the water, which is really great. I don't get to compare ourselves to other governments, but I'll take a small business. 9% moderately engaged and 24% rarely engaged. So again, we're reaching some really good people here. And then there's this 24% of 1,900, which is not a tiny number that we're missing here. We also do print information. We do semi-annual newsletters. Those are mailed to every property owner in Duck. And we send brochures. So 2 things about both of those. The semi-annual newsletters are costly to send, and we have shortened the amount of information we put in them, because unfortunately, sometimes by the time they're printed, stamped, and mailed, the information is no longer current. Not wrong, but maybe the article is about a decision that was before council, and then by the time someone gets it in their hands, that decision has already been made. So we have shortened the content a little to drive people towards our website, where we have the most updated information, and giving a little bit more general information there. Brochures are a great way for us to reach our transient visitor population. However, a lot of places no longer want to give out brochures. So we're going to save about half as much in brochures this year as we did last year, because a lot of companies don't want to give them out. They just become an article of trash. The good thing is that those companies, mainly rental companies, put those things on their website, or they drive people towards our website, which is really great. So the information's still getting out there, but it's getting out there in that digital manner again. So more digital, our website, over 136,000 users in 2021. And it's hard to see the numbers there. I cut and pasted that from the screen, but huge majority of the people who visit our website are new visitors. So my assumption is those are weekly visitors that we are being able to drive there through either through information we put out or information that realty companies put out or other businesses put out. So we're pretty happy with that. We're still evaluating how traffic flow goes right now because we're still updating the website. So it kind of has made some little fluctuations in my numbers, but it does seem like people are searching, just straight searching a lot less, which means that they are able to find the information more easily on the website. And one thing I did just want to mention is that after some conversations with the town manager over the next year, we may look at some other companies that provide website services specifically for governments, because they have items like within the website framework, you can send reminder emails, you can send text messages, all of those sorts of things that some of the other larger municipalities do. And so instead of us having to have a text message service and an email service and all of those things, it would come from the same location. So we are looking at that because there are some advantages to a government-oriented website. So, still digital, still missing older stakeholders. We feel pretty sure that we're missing some weekly visitors as well. All of you can guess all of the reasons why. They leave things on the beach or they don't cross the road correctly, or, you know, so they can't see everything we put out. Oops, sorry, I went backwards. Okay, so what I want to propose, I have a lot of proposals today. Sorry. We've done some talking amongst the staff and the department directors about potentially looking at an electronic sign for our marquee and potentially the public safety building marquee. And we have a few reasons for this. So number one, I do want to stress that this would be, we would want a sign that fit in with the character of Duck. Currently, the zoning ordinance does not allow electronic LED signs. Joe can explain it better, but as the government, for public safety reasons, we can exclude ourselves from that. So just for your consideration. So I've just thrown up here some things I found online of pretty demure electronic signs that aren't flashy, not scrolling, not doing any of those sorts of things. Just putting out simple information. The great thing about these is, we can really quickly display information. So there's cloud-based systems where if I'm at home on a Saturday morning and there's a tornado warning, in 30 seconds, I can have tornado warning on our marquee. If there's a medevac landing at public safety, right now we use social media to put that out. Well, social media doesn't display chronologically. Sometimes I get messages from people 9 hours later asking me if the road is still closed. So we can do things in real time. Some of these systems also can be set up so that they will automatically display wireless emergency alerts. So things like a tornado warning or a flash flood warning, we could set it up to be automatically displayed. Yes.
What kind of cost are you talking about?
Oh, you're really jumping the gun here. Drew's going to have some input on this, but anywhere between $8,000 and $19,000 is what I have found. I will say that.
Why don't you show us the 8,000 versus 19,000?
So it depends on, we need a double-sided one, and then it depends on the company and the size and the brightness, and we're not ready to try and quote these out before any kind of interest. I will say that the sign board that we use right now, we need new letters for that. We need some new letters. We need punctuation. We need things that don't just have little things taped over them to work. They are very expensive. Not that expensive. They're not $9,000. I don't know if Drew wants to chime in on cost, but no. Okay, I'll keep going.
He's not talking.
Well, and so this is, we want to know how you feel in concept about this.
Yes.
And then if you say, no way, heck no, we'll just forget about it. If you
Yes.
say, hey, let's look at this, and we can come back with
plan.
firm proposals in terms of costs, we can fairly easily identify money actually in this year's budget to make this happen before summertime. If this is something you're interested in, we'll put a finer point on the proposal and come back to you. This is just conceptual.
I'd say let's look at it, but let's not get in conflict with what we allow for businesses.
So it would be in direct conflict. It would be in direct conflict to what we
Yeah,
allow.
so that's,
Right. It's sort of like the height of the building, how much trouble we got into when we wanted to go up a little taller here. And
well, and maybe we need to change our ordinance for the businesses, but, maybe not flashing signs, but, electronic signs that they could change.
So the benefit we're seeing here is that we are very limited right now on the amount of text that we can fit on the sign. So I'm sure you've seen some of our amazing abbreviations. Shout out to Betsy Trimble. But also how frequently we can change that information.
And it's not real noticeable. I don't know why it kind of blends, but anyway.
The marquee, yeah.
I forget to look at it and I'm right here.
But we do know that it reaches people. We have people that come to events in the summer who only saw it on the marquee. We've had people come to, public meetings who only saw it on the marquee. And we just started having this conversation kind of behind the scenes and just wanted your ideas about it because I think it could help us reach a section that we aren't reaching. So older people who aren't using other digital technology, because clearly this is still digital technology, but it's static as you drive by, but also reaching those visitors that are here. So yes, they may check their social media sometimes they may do all of these things. They might sign up for the red flag notifications on their phone, or they might not. But if they walk to lunch and we can have that information right there, we think it might be something helpful. So really, I agree with you. We're looking for, is there any interest in us trying to look for some quotes and coming back?
I think you ought to look for some quotes and then see what it's going to take to get a text amendment for the town.
I would also say that whatever kind they have out there, I'm sure technology's improved quite a bit, but knowing that if we were going to open this door for the entire town to have this kind of sign, which is what I'm hearing from the mayor, it would have to be in character with the town because it's going to open a new door if we do it. I get the benefits. I mean, I like the idea, but I would really want it to be I don't know, I want to say understated, but I like the quick messaging. It can't be fun out there putting all the new letters up and you've got multiple things you want to say and different priorities daily.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be something really tasteful and understated.
I agree. And that's, I just pulled these photos from the internet, working with a consultant from one of the companies, they could give us a much better conceptual idea. And there are a lot of options. I know Chief Ackerman has not yet noticed the sign I put up there now. There are different conceptual ideas and retrofitting, we could retrofit into what we already have now. A lot of them, I think I showed you, they will build, say, the brick monument around it. There are a lot of options. So I'm certainly happy to proceed working with the town manager to just get some conceptual ideas and potential costs.
If we're going to do it, businesses ought to be allowed to do it, but there's conditions you can put on that with colors and flashing and all that type of thing, whereby, just a stationary sign that can change. If we can do it, the business ought to be able to do it.
Right. And that's something that when we get some of the conceptual ideas, we can find out what the options are or not. I think that a lot of these signs come automatically with a lot of options, unfortunately, because that technology is so easy. But, our proposal for the town is to use it. No scrolling, no flashing, none of that. We can have dark hours at night if the council wants, all of those sorts of things. Just really as a way for us to be able to change it more quickly to get out the important information. Okay, so we'll come back with something. This next one, 2 minutes, maybe. Advertising. I have a $30,000 advertising budget that I've been whittling down since I started here. Unfortunately, early on, I was not given much direction about how this budget should be applied. So these are just some of the myriad companies that we put ads in with. And none of the other municipalities have really targeted advertising budgets. Really, the Tourism Bureau does a lot of that come to the area type of thing, except for sponsored events like Jazz Festival and off-season, shoulder season types of things. And so I wanted to ask the council as I get ready to plan my budget. Currently, this past year we had a $30,000 advertising budget. I probably would need to keep half of that because I am required to meet certain advertising goals for some of the sponsorships and grants for the Jazz Festival in particular. But I don't have that requirement for summer.
You don't have a what?
That requirement for any of the other.
So you're saying you only spent half of it last year. Is that what I heard?
No, I spent all of it last year, but I kind of want to ask for direction from the council because, do we want to be spending a lot of money to put in a paper advertisement about all of our summer events when we don't know who's picking those up? We don't know where all that's going. I can't really get much I can't see what the return on investment is on that. And quite frankly, most of our summer events are people who are staying in Duck and who learned about it a different way than one of our local print magazines.
I think you know best with respect to where to spend the advertising. I don't think we really need to advertise to get people to come to Duck, number one. And
Right.
number two is we've got so much electronic capability, including our website, if people want to know what's going on.
Okay.
Most of them are going to go electronically anyhow, not print advertising. So,
Right.
I mean, you know best how to spend it, but I
Okay.
certainly don't think we need to advertise, come to Duck for a vacation.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
That's
you
my
mean from the
opinion.
outside world.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
yeah.
saying? Yeah.
Right.
No, the Tourism Bureau does
Right.
that.
Exactly.
But I do like the image ad or the branding that you've done for the town.
Mhm.
I see Manio kind of copying that with some ideas that kind of started here,
Mhm.
but which, is fine. And it just kind of evokes come to the place, if
Mhm.
you're local. And then the other thing I'll say about that is it's nice to kind of support some local publications
Mhm.
with, like I'm thinking North Beach Sun or just some of those ideas that where it's, distributed to but I agree with you. You cannot see the, unless you put a QR code
Right.
unique to it or something, but
And
I
we
do like the branding. I mean, I like
Yeah.
seeing our name in those publications.
And we still do use some of those, particularly for jazz. And then depending on what kind of contract I have to sign or how long that publication is out, I may have winter events in it as well, like Yuletide.
But I agree with the mayor that.
But there's about half the year that we don't necessarily, I don't think need just a come to Duck. Okay.
I have two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Did this just happen to come after the flashing sign? So we could give you money back from this for the sign?
No, but that would have been genius. You are giving me a lot of credit, Mr. Whitman. A
My
lot
other
of credit.
question is, and this is one that I've asked before.
Yes.
And the previous organization, how's that sound? There are banners that we have. We have 3 sets of them. Was it winter, Jazz Festival, and the summer ones?
Are you talking about the telephone
Yes.
banners? Yes, yes.
Is there any possibility we might come up with a 4th one so we change them more often?
That is a note I can make.
I don't know what the cost is on them, but
Well, the
there's
first
only-
time we had them, we paid for them with sponsorships of businesses, but I don't think we've did that only except the first.
there's no businesses' names on them. I can
But
tell you
that's
that.
how we funded the first set, just
Oh,
so you
okay.
know. Everybody got bought one and had a panel with their name on the business that was participating. Then the little panel came off.
Okay,
but that was
There's
just.
there's no panel on it now.
No. That was the first go around.
Mhm.
And then since then, I guess the town has been funding them on their own.
I'll look into that for when I submit my budget. There's one thing in particular I am interested to ask you about. It is not a significant amount of money, but since I've started here, we have had a small advertisement that basically just says, come to Duck for walking and shopping, a couple of inches in everything First Flight Athletics puts out. Is that something you would like me to continue? And if so, do I need to expand it to other schools, or because our kids would matriculate to First Fleet?
How much does it cost?
The top one, the pocket things are, each one of those top four is about 400. And the booster program schedule at the bottom is about 500 or 600.
I think what I'm hearing from you is that there's some legacy advertising here that you're kind of wondering if it's
Yes.
important to us.
Yes.
And I think what I'm hearing from this council is that we would like to trust you to put it where you think you need to.
All right. Then that's all I have. I'm very sorry I took so much time today.
No, you didn't. Don't be sorry. That was good.
Just apologize to your town manager.
Huh?
Let's take a break till 2:35 and then Drew will wind us up.
Oh, great. We get 8 minutes.
10 minutes. We have to be close. There's a break and turn it over to Drew Havens, our town manager, to talk about budgeting and capital.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we'll kind of, I guess I'm the anchor here to bring us on home. So
It's after 2:30.
it's after 2:30. Well, it's your meeting. I'll talk as long as you let me, obviously. I want to run through the draft capital improvement plan. So this year you actually received the draft plan ahead of this meeting. So you've got the novel, if you will, about this. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through the projects. A lot of it being because you've already heard briefly about most of them. So if I go real fast, stop me and I'll back up. I do want to start, and sorry to see that there's not more people in the audience to hear about this, but we do have objectives that are stated for our CIP. The biggest being just to try to help us rationally and intelligently plan for capital purchases and acquisitions. So we can balance the needs of the community in terms of capital with our budget. It factors in debt service and all that kind of stuff. So it's a planning tool for us to use. Just because a CIP is adopted doesn't mean something's going to happen. This is not an ordinance. So the CIP flows into the budget, and that's the actual ordinance that allows projects to go forward and contracts to be signed. CIP, our capital projects are funded really in three general ways. One is just straight up general fund. So that's the annual budget that you adopt that we can pay for capital items directly. We do use debt financing. We primarily are using installment finance, which is like you wouldn't get for your car. So it's the same kind of thing. We do use some, or will use some lease purchase. It's the same thing as installment finance. We issue other debt in the form of special obligation bonds. And I differentiate between special obligation and general obligation bond. You all know that special obligation bonds are not voted, and they do not pledge the taxing authority of the town. So in order for you to pledge the taxing authority, you need to get voter approval. Special obligation bonds, you are pledging revenue from a specific source other than your ad valorem tax. In this case, we're pledging our occupancy tax revenue, saying we guarantee that we're going to pay these special obligation bonds for beach nourishment. And the fallback really is the occupancy tax. Then also you can use reserve from prior years. So that reserve will build, you put money into fund balance, you can use fund balance to pay for projects rather than trying to do it out of your normal operating budget or by using debt.
Just one quick question. The special obligation bonds, and I knew that had to be other than ad valorem. Could they be any other revenue source other than the tax?
Yes. So we can pledge occupancy tax. You can pledge your sales tax revenue.
But it has to be basically a revenue stream, not like an asset.
An asset like a town, like
Correct.
Town.
Correct. It has to be a revenue stream that at least matches up with the life of the loan.
And it really couldn't be, well, I guess it wouldn't be from fund balance, right?
No. No, so they do, the lenders want to see that there's
a flow of money.
Yeah. And from the practical sense, we all know where we're getting the money from to pay that debt service, and it's from the MSD tax revenue. That's ad valorem, so you can't use that for special obligation bonds. The CIP is broken down into 6 elements. I'm not going to read these to you. There's icons, they're colored, everything's color coded in the CIP to make it easier for the citizen to follow and understand. But just we break them down into these categories, just these functional elements, just to show where we're putting the taxpayer's dollar in terms of projects. So the CIP that you have in front of you that runs from fiscal 23 to fiscal 27 contains 30 projects, about $22.5 million. Just a note on eligibility to get into the CIP. Has to be a one-time expenditure of greater than $5,000 is the threshold that we've set. And the asset has to have a useful life of at least 3 years. So that's just kind of a way to limit what's going into the CIP. So not everything has to be programmed in there. You can see how things are broken down here in this 5-year capital plan. Environmental protection is obviously where beach nourishment is. We'll get into that. That's why that's so big. Public facilities, that does include the potential to build a public safety facility. So that's why those are the two of the bigger ones here. I just want to jump right into the different elements. So the environmental protection element has 4 projects in it. Just, and I'm just going to go run through these real quickly. We do include in here the sand fencing and the beach planting. That's an annual cost. Planning $120,000 in fiscal 23 and then $150,000 annually. That $150 is a good annual number. And the reason it's less in fiscal 23 is because we're going to do beach nourishment. So we don't need to be doing planting and sand fencing in the nourishment area. That's why that's a little less. We do receive about $24,000 or specifically $24,000 from the county in terms of a grant to help with beach planting and that type of maintenance. So that's that project. I won't go into this. Joe covered this yesterday, and Candace, Andre with VHB talked about this yesterday morning, but this is programmed in. Looking for, we'll spend about a little over $100,000 in the coming year, 50,000 from a grant, and then some local money. Again, we're trying to develop this stormwater management plan to move into trying to address some of the flooding issues. Shoreline stabilization. Again, we talked about this yesterday, about $440,000, and that's here on the town's property, town park. We're fairly, I'm looking at Joe, we're fairly confident, he's nodding, fairly confident that grant funding is available. And we actually heard that yesterday. So we will be working towards getting grants to help pay for the costs of this work. The big one here is the beach renourishment. You all are very, very, very familiar with this. You may not have seen the debt service schedule before, so I included that in this slide. Fiscal 23, a little over $500,000. Again, a little over half in fiscal 24, and then it slides down in the future years. So it's a level principal payment and declining interest. So as obviously as your principal goes down, your interest falls as well. So the way that debt service is set is if you look down, it's just the same principal payment for 5 years. And that this does include interest. You can see the breakdown of where the funding's coming from. So of this $7 million project, about a third is coming from the town.
So we're already collecting taxes on that, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep. So the debt service will be serviced through the beach fund that we have. That's where your MSD tax revenue goes, and the proportionate share of the sales tax revenue goes into the beach fund. Any questions on that before we go on to fire? Any questions?
Just quickly, yes. And I do like the color coding, so thank you, and the little icons. The 7 million and the other. Those go directly to our, remind me, we don't put that number in the budget now because we've got it directly through the other funds that.
Right. So this project, the beach nourishment, you've adopted a capital project fund.
Thank you. Capital
project
fund.
Ordinance.
But the other projects would run through the budget?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Because that's, there's been a lot of talk about the budget, how high it's gone over the years. And sometimes that's because it has included.
Right. So and we'll get to one of those projects. So that brick project is the one that really brought the budget up in terms of dollars. And because that's not in a separate fund.
Okay.
The only piece of this that touches your general fund budget is debt service. So that does not go in the project fund. It comes out of the general fund. the money comes from the Beach Nourishment Fund through the general fund. So we
But
budget
it shows
an
as an
expenditure and a
expense.
revenue.
It shows
Yes.
it as an expense.
Right, and a revenue from an interfund transfer. Okay, we'll move on to fire. So there are I think 7 projects here. You've heard about these in prior years, and Chief Black spoke to you earlier this afternoon about the big one, which is the engine. Just want to run through these very quickly. So we want to replace our self-contained breathing apparatus bottles. The department wants to shift from using the 45-minute bottle, which is what you see our firefighters wearing. So these are our firefighters in a donated or acquired structure doing some training. So you see them wearing 45-minute bottles. The 30-minute bottles are smaller, more ergonomic. They're lighter weight. The first year we anticipate buying 36 bottles, and that will replace all of the frontline air pack bottles and I'm looking at the chief, and give a spare for each one of those that are in service. So $36,000 in fiscal 23. And then the idea is to replace them on a continual rotating basis, about $5,000 annually. It says here the bottles have a defined life cycle. It's about 15 years for these composite bottles. And they are tested every 5 years. That's a requirement. They have to be hydrostatically tested every 5 years. Turnout gear. This is helmets, hood, jacket, gloves, pants, boots. This is what protects our firefighters from thermal injury and from particulates as well. So the newer gear is designed with cancer prevention in mind, which is a really big focus in the fire service now. So the idea is to keep our firefighters that we're asking to run into burning buildings, to keep them in gear that is, I'm not going to say top of the line, but at least meeting current standards. Each firefighter is issued 2 sets of gear. I'll tell you, back when I was running into burning buildings, it was a sign of a good firefighter if your gear was dirty. It made you look tough, right? And Chief Black will remember those days when, the dirty helmet and the dirty gear meant you were a working firefighter. Now it means you're a lazy firefighter because you're not washing your gear and you're not taking care of yourself and your brothers and sisters in the firehouse too. So the idea is if they get this gear soiled, it gets washed immediately and they go to their backup set. So, nothing in the fire service is cheap, somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 per set to outfit. So if you think about that in terms of investment, that's about $10,000 in gear for each firefighter that we have. So we want to spend about $15,000 in the coming fiscal year and about $17,000 annually going forward. And Chief, you'll yell when I say something wrong, won't you?
Only one comment to the gear. Remember, we have volunteers, not all of them are red tag. So those that don't want to burn the building come with 2 sets of gears.
And please use
You can
mic. You'll need to remember to use a microphone. So so save the chief. We don't issue support firefighters 2 sets of gear, but again, we still need to issue them a set of gear. The second one I'll mention, or third one I think we're on now, is thermal imaging cameras. The chief talked about these last year, did a very good presentation during council meeting. So this is our plan. We want to buy 2 of them this year. Firefighter Whitaker there is holding one of the old ones. So the technology is getting better. That's getting lighter and easier to use. So in a nutshell, these show heat pattern. So they can be used for rescue in a fire because the human body will give off a different heat signature than its surroundings. And they can also use it to find fire that's hidden behind walls. So there's a lot of different applications for this piece of equipment. I'm just going to skip this. No, I won't skip this one. So the chief did a really good job this afternoon talking about the replacement of engine 11. So we did a debt service calculations about 92,000, and that's straight out purchase. That's not reflecting any trade-in or anything like that. I think what we'll do is we want to come back to the council with some suggestions about maybe taking advantage of the lower pricing and give the council the opportunity to consider that and getting a piece of apparatus under contract sooner rather than later. And we'll give you some options in terms of how to pay for that. The chief has also talked in the past, and this is about replacing some of our extrication equipment. We had been doing it a little more piecemeal. This $50,000 project is really to replace our cutters and our spreaders, which are hydraulically operated. And you can see the picture in the top. That's actually our equipment. It requires it be connected to hoses. The new equipment is that's just a sample picture of the new style of spreader. They run on battery. So they require no hoses. They're quicker to deploy and they're lighter. We'll also save, as we think about designing and specifying a new piece of fire apparatus, we don't have to worry about including hydraulic plumbing for pre-connected hydraulic tools if we go in this direction. They've done some demos and they feel that they're very effective. Is there anything I missed on that one, Chief?
Spot on. And also when we look at financing, we can look to finance this as part of our purchase too. That eases the debt.
Okay.
How much are the hydraulic ones?
How much, the question was how much are the hydraulic tools if we just went back to?
If we did a full set, the hydraulic tools we have now are over 20 years old. So it's old technology. They still work. We don't do a lot of extrication. That's well known. Pretty much the whole beach is looking to go to the battery operated tools. The cost of $50,000 is completely replacing. We still keep a set of backup amicus, but the thought is to get a whole new set that would go into the new engine and Drew nailed it. It saves us on the engine. We don't have to do all the plumbing to accommodate the old equipment. Just so you know, countywide, 3 manufacturers are coming down. Actually, Duck is leading that to do demos across the entire county because this is a push. Most departments are looking to change now, which also helps. There's things that are broken.
So apples to apples, buying a cutter and a spreader electric versus cutter spreader hydraulic, what's the cost delta there?
Actually, you're probably not looking at much cost savings.
About a push?
Other stuff you have to get.
So it's about a push in terms of price.
Do we have any other tools that are hydraulically powered besides the spreaders?
Now, the spreaders, anything extrication, so the spreaders, the cutters, all those
are hydraulic.
All hydraulically. We just have one picture.
So the extrication is everything that's running hydraulic. You don't have anything else that goes hydraulic off the.
Right. So it's spreader, cutter, ram are the 3 primary hydraulic tools.
And they're all battery operated.
They are, so.
Can be battery
yes,
operated.
Correct.
Is there any resale value on the ones we have?
I'm sure there is, and we can do that. If not, let's work with Jeff to sell on the other one.
Yep. The next item is replacement. So we have a regular schedule to replace the 2 fire department vehicles that we own. So these are the 2 command or response vehicles. One's assigned to the deputy chief, the other is assigned to the chief. Originally, the chief's vehicle was set to be replaced in fiscal 25. The CIP that you have in front of you pushes that out to fiscal 27. Still about an 8 to 10 year service life, but we have low mileage and low maintenance currently on that vehicle. So we're very comfortable in pushing that out for another 2 years. And then the debt service is shown here. The last vehicle replaced was the pickup truck that's driven by the deputy chief. Any questions about fire?
That price for that truck, the replacement truck seems a little bit low, but just based on car prices these days, but I don't know if last time you looked at it, but if it's not going to be till 2027.
So an out the door police Tahoe, which it's a pursuit Tahoe, so it's got the more suspension in it, bigger alternators and that kind of stuff, we would buy one of those for fire, which is what the chief drives. Outdoor price, I'm looking at the chief right now, is about 28 on the state contract, 29.
That's
It's gone up a little bit. So it may be around 30. You and I can't buy
Okay.
what we can get on the state contract. The additional here is the outfit, the inserts and all that kind of, the command inserts and all the equipment that goes along with
Graphics and
it.
all that.
So that 60 may be generous as opposed to low.
Okay, thank you.
Well, depending on what happens with vehicles going, yeah. And obviously, again, this is fiscal 27, so we'll adjust as we go forward with this. Any other questions about fire? Okay, go to police. Again, half a dozen projects here. And I'm going through this very quickly because you all have all this in front of you. The table in the lower part of this shows kind of how things are funded. Each project specifically says how it's funded. If you look in the appendix in the CIP. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. Again, Chief Ackerman did a great job this afternoon, or it was this morning, wasn't it? This morning, I said this afternoon for Chief Black. So RMS, this is a project that's being led by the Sheriff's Office. He went over all the benefits of that. We're obviously looking to get this deployed as soon as we can because of all the efficiency that will be gained. As he mentioned today, it's about just a little north of 79,000 is what we've programmed into the CIP for fiscal 23. And then the recurring runs just a little over 26,000. The chief also talked about, so the public highway video camera system, looking about 32.5 total cost for that. We do have an application in for a law enforcement block grant for a large portion of that. So a piece of that would come out of the general fund budget. So you'll see that when we present the budget to you, you'll see this item as an expenditure, and we'll talk to you a little bit about the revenue that goes along with that. And we would likely condition this project on the receipt of that grant. So we don't expect to hear about that grant until after we're in the next fiscal year. So we'll program it as if we're going to receive it, and then adjust from there. The chief also talked to you about replacing some of our MDTs. There are other options that we're going to continue to explore as we look at other approaches to all of our IT in the town. So there may be some other options, but this is just straight up replacing. How many was this going to replace, Chief, in fiscal 23?
I believe it's a total of 8.
So a total of 8. And then, as he mentioned, we'll be getting out of the need to have the desktop computers in the police station. We'll go with docking stations. So the officer has, one system that he or she needs to keep up with. Radar speed sign, again, the chief talked about this. So it's about $11,300 planned for fiscal 23. This will not replace, but add 2 additional signs to our system. And this is in addition to the new one we're adding around just north of Seabreeze next week that we were able to purchase with current year budget. And as the chief said, these are a great tool for education with so many. Basically, we have a new population every week, and these do serve as a reminder what that white sign with the numbers on it mean that people sometimes forget. This is a one-time project, so it's a little over $10,000. It's $10,500 to buy a cabinet and a file cabinet for the police station. Currently, there is no fireproof, or that's not fireproof, fire-resistant storage in the police station for ammunition, records, so on. We're programming this in. I would tell you that last fiscal year, we bought, so it was last fiscal year, I asked, shortly after I got here, I actually asked the town clerk where our fireproof storage was for town records. And the response was, well, we didn't have any. So she now had, these are actually pictures of the fireproof cabinets that are in the clerk's office. Not that we don't have a great fire department, we do. It's just that we're actually required to we have to have these records. So we have to do our level best to maintain them. So those are in Lori's office. And then we do need to have a better storage in the police department. So yeah. Patrol vehicles, we are not replacing any in fiscal 23. So this is we're staying on the schedule that we talked to you about last year. So 4 vehicles will be coming up in fiscal 24. And you can see there 2 in fiscal 25 and 3 in fiscal 26. About a 6-year replacement cycle on these. We're hoping that 48,000 per unit still holds to be about right. We have been doing a 3-year installment finance on those. So the ones we just bought this year, we issued installment finance debt for that. Any questions? Any questions on police? All right. Parks will be real quick. One thing, playground. So we started talking to you last year about this. So we're gonna look to start doing some planning and some early design in fiscal 23, wrapping up some design in 24, and then actually getting into some acquisition in 24. And then fiscal 26 would be for perhaps some expansion area of the playground to add additional amenities there. So it's just that one project.
Okay. So the 10,000 for the consultant, Drew? Okay,
right. So to start doing some planning, design, and so on for in the current space to replace the current equipment. Public facilities element. So there's 7 of these as well. Talked about, I think Joe talked about yesterday about boardwalk repairs and upgrades. We're trying our best to stay ahead of maintenance rather than having to go through and rip and replace whole sections at a time. Having a full-time person on staff has made a huge difference in being able to get out. You can see that this actually shows one of the repairs that he's made. So when we talk about boardwalk repairs, we're also talking about the lighting, including the solar lights, and we've just finished replacing all the batteries in those. And Mr. Whitman has been very kind to donate you donate your time, right?
Sure.
Yeah, he donates his time to help us with that system. So somewhere it escalates, but we need to spend at least $20,000 a year to maintain that asset. So it's board replacement, lighting replacement, replacing some of the railings, and then some stability replacement. We had a marine contractor that's actually going to be doing our bulkhead work had made some suggestions to Kim about how to strengthen the flexibility in some different places without impacting the boardwalk. Did I miss anything on that, Joe? Good. Public safety building repairs. So this is a single 1-year, $85,000 item. You heard the chief talk earlier about this. This is the building built in 1982. It needs a roof. We've been patching. It's time. That shingle is no longer made. We really need to, because we know we're not throwing the building away, we're not going to put it in a dumpster. At least that's what we're currently hearing from the Corps, is that they do want the asset. We just need to work out all those details with them. We need to protect what's there. And if the council today, if we had the land secured and the council today were to say, let's go, we're looking at 2 years, 2.5, maybe 3 before we're walking into a new building. So the chief is fond of using the term protect the castle. We need to put a new roof on the castle. We also need to paint the exterior, and there's some siding that needs to get replaced as well. So about $50,000 for the roof, painting, and the exterior siding repair, again, just to keep that building buttoned up as best we can, be about $35,000. Joe talked about this yesterday, and he actually had the same picture of the new building. This is not a picture of what the new building looks like, other than to say that the concept is that we will get rid of the two garage buildings that are there, replace it with one 30 by 40. It will be a steel building with an improved facade. So we're not going to look at that. We'll have a facade that or some sort of a cladding that better matches what we have on our campus. We're not just going to plop a metal building down. The idea is to provide additional space for the maintenance technician, a restroom in that facility. We're out of storage space. So we need some place for storage, not only for maintenance, but for other things as well. We have items that are stored in places where they shouldn't be, in mechanical spaces that are not designed for storage. So we need to get that done. So that's again, one-time expenditure of about $200,000 that's planned for fiscal 23 budget.
You just said we're going to take down the facility we have now.
Yes.
And replace it with this.
Yes. Right. So it'll be roughly the same footprint, but it'll be a more efficient space.
I was just under the impression it was going to be that was staying in, another building was going up.
Did I get it wrong, Joe?
Unfortunately.
Oh, so it's an additional building. Oh, we need to talk about that more. I don't know. So it is an addition.
Assets that are perfectly.
I wondered why.
Okay.
So we go to the left, the thought, the discussion has is just we go to the left.
See, and I even thought from your presentation yesterday that it was going to replace that. Okay, we'll need to have more conversation about that. But anyway, that's in the plan.
That'll save us some.
Yeah, I learned something.
Rip the other one down.
Yeah, that's true. Are we going to discuss some of these afterwards?
You can discuss them anytime you'd like as we're going along. It's fine.
You guys mind if I ask some other questions?
Of course not.
In that area over there, we have that enclosed ventilated space that we store Christmas decorations and a couple of odd things. Is there any reason we don't enclose that and use that for some of the storage that's in his garage now? I mean, most of the council has probably never been over there, so.
You're talking about the area behind the right-hand garage?
Yes.
The fenced-in area.
So there's
another space behind that. You probably don't even know.
Oh, I don't even know that.
So yeah, we do. There's some storage area, and actually we're using that also now for, and it's probably better that it's outdoor. We're using it to store some trash carts. So we get, and this has not been widely announced. We actually worked out with Waste Management to give us kind of an advanced slug of some trash carts. So rather than waiting for a couple of weeks sometimes to replace carts because they don't get here as quickly as we'd like them to, we now have some that Kim can go out.
That's really new then, isn't it?
Sir?
That's really new that we have in there.
Yeah, so we started that this past summer, I think is when we kicked that off.
I just heard a nice compliment about how quickly we were able to respond to a trash can request just yesterday from a citizen. So
and now you know
it's
why.
Working.
That's only trash. The blue ones.
Well, and if we hear complaints about the recycling ones, we can probably make the same deal with Tidewater as well.
Okay, but we're talking about buildings. The everybody's talking about how we don't have storage for the stage area there. Is there any reason we couldn't build a lean-to on the back of that? And then enclose that for more storage space?
The short answer is no.
Okay.
There's no reason, there's no reason we can't. It's just that that's not something that staff has come with in terms of a priority at this point.
But has anyone ever brought it up?
Not to me. Not, so I've not heard that. I've not heard that internally. I know it's been, so I think Betsy went in this last year and knocked the microphone over and hauled a lot of stuff out of there. So some of the issue we have with storage is that we're not as efficient as we need to be. Sometimes we're keeping stuff. This mechanical room here was an excellent example of that. Christian did a great job of going in there and getting rid of a lot of stuff that we didn't need to store. So, but no, there's no reason if that comes from the event side of the house that we need additional storage there. That's something we can certainly specify and work on. All right. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. So in the CIP is programmed in to start some design and then working towards construction of the northern boardwalk extension. There was some conversation about that yesterday, and we'll obviously factor that into our discussions as well. Do you all have any additional thoughts about that you want to share with us? Like get rid of it or whatever you want, whatever your thinking is?
Just what I said yesterday. I just don't see it as a necessary thing. And I think it, one of our biggest problems here is traffic and then parking. And I think that's just going to exacerbate the whole thing at that end of it.
I don't want to get rid of it. I want to see what the new plans for Resort Realty looks like and see what they're doing.
I think the idea of this was to give, that the final end of it. So this will connect to the infrastructure being constructed as part of the brick project. So just, it seemed from our perspective anyway, to if we could get it from where it is, to Mr. Whitman's point, working with the folks that are redeveloping Resort Realty to get a chunk of that built, and then obviously using some public resources to get the places that aren't part of that. Obviously we'll continue to have conversations when we see what the Resort Realty is doing. We can come back to y'all and see what direction you want to give us.
Did that initial estimate of $1 million include the boardwalk in front of Resort Realty?
Yes.
Or was that just our three options around the Blue Point?
So that included everything that Mr. DeWitt showed you yesterday. So there was 3 different options and 3 different colors.
Right.
So it was all of it. So the dollar amount will be less because Resort Realty redevelopment should be building a portion of that.
Oh.
Assuming that we don't want to take advantage of an option that would move that boardwalk soundward. And rather have it connect like it does now at the waterfront shops.
Yeah.
In that case, that would be private.
Obviously, if we just ran around on the east side of the Blue Point and connected into Resort Realty, it would be a very lower price for sure.
Yes.
I mean, that would just be at ground level type thing.
Given the fact that we've had so much generosity from the Visitors Bureau, wouldn't we put source as possible grants as well?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we're showing this as general fund. Yeah. If we're looking at doing construction, Joe and his team would be looking at grants to the Visitor Bureau, CAMA. Go ahead.
This is great. No promises, obviously. Right. This is kind of project literally cost the town nothing other than the design. We have matching grants, part of Parks and Recreation, tourism, fund, grant grand or something like that. Depending on the features we have, they would pay for 50% of it. And then we have a camera water access grant that would also pay up to 50% of it. And that's not including other options as tourism and that kind of thing. So there's a number, for this type of project, there are a number of very significant funding opportunities. So should it be something the council wants to proceed with, we would explore all of those. But the only one thing I did want to mention, based on Chris DeWitt's presentation yesterday, it appeared to me that the dates on this could probably be pushed out a year in terms of that, making it FY24, FY25. That'll also give us more opportunity to have conversations about the viability of it, if it is something the council wants to pursue.
Should we even consider going west of the Blue Point? I mean, those two options are going to take, views from the Blue Point and from the normal boardwalk there. Why would we even consider going out into the marsh? Why wouldn't we just only consider the east option around the backside of the Blue Point?
Well, I mean, the west is the way it goes literally everywhere else through the village, except for the little section going through Wee Wings. It's on the west side, everywhere else. So we'll have conversations with those owners. If it's a big concern for them, that's something we would look at as we select the design. But those conversations haven't taken place.
So
just trying to provide as many alternatives as we can and options at this point before we get into putting a fine point on any plan.
I mean, to me, it's the most expensive and the most least desirable. Why we'd even look at it? That's my opinion. I mean, why would you want to go out the marsh and take the view from the restaurant?
Yep.
My own opinion.
And again, we're probably a year or two before we get to that decision point. And that will be a decision that we'll come back to council with.
Yeah.
What else? Also, public facilities, we'd like to replace and expand the current the video surveillance system. So I don't know how many people are aware that we do have some security cameras on our buildings and on this campus. Coverage is not great. We're having some issues in this north parking lot, and we were able to the chief and Kim were able to move one of the cameras there, but we'd like to expand the coverage, also including public safety building and those grounds there as well, which are currently not covered at all by video. The current system is use the term difficult to use in terms of searching for events, and sometimes it captures all the events and sometimes it doesn't. So we're looking for something that's a little more reliable as well. There is included in this some publicly accessible live streaming cameras, and we're thinking about particularly on the boardwalk. Again, this is just a kind of a duck marketing kind of thing to have people be able to see when they're sitting in northeastern Virginia to see what the sunset on the Sound looks like. So that's just a project that we've queued up for the coming year, and we'll be talking to you a little bit more about that, including some funding options for that. This is kind of another one of the questions that got asked after I got here is why isn't there a second way out of the second floor of Town Hall? Again, we not wanting to live in fear, but fire is a real possibility. There are other incidents that may require that the people in the second floor of Town Hall need a second way of egress. So what's being proposed is to the window in the conference room, which is on the north side of the building, to convert that window to a door and construct a set of stairs down the outside of the building. That number seems really low, and that's because that's just material costs that would be done in-house. there'll be a little bit of contracted work for the piling, the piers to get set properly. But other than that, Kim Pittman will do that job. Public safety building. This is obviously a big one. Last year when we did this presentation, that said fiscal 23. Now it says fiscal 24. The latest from the Corps, I had a conversation with the real estate folks about a month ago. Locally, they're on board with accepting the asset and doing the land swap. So that's working its way up through the Corps chain of command. So it's got to go to Mississippi, and then it goes to district first, and then it goes to the ERDIC in Mississippi, and then after it gets all the approvals from the Corps, it goes to Big Army for their final approval. So it comes out of the Corps of Engineers into the Big A Army chain of command. The real estate guy is very confident that all the approvals will happen that they need. It just takes an excruciatingly long time to get through all that. It amazes me that it's taken, well, this started before I got here. They said, hey, we might want this asset. And so it's been about a year and a half to get to where we are now. It could be as much as another 6 to 8 months before we hear back from Big Army. Once that approvals, that they want the asset, then we need to begin the process of negotiating a lease for new land. The goal of that, from my perspective, will be to get a lease term that matches the life of the asset. We're not going to build a 40-year asset on a piece of land that we only have control over for 5 years. So that's something that we'll be bringing back to y'all as we're starting to have those conversations. Once we have the site set and we know the kind of the dimensions of the site as we're negotiating that lease term, at that point we'll re-engage with our architects and update the current, the kind of the programming level design of the building and start working towards, construction type design. And at that point, we'll need to come to you and say, in the budget or through a budget amendment of some sort, come back and say, hey, we need to engage them to start the actual design work. The schematic they've done works, but in terms of kind of the scale of the building, but that, as the chief said earlier today, that needs to get updated to our current staffing model, and also needs to get updated to current standards for building firehouses, because that's, since this design, there's been more focus, as I mentioned earlier about turnout gear, been more focus on cancer prevention and how dirty stuff enters a fire building. So there's different entrance type configurations that need to happen. The fire gear doesn't go into the main firehouse. It goes from outside into the place where it gets washed and that kind of stuff. So all that needs to be built into a new facility. Again, we're sitting on go, just waiting for a final word from the Corps. And that'll be another one of those cork popping moments when we finally get approval for all this stuff.
I was also going to suggest, while we're talking about the building, that with all the county renovations that are going on, that it makes sense to probably talk to the other chiefs and the county about, the design of the building that's happening in Kill Devil Hills and some of the renovation. I mean, those are some new current things that we can tap into and certainly pick their brains and get some of the best ideas on. And, maybe some economies of scale in terms of, saving a little bit of whatever, I don't know. But there's a lot of building going on with public safety right now. So might as well, even Kitty Hawk, they're doing a new police station, as I recall. And then, and the new ambulance station. And I guess, I think we're talking about adding a bay for an ambulance, or at least having that allocated space for an ambulance up here. So anyway, all those updated elements.
And I've had that conversation with the county manager too, about, when we get to the point where we're starting to do design to involve members of their team to be sure that we have accommodation for an ambulance. If we get to the point where the county wants to place that asset here, and we can then ask the county to figure into how we pay for the building too.
I guess this is one good thing about the delay is that we've increased staff quite a bit since we've started this design, and it's not obsolete. Start from scratch with a fully built out staff.
All right. Any other questions on the public facilities? All right, we'll move on to streets. Five projects in the streets element. Duck trail repaving. So, you know, some of the duck trail is aging. We're getting rid of asphalt and putting down concrete, traditional and permeable, depending on where it is. Again, for durability and primarily for durability. So the 2023 project, as it shows here, will fill in the remaining gap in the Sanderling area. So it's about 850 feet between Blue Heron and Waxwing. So that'll finish us up in that section of town. And then again, it's about $120,000 to $140,000 a year is what we have programmed, and that's every year in the capital improvement plan to keep maintaining that facility. Highway 12 elevation, this is the brick project. I'm not going to talk much about this other than to say again, you know, this is a $2.5 million project that the town's paying just under 10% for. That's a big lift. And has absolutely nothing to do with me and has everything to do with Joe. He has really, I don't know where he finds the money. So pretty soon they're going to start paying us to do projects the way we're going. But that's pretty amazing to think that $2.5 million project, and it's only directly costing the town of Duck less than 10%. So again, very well done on that, Joe, and your team.
Are we worried about any escalation in prices?
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that.
Always.
So that 2.6 could become 2.8 or 2.9?
Well, the 2.5, yeah, could. 2.5 could escalate, which will make our out a little more. Yeah, more than 10%. But for now, we'll take the victory until we bid it. Will be interesting to see what the environment is when we go to bid on that. Some stormwater management. Again, this is something that we have built in recurring in different years in the CIP, about $45,000 in fiscal 23. So this is to do a little bit of work in the Sanderling area and then some work near Wee Winks in the Methodist Church to reduce some of the flooding as you see there. Retaining wall replacement. Last year during the retreat, you saw that there was a internal staff-led effort to identify the retaining wall sections that needed to be replaced. We've begun that systematic replacement. About $35,000 a year is what we're investing. So this year in fiscal 23, this shows here we want to replace the wall just north of Plover. There's a section there, and then there's a small section adjacent to the core property, or on the core's frontage that has a retaining wall. And what we'd like to do there is just remove that retaining wall and regrade, similar to what we did before I got here. What street was that?
If you recall, we kind of graded out that little hill above Four Seasons for better visibility in that instance. But yeah, it'd be similar, not even that complicated. It'd be similar to what we're doing this year with Tuckahoe. There's a very low retaining wall.
So again, just replacing and maintaining these assets. And then we talked about the traffic study yesterday. Another project is crosswalk lighting. And this particular project in the CIP will put additional lighting. So it's the crosswalks that are currently marked that don't have lighting. That's what this project does. It'll be about $13,000 to get the rest of them done. And then We've identified a better source for lighting. We've also identified that we have the staff internally to handle these replacements rather than trying to rely on a contractor to do it for us. So we'll be able to handle fixture replacement and maintenance as necessary. But then this project does add more. So it's where it's dark now, it'll put these solar powered lights like we have in the village. Any questions on anything I've covered so far?
Would it be worthwhile to open up a project to take a look at a west side sidewalk on the south end of town?
Yes.
I mean, would that be capital or would that be just a internal project that would fund from the?
I think so. Similar to some of the other ideas we had that we discussed yesterday with traffic, the painted islands and the delineator posts and that kind of thing that we would like to program in for fiscal 24. So we'll take this year, we'll look at that, and we can try to hang some costs on it, but maybe not program it in this year, but that'll be we can start on the planning routine for that. Go ahead, Joe.
That's what I was going to say. Is you probably want to, that would be something you might want to break up into a design phase, sort of that preliminary engineering design part, and then a construction phase in a later year. That also gives us the opportunity to look for funding opportunities.
So yeah, I think, based on what we've heard, at your strategic planning session that we did here with y'all and what we heard yesterday, that's definitely on staff's radar to start building that into our plans.
Yeah, we didn't do any of that during the PED plan initially. We didn't do any of that preliminary design or anything.
There's no design prepared for that. I think the initial phases focused solely on Duck Village and did not extend. We don't have any design down in that direction.
I know there was a drawing a long time ago, but I'm racking my brain. I mean, it was back before when we were first doing the trail. Maybe they had a drawing that I would draw, but it was nothing designed or anything. And then when we started looking at costs, that was at the initial stage of the trail.
Yeah, it's not there's definitely some topographical things and trees and utilities that are in the area where that would go. So it's not going to be the simplest project. There's a lot of complications to it. We would really need to look at from a design standpoint.
And some of the lower hanging fruit there may be in the Charles Jenkins and I'm drawing a blank on the other.
J-Crest.
Gosh,
that's okay.
I wanted to say Seacrest, it's J-Crest. To get a sidewalk between those two, because we're talking about getting another crosswalk in that area. So that may be, I think there's still some topographic challenges there, but not as severe as just south of the village as Joe was talking about. All right. That's the summary. We'll move on from that. You've seen all this. So this is, lays out about, $22.5 million, shows how it's flowing year to year and what the revenue streams are to match with that. Interesting. So again, this is the total of the 5-year CIP. Only about 23% is local funds. That doesn't include debt service. And we obviously will issue debt, as we've talked about for the Beach Renourishment is debt funded. A fire or public safety station would be debt funded. And then obviously we've got the grant revenue and some interlocal revenue there. So again, less than a quarter of the total expenditure program is direct town funding. This is just the fiscal 22-23. So fiscal 23. So the next fiscal year, what's in the CIP. It's about 53% of the total CIP. So mainly because Beach Nourishment tends to front load right now for us, about 11 million, almost $12 million in the environmental protection being the biggest piece of that. Streets and highways next because of the brick project. Big number, 15% on direct town funding, The debt is 26%. Again, that's because of Beach Renourishment. So long, I wore the battery out.
We know what that's like. We know what that's like.
Hopefully, we're checking it out while they're doing that. So, what's really telling here is 52% is grant funded for the next year. Yes, that's your staff working hard to really leverage other people's, that's ultimately our money, right? We're all taxpayers, but leveraging outside funds to do good work for the town of Duck. Just going to hit some of the metrics within the CIP that I know you all have expressed some interest in the past. This graph just shows debt load and total debt service. So debt load is how much money do we owe at the beginning of the fiscal year, and then what the debt service is. So the green bars are debt load, black line is debt service. So what we actually have to pay in that given year. Big spike, obviously, the beginning of fiscal 24 would bring in the public safety building is what that big spike is. It drops down and you can see from there on a little bit of a peak every 5 years, and that's Beach Renourishment. So that's what we look like right now. If everything in the CIP were to go just as it's planned, and I will promise you that it won't. So this is subject, but again, it's like anything else. So it's kind of it's a fluid plan, but we need to have this to look at so you understand what the load is, what the total amount of money that we would end up owing at any given time. You have set some parameters within the financial policies that you have adopted. One of the things you said is we don't want more than 1% of our total assessed valuation to be debt. So we don't want our debt load to be more than 1% of our total assessed valuation. The state limits us on the Fiscal Control Act to 8%. We've elected 1%, and you can see even in fiscal 24, which is our peak debt load, we are just around 1/2 of our assessed valuation. And it's just this is just a good measure to understand that, we're not over committing ourselves based on our ability to pay. So this is debt service as a percentage of total expenditure. Your threshold is 20%. You say we don't want more than 1/5 of the total amount of money that we're going to spend to go to debt service. This shows you that in fiscal 21, so that's last year, was the high, and that was just a little over 16%. The difference now is that the debt service is dropping for Beach Nourishment, and we've renegotiated the debt associated with the town hall and town park construction. So that brings our debt service down. So 20% max. You're looking at in fiscal 23 or the year coming up, less than 8%. Another ratio that we look at, and you've established 55% in your financial policies. You say we want to have more than 50% of our debt paid within 10 years. So this graph just shows you that in fiscal 24, assuming that we issue debt to build a public safety facility, we're approaching the 55%. We're still above 60. It takes a few years, and then we're back at 100% of our debt paid within 10 years. Again, we're not over leveraging our future by encumbering ourselves with additional debt. So we're well within the ratio that you've set there. Any other questions on CIP stuff? You have the whole book. There'll be some changes that'll come as a result of this, and we'll fine tune that and get that back out to you as a draft.
When does the town hall, town park go off? How many more payments on that?
We have 3, I believe.
3.
That sound right, Jessica?
2, 3, and 4.
I think it's 3, either 3 or 4. Yeah. 3 after. I think it's 3 after this year.
That would always be an opportunity to pay off from the general fund if we wanted to. But
Yeah,
with the low interest rate, it's not worth it, right?
Yeah, based on the rate we were able to negotiate. Yeah. All right, move on.
Yep.
All right. So caveat, my crystal ball sometimes is a little hazy. So this is my best crystal ball polished up, what we're looking like at the end of this fiscal year. The yellow bar being what's budgeted. Obviously, it's a balanced budget. So it's your current budget, what we're projecting as of the end of this year. Don't panic that we're not going to collect all the revenue, because we're not going to get the BRIC grant in this fiscal year. That's the bulk of that difference. And I'll get into just a little bit more. So it looks like we'll have revenue in excess of expenditures when we finish this year at about 1.5 million. That's good news. You should be smiling, happy. Let me go into why that's happening. Again, these are just estimates based on current trends in revenue. So sales tax, we know is going to come in based on what we're seeing right now, higher than we budgeted. We budgeted still pretty conservatively, not knowing what kind of the COVID hangover phase would look like. It's just been really strong. Transfer tax is going to come in higher than budgeted. We are already beyond what we budgeted as of the end of last month in transfer tax. Occupancy tax, higher than budgeted. All three of those together are looking about $920,000 in excess of what we budgeted. You can see grants are lower than budgeted, and that's the BRIC project. On the other side, when we look at the other side of the balance sheet and the expenditures, obviously the expenditures are going to be lower because we're not doing the BRIC project as well. So if we back out the grant revenue, we're looking to finish the year at about 108% of what we budgeted for revenue. So about 8% total in the aggregate beyond what we budgeted. I wanted to show you this, and you have this in front in your packets as well. This is an important thing to keep in mind as we look at tax rates and as our neighbors look at tax rates. The share of sales tax and occupancy tax revenue and the transfer tax that we get is based on our proportionate share of the total levy in the county. So as tax rates adjust, and obviously tax base comes into that as well, our share of the levy adjusts. So you can see that in 21, and these change in June. So we'll get the 22 numbers we'll get in June of this year, and that's when our proportion will change, because you can see that this shows in 21 our tax rate was 19.64 cents, and that was your revenue neutral rate. The effect of that was, that the proportionate share went down about 0.22%, well less than 1%, in terms of how we stacked up against the rest of the county. This is just one of those important things that we keep an eye on as we think about not only what we do with the ad valorem rate, but what we do with the MSD rates, because all of that factors into the total levy. So we just want to I just wanted to keep that in the fore. When those numbers come out for 22, we'll share those with you as well, just so you can see trends, see how we're doing, how our neighbors are doing, and how our proportionate shares are adjusting. I just threw this in there. I was hoping there'd be more people here just to say, we still have the lowest. So we do have the lowest tax rate in Dare County right now, so 22 cents. This, I just wanted to show you. So far this year to date, and this is sales tax revenue received, we're about 9% ahead of last year, which was also ahead of the year before. So we're doing very, very well in sales tax collection revenue. I wanted to share this information with you just very briefly. So this is the total county, and this is occupancy and meals revenue, not tax revenue, the occupancy and meals revenue, so the actual dollar spent. So you can see in July and August, in excess of $200,000 was spent in those months. So I'm sorry, 200 million, not 200,000.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
$200 million. So just wanted to show you this. The blue obviously is last calendar year 21. The green is calendar year 20. You can see that we're well ahead in each one of those months. And this is one of those things that we keep. I go and look at the data that's put out by the Visitors Bureau monthly to see how we're tracking. This is the county's occupancy tax revenue. Again, you can see this year is, even this calendar year is just well ahead of where we were last year, about 9.9% year to date ahead. And that's on the county level, it's on aggregate. But just having really, really good years. Months rather. So I also wanted to show just how DUC factors in. This is just a percentage of the total revenue. So it's total meals and occupancy revenue. You can just see how our rental properties and how our restaurants factor into the total receipt. So, basically generally the third biggest player behind.
On the northern beaches, yeah.
This is just the northern beaches.
Yeah, we're right up there with Kill Devil Hills and Nags Head. DUC is always, right behind them.
Yep.
In terms of the revenue that we generate up here, and maybe like 18% of the whole county or something like that, but pretty substantial.
Yeah. So why is there traffic? Well, and this is just another way to show how our revenue factors in. So the big blue is the county, and this just shows month to month and shows you the seasonal dips. You can see in 2020 that March, April, where it's almost zero. Obviously, when the bridge was closed, so you had a little reduction in revenue. We really want to see this a few or at least one more year out, but it looks like that peak is getting wider. So, the revenue is staying stronger longer into the year and starting out stronger earlier. So that basically your shoulders are getting a little bit wider.
And that could taper again. We talk about peaks, and we are in a unquestionably huge peak right now. So we may see year over year numbers decline, but do we have to just remember how big the numbers have been continually for 2 years, 3 years, year over year. The numbers have been staggering.
There's a lag between DUC and the county, just how quick the county pays it out to us. There's a lag into the.
No, so that is the total counties. So the total amount of money received in those months by the county.
Yeah.
Or generated in the county. The green is what's been generated just in DUC. So
there seems to be a lag between us and the county. That's why I was asking.
Well, we're just a percentage of the whole county is what that's showing.
No, I know that, but the peak, if you look at the peak, look at any one of those green peaks is off a month or two from the county. I'm just wondering if that's a delay in the county.
So this is the actual month when the revenue was received. It has nothing to do with the tax. So
okay,
this is when the sale occurred. So basically what that's showing is that our peak sales occur a little later than the county in 19, 20, 21, a little earlier than the county in 2018.
That makes sense.
Well, I don't interpret it. I just show it.
No, I was just saying,
Yeah.
I just wondered if it was when they were dispersing to us, because there's always a lag, right?
This is just actually when the sale occurred.
Yeah, just the reports.
Yeah.
I guess I don't understand.
So this is the other side. So this is the expenditure side of the budget. We're on track to spend just about 80% of the budget. Don't panic, directors. A lot of that is because we're not doing the brick. So I'm not telling you all you can only spend 80% of your budget. This is just predictive. Again, crystal ball has a little bit of haze in it still, because we're just in February. What all this means is, when I said in the beginning, revenue in excess of expenditures of 1.5 million roughly, that is in addition to fund balance. So at the end of the year, that rolls into your fund balance. We've ended your audited financial statements that Lisa came and presented to you. We had about 6.7 million in unassigned fund balance. So that doesn't have anything to do with Beach Nourishment. This is just money that the council can do with what you want. This shows that your work to try to add to your fund balance has been successful. You've been able to add funds to that. Your target, you'll recall, we have a target of 75%. So unassigned fund balance as a percentage of total expenditure of 75%. After you back out Beach Nourishment debt service from total expenditure, you can see we were in that 65, 70, 72% range. We finished fiscal 21 close to 85%. Even with the budget where we are total expenditure, we're looking to finish fiscal 22 at about 85%. So we're a little north of your target. It's a good thing. It's better than being down the 50% minimum, that floor that you set, that has triggers to it. So if we get down below 50, there's some triggers in the financial policies to bring that back up. We've been successful. This does that space between the green line and the blue line gives you some opportunities to think about, rather than issuing debt for some purchases, maybe to cash fund them. So, an easy one to think about that we've talked about here is the fire truck. Maybe we don't debt service that. You write a check and you take advantage of some of the opportunities that come with pre-ordering and paying 100% upfront, absent debt service. But that's just what's rolling around in my head now. We're going to need to bring you a whole lot of information to make that decision. But just understand that you have now a little bit of room above your policy, and it looks like that should continue to hold as we go forward.
What's 1% worth? About 100 grand or so on that? Unassigned is what, almost 9 million, right?
Yeah, right around 125. Yeah. So, you will never hear me come to you and saying to use fund balance for anything other than non-recurring expenditures. So you never want to use your savings account to pay for personnel or to pay for debt service or anything like that. It's just for that one time to take advantage of an opportunity. And again, it's one of the things we don't have to, but it's just another tool in your toolbox in stewarding the public's funds. Just a little bit on the Beach Nourishment Fund. So the revenues from this comes from MSD tax revenue that goes directly in there. The proportionate share of the sales tax goes into the Beach Nourishment Fund. In the county, obviously, some of that goes in there, the county's contribution. Expenditures are for debt service and professional services. I just show you this, and you've seen this graph before when we talked about the different options for Beach Nourishment when we added some additional sand. This is with that additional sand. So this shows you how your Beach Nourishment Fund will grow into the future. All things being equal, when we get to the next Beach Nourishment cycle, assuming that we don't make any change in the revenue stream, so we don't make any change in the MSD rate, we should be getting to the next Beach Nourishment cycle with about $4.5 million to write a check for a large portion of the next Beach Nourishment project, depending on what, Ken will come in with some revised expenditure estimates.
Just playing off of that anticipation, I just want to tie in the fact that if we got to that point and we decided to reduce our MSD rate proportionately, and the project could be whatever it's going to cost in 5 years, reminding 2 points. One, that it's only used for the nourishment zone, it can't be used for anything else. And secondly, if we reduce our MSD rate, that could really reduce our shared revenues if we cut it off like that really quickly. I just want to put that out there too, because we are increasing our bank, if you will. But if we decide, hey, we've got what we need, then, it's going to affect us in the long run. So I just want to, that's a balance that we always have to keep in mind.
That's why, thank you. That's why we did that one.
Right.
Because that
So that's
goes
sticking with
into
me. That page
yeah.
is sticking with me.
That goes into the total levies so that's what we need to be focused on. So again, these are conversations that the Beach Nourishment Fund, I will tell you that my budget proposal this year is going to be to leave it alone. You all make the ultimate decision, but I like the idea of building that to get to the point where we can write a check and then we can make decisions for the next 5 years. Do we want to continue to try to, rather than having the people that are paying for beach nourishment pay for interest to reduce that expense? We were about just a little over 100,000 in issuance costs for debt this year. So that's money that if we don't have to go to the bond market, if we only need $1 million, we can just go to installment market for that. We don't need to go through the expense of the bond.
And it's hard to know, but we may have other MSD. We might have MSD C and D by that point.
Correct.
In which case our occupancy, if we had a higher,
Yes.
another tax levy on another area, for example. So you never know, but
Right.
I just wanted to point out that.
Another point to keep in
I'm
mind
sorry,
too
I have
is
to scoot. I have a 4 o'clock. I apologize.
the other beach towns have all done 100% of their beaches. We've only done maybe a third.
Right.
So any future projects we have, they're not going to have future projects. They're going to have renourishment. And so that goes back to the point of additional MSDs. So that would be in our favor.
The only thing you're going to miss is the budget calendar, and you don't care about that. I'm done. You're done. So that's the budget calendar going forward. Just a reminder. So the preliminary revenue projections, I've got those pretty well. No, not really. I have them in pencil. I haven't put them in pen and then run them by Jessica to have her tell me how crazy I am. And then the directors know that they're supposed to have their budget requests in by the 1st of March. I don't see any panic on the faces of any of the directors. They all know that. We'll find, we'll start to meet as a group in staff. We'll fine tune the revenue estimates, get them locked down by the 9th of April. The mid-month April meeting, we'll present to you and carefully worded here, budget discussion. So like we did last year, I will go out on a limb and say that we will not have a balanced budget on April 20th. The needs will outstrip the revenue. And then we'll just come back to you all and say, what's the most important and what's not as important. We'll have done some of that, but we may need some additional guidance from you at that meeting. And then we'll publish the notice the following day with a public hearing scheduled for the 4th of May. After the public hearing, if you determine that it's needed to come back based on the public input you got, we have it on the calendar to have a mid-month. You don't have to, but it's there in May for any fine tuning of the budget, and then we'll go on the 1st of June to adoption.
Let's make sure we heavily advertise, especially starting with the mid-month in April, so that in fact the public knows we're having these discussions and they won't come in after the fact and say, gee, we didn't know.
Yep.
So Christian's agreeing with that.
Oh, yeah. Yep. All right, I'm done. Any other questions?
So you don't think mid-May, mid-month will come in with more revenue than expenditures?
Well, you never know. If you want me to get up here and talk for another hour, no, people are shaking their heads.
Do that at your own peril.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, well stated.
Cool. I'm good.
That's very good. I think you've got the questions and we've got the answers. And thank you very much, Drew. Well, that brings us to open discussion. Rob, Sandy, do you have anything additional?
No.
I think I'd like to, Joe's got something. Joe's not going to let us down.
I'd say. One of the things in my presentation had to do with the camera, the bike pedestrian encounter. Very, very small item in the big picture, but I did want to know if that was something that the council was interested in pursuing, and if so, we would have to add that in. We're talking about $8,000 for that, if that was something the council was interested in pursuing at this time, or if you just wanted us to consider that in the future. We talked about that we have the one on the southern end that we got free initially, the grant, but we would have to purchase one for the northern end if that was something the council was interested in.
So you're really only talking $4,000. Because we got one for free.
Jesus.
Hey, how about the ones for the boardwalk?
And ones for boardwalk are about 4,000 each, somewhere 3,000 to 4,000 in that range. If that, again, if that was something the council was interested in.
I think it's something that we should be able to have a cost on, so we can consider it.
Okay, so you'd like us to add that to the CRP proposed, and again, the council can make that decision.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
I think we're okay with that. So thank the audience for staying with us. We do appreciate all the effort and everybody, all the staff put into making this retreat a very beneficial and successful retreat. And we really thank you and your staffs that participated. And with that, I'll remind the council that our next meeting will be the first Wednesday in March at 6 p.m. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the retreat.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. The meeting is adjourned.